It is. Are we recording? Okay. All right. Hello. Welcome, everybody, to our afternoon session of our council meeting today, Tuesday, May 2nd, 2025. I'm so glad to see a vibrant group joining us today. I'm going to go ahead and call the meeting to order and ask Clementine to do roll call and share with the public some announcements.
Councilmember Barber. Present. Councilmember Garcia.
Here.
Councilmember Resch. Here. Councilmember Smith.
Here.
And Mayor Williamson.
Here.
And information on participating in today's meeting and providing public comment, including remotely by Zoom or telephone, is available on the agenda, which is online at monterey.gov/agendas. Remote commenters, you will be muted until it is your turn to speak, and the timer will be shown on the screen. If you're connected on Zoom, the timer is accurate with no delay. In-person attendees, please make sure to keep your phones and devices muted to prevent audio interference with our meeting, and thank you for participating in your city government.
Awesome. Thank you, Clementine. With that, we're going to go to presentations. Number one on our agenda, bittersweet moment here, is to congratulate Parks and Recreation Director Karen Larson on her retirement and recognize her 39 years of service to the city of Monterey. That's it. So before I pass it to Hans for a more formal introduction, I just want to share a little bit of my own gratitude and appreciation to Karen. I had the pleasure of going to Emke and Sabe this last summer, and my experience in interacting with her and her team exemplifies my entire interaction and experience with Karen. The staff were so motivated to do the work that they do. And if anybody hasn't had a chance to interact or participate in the programs that are offered within the Parks and Recreation Department, our staff truly, truly care and are passionate about the work that they do. And under your leadership, that was exemplified in all the ways possible. So I'm so thankful for your service to the city. But I'm so honored to celebrate your retirement and your next phase. So with that, I will pass it to Hans.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And that explains actually why so many people are in the audience. I was wondering what this was about. So, Karen, we almost made you cry with a standing ovation. So I will do my best not to make you cry. When Karen started in the city of Monterey, President Reagan was in his second term, and you remember that, yes? Good old Ronnie, and so 39 years in the city of Monterey means also a lot of different changes that the city goes through, not just new presidents. And when Karen started, she was hired actually as a part-time seasonal employee, and she held all the positions that somebody is holding right now or held in parks, which is recreation leader, a day camp, assistant day camp director, recreation specialist. All those positions where our team members learn what recreation means. And what recreation means, and Karen exemplifies that, and the mayor mentioned it, what Karen exemplifies is you're not in it for the money, you're in it to provide meaningful recreational services, and that is what every one of our team members does in that type of job. It requires you to understand who the kids are, to treat the children, the young adults, the adults appropriately, and to also put your stamp on all of those through the programs that we have. By that, you have made a tremendous difference in so many lives. If somebody comes to an after-school program, chances are that somebody doesn't do something bad somewhere else in the neighborhood. And by having programming there and being out there and providing the children with and the young adults and the adults with something else to do than being bored is utmost important, especially as we learned throughout the years that more and more other media are taking over, and at the end it's still all about camp songs and teaching the kids to have really fun in the outdoors or in different programs. And Karen took this very, very seriously, and over the years Karen landed in a facility that is still in our heart till today, and that will never leave our heart. That is the Monterey Sports Center. And yes, you were Parks and Recreation Director, but you always were also somehow the operations manager for the Sports Center. And that was very important for us because the Sports Center was launched, and we needed good people in there to work and convince the public that this was a worthwhile investment. And as soon as we opened the Sports Center, you and your team excelled all expectations, because as soon as it was opened, the City Council decided to expand it already, and that was part of the success that you have. When you work the floors, you work the floors. You were working up and down the stairs. You walked the hallways. You were making sure that everyone was happy. And you watched me the 2 times I was actually working out in the Sports Center. No sports. And you left your mark on the operations center, and with the Sports Center also, you kept pace about the changes that we had to implement, and I get to them in a second a little bit more. In 2014, the city manager and the assistant city manager came and asked the assistant public works director at that time, that happened to be me, do you want to help broaden the horizon of Karen and put her in public works? And so we said, hey, if she wants to work in public works, let's start it out. Let's bring her over and help use all the skill sets that she has maybe for public works. And you came, and you and I worked together then as part of my job duties. And we promoted you relatively fast also to Public Services Administration Manager, because you were excelling in your transferable skills that you possessed. And all of a sudden you had to deal with grumpy Public Works folks. I think nobody is of Public Works is in the audience, because I don't think we have Public Works Week today. But you very quickly learned the skills there, and I know you were also instrumental in one of the biggest things that was important for me personally, was taking over the software that I had implemented with the team, and you then pushed forward the next edition of that, and that we still use to today, and implemented that as well. In 2019, then the city manager at that time, in wise foresight, appointed you as interim Parks and Recreation Director. And then the same guy put you in charge in December 2019. And that was a very wise decision by that individual. And I never regretted it. I wanted, you oversaw the Sports Center operation, the recreation operation, the parks operation, the forestry, and the cemetery operation, and all this folks and team members were part of your day-to-day operation, and you cared about them. You are caring about every individual employee to an extent that is unusual. And I can share this with you because I see others caring for their employees as well. But you added always a lot of additional personal concerns and thoughts into that process. And I think your team realized that, and your team noticed that also in so many cases. So thank you for that. When COVID hit, we broke your heart. Because we had to do drastic steps in order to save the city operation, because we realized early on that COVID will not allow us to maintain and operate the community center, the sports center, the camps, et cetera, et cetera. And you were at the helm, and you were collaborating, and you were working your hardest to make sure that what we do is compliant with COVID, that what we built up slowly again was bringing back the people. But at the initial step where we had to say goodbye to many of our employees, it was very, very hard. And I can only imagine what it meant for you who had brought all those team members on board. Council, we ran the sports center with 3 people. During COVID, we had the sports center manager there. We had, I believe, Ryan there, and Pete. So, Laurie, okay, stop. And but can you imagine working in that facility with no one in there, walking the empty hallways, and keeping people motivated? You did all that, and then we brought the operation back, and we brought it back in a way I felt that was also advantageous for us to make sure that the sports center stands out as the premier fitness facility, but also operates in a cost efficient way. And you helped facilitate that as well in your sports center. So we brought all the programs back. You have a great team with Shannon and all the recreation directors you have. We brought all the programs back. I know this is high season for you right now to prepare for all the camps, and they are flourishing better than ever. You brought us back from basically zero back where we are now in 2025. And that's again, based on your experience that you had over so many years. So thank you for all of that. You are now selecting to leave us and to go into retirement. No one is really retired here in the city. They always come back one way or another. And I know that you will be still here on the peninsula, and I know that you will also be helpful for our teammates here. You are part of our executive management team. Your input has been always appreciated. You let us know what you were thinking when we needed all the brain trust around the table. You were a solid advisor. I always enjoyed our, how did we call it, the quick rounds, the rapid fire rounds, where you shot questions at me and I say yes, no, 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 let me think about it. And we got a lot of things done that way, and I appreciated that also, that we could go through a lot of topics in relatively short amount of time. So I will miss you tremendously, and I know that your team is missing you. Look at the people that are showing up for you today. That is a huge credit and testament to your ability to bring everyone together in a wonderful team, which our Parks and Recreation team is. Your house is well prepared, and you don't leave us a mess. We're absolutely ready to move forward. I understand your personal reasons why you want to retire, and with that, I wish you all the best in the luck of the world, and we leave your position unfilled for a while until you really know you don't want to come back.
Awesome. Would you like to make some remarks? I should be following the script here, maybe. Yeah, no, it's not. There's nothing. I pass it to you if you'd love to.
He's so prepared.
I want to be ready just in case. Thank you for those kind words, Hans. Those are great accomplishments, but I really didn't accomplish them myself. I accomplished them because of everybody who's here and beyond. I didn't accomplish anything on my own. It was with the entire team. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, council members, members of the public, my awesome coworkers. This is so much for my intentions of going quietly into the night. I'll make this super quick though, because I know we have a lot of work on a very full agenda tonight. This recognition is incredibly touching. It's been an honor to serve the city of Monterey, and it's truly an exceptional organization, and I'm very proud to have been a part of it. I like to express appreciation for my family, especially my husband, Scott, It's here somewhere. My mom, Evelyn, and my late mother-in-law, Mary, who without their love, help, and support, I would not have been able to raise my son and work all the crazy hours that I did or pursue my master's degree, which enabled me to grow with the city. The city of Monterey has been my life for most of my life. I've most likely spent more time in city facilities with my city family than I have at home. I will always have a special place in my heart for the city of Monterey, especially for my coworkers from the Public Works Department and from the Parks and Recreation Department, many of whom they've become my lifelong friends. It's been an incredible privilege to work with the city and to work with everyone. I'll never forget our time together. And thank you again for the opportunity to serve. And I'm eternally grateful. So thank you.
Now cue the marching band. Council, do you want to go first or do you want to have public comment?
Let's do the public first.
Public comment, then we can end with the council. All right, let's open up for public comment. For those that aren't familiar, how we do this is we identify all those that want to speak during public comment at the beginning of the public comment period. After all those folks have been identified, we will cut it off and only those folks will be able to speak. So I'm going to go ahead and check with folks on Zoom first. If you want to navigate your way to the raise hand function on Zoom. And while you're navigating your way there, I'm going to check with folks in the chambers. Anybody in the chamber who wish to speak on this item? Nobody? Okay. Did you set this up? You don't say anything. All right. I'm going to go back and do a countdown on Zoom to 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
I think some of these folks may be planning to make public comment on the general public
Perfect.
comments. This is for the Parks and Recreation Director celebration. So if you have your hands raised, do you want to do one more countdown, Mr. Mayor?
Yep. I'll do another countdown and just another reminder to Clementine's point. This is specifically for the presentation that was given for Karen's retirement. This is not general public comment. So I'll do another countdown to 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And we have 3 folks. So we'll go ahead and give 3 minutes each.
Oops, this is a telephone caller with the last 3 digits, 500. And Wendy, I believe
Can
that's.
you hear me?
Yes, go ahead, please.
Yes. This is my first public comment. I will be calling. I also want to stay on afterwards, okay? For another public comment. And I have COVID, so don't get it. My husband and I both got COVID, so I'm squeaky. But I just want to commend Karen Larson for her amazing service. I've interacted with her at different times in her career, and I just want to thank her for her dedication to the city, which makes it so special. So that's basically what I wanted to share. And thank you, Karen, for all you've done. And we hope you'll stick around and call in and be around the city. Thank you.
Wendy.
All right, our next speaker is another telephone caller with the last 3 digits, 622.
Hi, this is Kelly Violini. I am actually calling in for general public comment, so I will hold for that.
All right, thank you. We'll come back to you. And this is going to be Tom.
Karen, congratulations. I can't think of too many people that come to mind that are as kind, caring, competent, knowledgeable, and dedicated to the job you did at the City of Monterey. I enjoyed my time working with you, and I wish you the very best. And don't be a stranger to the City of Monterey.
Awesome. And with that, we'll go ahead and close public comment. I'll open it up to my colleagues. And I think Dr. Barber had her hand up first.
So Karen, you know how I feel about you. You are amazing. I heard about Karen a long time ago when my son started working with the sports center many years ago, before I even had a connection with the city in this capacity. And I heard about Karen through my son. how awesome she was to work with and how she was just so encouraging and always had a light about her. And so thank you for all you've done, not just for my son, but for many of the people that have come across your path. Know that you've impacted more than you know. And I just want you to know that you are appreciated for everything that you've done and you are seen.
Thank you, Karen. It is a sad day, but we know it's a happy day because now you get to choose what you want to do at 8 o'clock in the morning. And we know that you'll find your way to the sports center because it's a place that you spent so much time. So you're welcome in any facility in Monterey. We first met when I was a very young police officer, had a mustache and had hair, and you were a young lady working. I think you were still part-time at the time, and I think you knew my mother-in-law. So I've known you for a long time, and I've always known you to be professional, polite, positive, and with a can-do attitude. So for your many years of service to the community and the citizens that so have come to know you, thank you for all of your service. You will truly be missed, but we're not very far away that you can't come and volunteer. And there's always a city council in the future. So we have a way of keeping those that come through as part of our family to find some way to get plugged in. So we know you'll be around, and we look forward to seeing you anytime you want to stop by, anytime you want to come by. And coffee's always available in any city, and you might even be able to go into the sports center anytime you want and open the place up. But thank you so much for your kind giving, your positive attitude, and the lives that you've impacted. And that includes my grandson, who spent a lot of time at the sports center, probably one of the kids that got in trouble from time to time on the basketball court. But thank you for all those lives that you've impacted through this community. And you truly have a reputation, a good jacket, and that's commendable. Job well done. Thank you.
I think you should grow back the mustache.
It could happen.
All right, please.
39 years, that's quite an accomplishment in itself. I think not many of us have that opportunity and the privilege to stick with one employer, right, for that long term. So I think that in itself also speaks to the dedication. Thank you so much for your dedication to our community, the programming, the little kids. You and I were kind of sharing about this a few days ago. Dedication to the kids who are now adults, right? I mean, that takes a lot to be able to stay in that role and contribute to your community in that way. So thank you so much. Thank you also for the critical work that you've done with Laguna Grande JPA. I know that has taken a lot of time and patience and dedication. So really appreciate your efforts there as well. But congratulations overall. Thank you for your dedication. And yeah, best of luck and best wishes.
When I met Karen about 10 years ago and learned how long she'd worked for the city, I said, I was so afraid we'd broken the child labor laws because you're amazing in many, many ways. And that's one of them. And I wanted to thank you personally for all the work that you did in the Monterey Vista neighborhood with the Via Paraiso Park and Shannon, also your cohort there, and walking us through the months and months of turbulent times over the use of the tennis courts and sharing them. And you always, the description of you being sweet and kind is repeated because that's so much what you are. You are kind to the residents and sweet, and you have a capacity to hear each individual and where they're coming from in the argument. And you were able to bring that to the discussions and continue to this day to bring that to the continuing discussions on the use of the park. And I wanted to thank you for helping us resolve that so successfully, and Shannon also, and that that the negotiated settlement still stands. People seem happy enough. Everybody wants more tennis and everybody wants more pickleball, but they share well, and it's because of your kind example and your hard work. So thank you so much for that.
I know I already spoke, but I want to highlight something here. And I was noodling on this the entire time after I spoke earlier, but I think Jean just kind of nailed it in a lot of ways. You have this ability to maintain professionalism, and it's this way of being able to hear people out, let them be heard, let them feel like they've been heard, and not allow emotion to override how you respond to it. And in this space, as many of you know, doing public service, a lot of folks in the community can get really emotional about issues, and it can be easy to allow that to kind of get under your skin a little bit or affect your response. And I've never noticed that with you. You've always maintained an even keel response, and that's really commendable. So many kudos to you, and this is a huge loss for the city. So I do hope that you stay around and volunteer in some capacity. So thank you for all your years of service. I'm going to pass it back to staff because I think there's one more portion of this item.
So the city has a long-standing tradition of making street signs for years of service before someone retires. And so we have a street sign for Karen that we'd like to present to her from 1986 to 2015, 39 years of service. I didn't realize we probably should have made it twice as big because it's completely full on the back. And you know, we always say parks make life better, but Karen made our lives better. And so we also have a book that will be circulating because there is just not enough space for staff to put everything that they want to say. So Karen, congratulations. And if we could get a picture.
Yeah.
Great. Lori is here, ready to get pictures, and the Parks and Rec staff. I mean, there's a ton of them, but if anyone can come and join us.
I'm thinking if we can do two, maybe we get one with the council and you, and then we can have all the Parks and Rec staff come up and we can do a whole group shot.
Yeah.
So let's do that. I'm not sure. Oh. Lori's here. Let me slide this.
We should go on.
I completely missed this. Yes, of course.
Thank you, Karen, for everything.
Yes, I was gonna say it, but I was like, let me be nice. Did you get your screen protector fixed?
I did.
Okay.
I had to wipe it down.
Go with the chief. One more.
I'm just remembering those photos from the Japanese. Everybody, yeah, so everybody come up. Han, stay here. Okay. You should come up.
Thank you. I really appreciate it.
Chrissy, she's like trying to avoid it. You're like 32 tall.
It used to be. Just inside. Yeah, we see you. Say bonjour. Awesome. Hey. Oh, I didn't realize somebody was standing here. Gosh.
Who did you knock out?
Oh, Karen, I have one more thing for you. Where's Karen at?
Oh, she's right there.
If she comes out host first.
Giving out her.
Can you pass this to her? It would make it easier. Thank you. We have a proclamation for her as well, and I'll just have Hans hand it to her for sake of time. Alrighty, it's hard. I almost don't want to move on,
What you have?
but the second item is probably just as cool. So we're starting off with a bang in this council meeting. Item number 2 on the agenda is to recognize National Public Works Week 2025. This is always, I think, one of my favorite items that comes on the agenda because our public work staff are so awesome in what they do. And every year when you all come out, it's just full of positive energy. With Parks and Rec, it's a little bit more public facing, but a lot of the work that our public work staff does is behind the scenes and I think is often taken for granted. And so I'm really excited to be able to celebrate this. I've been seeing stuff pop up on LinkedIn about getting ready to celebrate the week. So I look forward to celebrating this time with you all. And with that, I will, let me follow the instructions this time. And I'm going to read the proclamation. So whereas public works professionals focus on infrastructure, facilities, and service that are of vital importance to sustainable and resilient communities and to public health, high quality of life, and well-being of the people of the city of Monterey. And whereas these infrastructure, facilities, and services cannot be provided without the dedicated efforts of public works professionals who are engineers, managers, and employees at all levels of government and the private sector, who are responsible for rebuilding, improving, and protecting our nation's transportation, water supply, water treatment and solid waste systems, public buildings, and other structures and facilities essential for our citizens. And whereas it is in the public interest for the citizens, civic leaders, and children in the city of Monterey to gain knowledge of and maintain an ongoing interest and understanding of the importance of public works and in public works programs in their respective communities. And whereas the year 2025 marks the 65th annual National Public Works Week, sponsored by the American Public Works Association, Canadian Public Works Association, be it now resolved, the city of Monterey, the mayor, the city of Monterey, do hereby designate the week of May 18 through 24, 2025 as National Public Works Week. I urge all citizens to join with representatives of the American Public Works Association and government agencies and activities, events, and ceremonies designated to pay tribute to our public works professionals, engineers, managers, and employees, and to recognize the substantial contributions they make to protecting our national health, safety, and advancing quality of life for all. So I will pass this to staff when they come up. And I just wanted to do like a public service announcement. So if there's any families out there that have little ones, the public works staff have developed these little cards that you can collect that showcase all the different types of public works vehicles that are out there. They're really cool. I have them all, I think. And if not, I will make sure I get them. And it's just a really cool way to see what's happening, what's going on, what are the types of tools that we use in the city to help maintain a safe and healthy private community. So thank you for being creative in regards to trying to make public works interesting. With that, I will pass it to Hans to do staff introduction.
Thank you so much. And I hand it over directly to Andrea Rennie, our Public Works Director.
Good evening, Mayor, council members, members of the public, everybody in council. And thank you, Karen, for all your years of service. You're going to be really missed. And from Public Works, thank you so much. So this is the fun part. So we have Public Works Week, and we're here to celebrate. I asked AI, what is the most critical part of Public Works? And it said infrastructure, transportation, equipment, assets. The list went on. So I'm going to have to say that next slide, please. I think the most critical asset and most important thing about Public Works is our people. So it's our excellent team. And so everybody that is in Public Works, if you can stand up. And the theme this year is people, purpose, and presence. And so I put together a tribute for all of our folks. As you said, a lot of our work does go unnoticed because when things are going well, they do sometimes go unnoticed. But everything is really important. I like to say, everybody always says, what are the most important services for a city? Fire, police, absolutely, 100%. But everybody loves it when they flush their toilet and it goes down, not up. So, so we do a lot of important work in the background. So with that, I like to share a tribute that I did for our team. And one more click, please.
Early morn in Monterey, fixing streets with a sunny sway, engineering designs through the day. This is us, it's the Monterey way. Parking lots and harbor lights, building dreams with all our might. Maintenance keeps the city bright. As a team we reach new heights. Teamwork makes the dream ignite, serving you from dawn to night. Monterey's our heart and soul. Together we make the city whole. Administration in the back. Public Works, we got the knack. Fleet of trucks to keep track. For Monterey, we never lack. Harbor waves and bustling sounds everywhere in the city grounds. Public service, we feel so proud. Voices blend, a joyful crowd. Teamwork makes the dream ignite, serving you from dawn to night. Monterey's our heart and soul. Together we make the city whole. Administration in the back. Public Works, we got the knack. Fleet of trucks to keep track. For Monterey, we never lack. Harbor waves and bustling sounds everywhere in the city grounds. Public service, we feel so proud. Voices blend, a joyful crowd. Public Works is here to serve, enhancing the city you deserve. We get things done and the team is strong. Public Works is where we belong. is here to serve, enhancing the city you deserve. We get things done, and the team is strong. Public Works is where we belong.
All right, thank you.
Yes.
So that's a tribute to the whole entire team, and I could not be more proud. So now we're going to just give you a very short presentation. We have Eric from Streets, we have Pua Dalton from Harbor, and we have Lee Bradley from Parking. Thank you.
I have to ask
Yes.
real quick. Was that AI generated?
Yes.
That was awesome.
So I worked on the lyrics, and then there's a software that generated the song and the beat, and then it took like about 200 iterations to get just the right little.
I love it.
And then hopefully the song will get stuck in your head. It got stuck in Hansa's
stuck in
head
my
for
head,
months.
I think it would be a good collaboration with the sports center and like have a class, like an aerobics class. I'd be so down to do that. That'd be fun.
Absolutely. And I'll share it on LinkedIn so that you can
I
keep
love
listening
it.
to it.
So I can really like dream about it. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you, Andrea. Thank you, Mayor Tyler and council members. My name is Eric Huerta. I'm proud to serve this as a sign craft worker for the city of Monterey. I work in the streets division of the Public Works Department, where I'm responsible for maintaining the signs that help keep our city safe and running smoothly. First slide is a breakdown of the Public Works Department. We have engineering, fleet management, general services, including the Presidio, Public Works Administration, streets, utilities, harbor, and of course, parking. Next slide. Engineering is they plan, design, construct, and operate and maintain the city's infrastructure, manage the city's transportation system to promote the safe movement of traffic, coordinate the city's environmental and regulatory activities, review developmental proposals and encroachment applications, support the IGSA for all engineering matters. Fleet management, they fully function modern vehicle and equipment repair facilities with certified technicians and up-to-date equipment. The mission is to provide for the maintenance of city-owned vehicles and equipment, responsible for ensuring compliance with California Air Resource Board regulations, Department of Motor Vehicles, and the California Highway Patrol requirements. Lee? Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Thank you, Eric. Thank you, Andrea. I am Lee Bradley, and I'm the new Assistant Parking Superintendent. And I've been here for 4 months. So with that, I'm going to speak a little bit about some different divisions. The General Services Division, they do general services. So all maintenance, all renovation, repair, they will do for all the city facilities as well as for our military partners. And we're very proud that that's been going on for 25 years. Next slide. Thank you. The streets and utilities, they maintain our streets, but they also do so much more. They do all of our signage, all of our traffic signals, the related infrastructure, storm drains, and the sewers. You can see there's a lot that they cover. So over 100 miles of roadway and the sanitary sewers, as well as what I just learned about, the culverts. So those are important as well. And they have over 5,000 regulatory signs and 56 signalized intersections. Oh, sorry. And also they're available 24/7, 365 days a year for public safety. Lastly, our harbor, and they have the best view in town. So they are the waterfront, and they take care of all recreational and commercial opportunities for residents and for our visitors. And they are expanding the access for fishing and leisure purposes. That's it. And Pua.
Welcome to the team, by the way. And I love your energy. So keep that going.
Hello, thank you, City Council. Thank you, Mayor Tyler. My name is Pualani Dalton. I work for the Monterey Harbor Department as Harbor Security. I'm very happy to be here today. All right, so moving along with our public works departments, we have parking. Parking is Fun department. They operate 31 parking facilities with approximately 3,500 off-street parking spaces. Additionally, there are over 3,000 on-street parking spaces in the downtown Cannery Row and Lighthouse areas of the city. The parking division works with businesses, residents, institutions, and visitors alike to meet parking needs. Next slide, please. Public Works Administration. Budget development and monitoring of operating budgets for the largest department in the city, comprising of 7 divisions. Administrative support services include accounting, human resources, contract processing, review and monitoring of internal controls, strategic planning, and organizational efficiency. Next slide, please. All right, National Public Works Week. Recognizing the importance of our public infrastructure and the people that provide these services. People, purpose, presence. This theme highlights how public works makes communities safer and more vibrant. We really wouldn't have a city of Monterey without the Public Works Department, not to toot our own horn or anything. Public Works is ever present, working in the background to advance quality of life for all. We're meeting the needs of people. It's what gives Public Works its sense of purpose. So I want to thank you guys so much for your time today, and thank you guys for celebrating Public Works with us.
Awesome.
Thank you.
Thank you. So why don't we have the entire team come up and let's take a group shot.
I think they've got a sign.
Don't give me a good time.
I think I must have been missing last year. I think I saw it.
Yeah.
I don't think I'm here.
You
got this, Gina. Thank you.
You're elevated. How are you doing? Good to see you guys there. We're gonna lose the entire chamber.
Okay.
No, you stand up. You're fine.
We'll go to my place in the back.
And Kevin and Neva, can you guys? I'm sorry, I didn't log in yet. We need to work on this. Yeah. All right, we're gonna do our best here.
There might be a better spot on this side. Hold on 1 second. Hold on 1 second.
Can you see him, Dr. Kill? Barbara?
No.
Can you see her?
Come on, this.
Where's he going?
They go.
Thank you, guys. That's good. And then if Reggie, you can script it.
Oh,
You're further than Renee there. Okay. 1, 2, 3. We're gonna take a couple. One more. Perfect.
Yeah. Thank you, guys. Of course.
He had to do.
Anyone you think I forgot about? Thank you. Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
I have a question.
Okay, so I'm going to move on to the next item just for sake of time. We have general public comments. So for those that are online that want to participate in public comment, I ask you to navigate your way to the raise hand function. In the meantime, I will check in the chamber. Does anybody in the chamber wish to speak for items that are not on today's agenda for general public comment? Any takers in the chamber? This is for general. Oh, I apologize. Let me back up. If you raised your hand on Zoom, if you could lower it, I forgot to do public comment on the presentation item. So I'm going to first take public comment for Public Works Week. Is there anybody on Zoom that wishes to speak on this item? Go ahead and navigate your way to the raise hand function. In the meantime, I'll check in the chamber. Anybody in the chamber wish to speak on the Public Works Week agenda item presentation? All right, I'm not seeing any in the chamber, so I'll do a countdown for folks on Zoom to 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We have 2 folks on Zoom, so we'll go ahead and give them 3 minutes.
I think they both may be planning for the general
Perfect.
public comment, but Wendy, you can go ahead.
Yes,
Are you planning
thank you.
public comment?
I'm planning to talk on the general public item, but I do want to commend all my experiences with Public Works. Your employees are amazing. As president of Fishermen's Wharf Association, I'm always filling out that service portal for minor things. And I really, really appreciate their hard work and how they come through for us. So I'm delighted to speak on that. And also the next item, so don't hang up on me. Thanks.
Sounds good. And
Bless you.
the next speaker, I believe, is Ms. Violini again.
Hi, this is Kelly from the Monterey County Fair. And I have to be honest, I have to Google how to lower my hand. But on the other hand, Public Works is literally my most favorite department in the city of Monterey. And I know that the fairgrounds can often be a pain in all of your rear ends, but thank you very much for all of you that you do. And it looks beautiful. And my crosswalks are now repainted and bring on Cali routes. So thank you, Public Works.
Well, when you said rear end, I was thinking like a traffic kind of connotation. But yeah, Public Works-esque. Thank you, Kelly, for your comments. And Wendy, we'll go ahead and close comments on that item. And we will now open it up for general public comments for items that are not on today's agenda. So for folks that are on Zoom, you can navigate back to the raise hand function. And then I will do another check-in with folks in the chamber. Anybody in the chamber wish to speak on general public comment? All right, I'm not seeing any in the chamber, so I'll go ahead and do a countdown for folks that are on Zoom to 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And we have 5. And so we'll do 3 minutes.
Wendy, here's your chance.
Okay, good afternoon again. I'm Wendy Brickman. I serve as the marketing director of the North Fremont Business District and as president of the Fishermen's Wharf Association, as you all know. Calling in today to express my very strong support for Embark Monterey and the request for an extension on their retail cannabis permit, which is set to expire tomorrow. As you know, Embark was the first place applicant in the city's competitive merit-based licensing process. They have earned the trust of many community leaders and stakeholders across Monterey. Over the past 8 months, they have worked closely with your wonderful city staff in good faith, pursuing relocation to the downtown overlay zone and following the direction they were given every step of the way. Only recently were they informed that staff no longer supports the path they were originally encouraged to pursue. So now they're simply asking for additional time to preserve the opportunity they rightfully earned and have worked hard to honor. And Embark is not new to this. They're an experienced and responsible operator with 16 storefronts throughout California, all won through similar competitive processes. Their reputation is one of professionalism, sensitivity to local values, and commitment to community partnerships. Importantly, Embark has now submitted a zoning clearance form for a new location in the North Fremont Business District, aligning with the city's current interpretation of extension requirements. As a local business leader, I can say confidently that Monterey wants and needs Embark here, and that they will deliver a model of what compliant, community-centered retail cannabis can and should look like. Thank you.
Thank you. And now we'll go with Kelly.
Hey, good afternoon, Mayor and City Council. Thank you for all the awesome presentations today, too. That was really nice to listen to. So not to repeat too much of what Wendy said, but as most of you know, I'm the CEO of the Monterey County Fair, the president of the North Fremont Business District, and Embark was the first place applicant in the city's competitive merit-based process. I am also proud to serve on their Embark Monterey Community Advisory Board. I've known Lauren and Dustin, the founders of Embark, for about a year and a half now, and very impressed with their work ethic, their dedication to the community. You know, you can just Google Embark and see everything that they've done on their community advisory boards for their communities. They've been a great partner with us at the Monterey County Fair, you know, as far as our 2 events a year that we're allowed to have on site. And I'm just familiar with the team and, you know, positive about what they do. So over the last 8 months, I know they've been working with the city manager and city staff, super excited and optimistic about the feasibility of a path to relocate to downtown. And understanding now city staff's new direction, that pathway is unfortunately not going to work. They, you know, very quickly pivoted to find a location along North Fremont to make sure that they don't lose their permit, as they are committed to serving the Monterey Peninsula and our community. So they have submitted a zoning clearance form on a new property in North Fremont, and that should make them eligible for an extension to be granted. So I'm asking the city council to support Embark in their request for an extension. And I'm confident that they're just going to be a great partner. But more importantly to me personally, because I've been at the fairgrounds for 25 years. And before that, I, you know, grew up working there every summer and showing my 4-H animals. Our North Fremont Business District needs some help. We need some love. We need some, you know, equitable partnership with the city of Monterey. And basically it makes me sad to drive along North Fremont on my way to work every day. I think partnering with a company like Embark is really going to help improve our business district, and they're going to invest in our community. Thank you.
Thank you. And our next speaker is Devin.
Thank you, and good evening, Honorable Mayor and esteemed members of the council. My name is Devin Wardlow, Vice President of Embark. Thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight, especially following such a good presentation. I'm here to request an extension of our retail cannabis permit. For the past 8 months, Embark has been working in good faith with the city manager and city staff in pursuit of perfecting our retail cannabis permit. I'd like to walk through our engagement to date to explain why we are respectfully requesting an extension. On May 21st, 2024, Embark was honored to be selected as the first place applicant in the city's merit-based licensing process. Our application was built around a downtown location based on our understanding of the city's ordinance development process. However, despite being the first place applicant, we were selected last in the location lottery and were therefore assigned the North Fremont zone. Recognizing that North Fremont posed feasibility challenges, we submitted a formal relocation request on September 27th, 2024, outlining our concerns of that zone and proposing relocation to the downtown overlay zone. That request initiated 8 months of engagement with the city manager and staff. On October 2nd, we met with the city manager to discuss relocation options, and it was suggested to pursue a zoning code amendment. That guidance was later formalized in Mr. Usler's letter. On January 23rd, 2025, we met with Mr. Usler, Community Development Director Kimberly Cole, and Management Analyst Mark Ackerman. And at this meeting, it was reaffirmed that a code amendment to allow 2 dispensaries in the CB2 downtown overlay zone was the appropriate and supported path forward. On January 27th, 2025, we submitted our formal code amendment request in reliance on city staff's guidance. Since that time, we followed up repeatedly and in good faith, but received no instructions for payment or next steps. We operated under the assumption that our request was being reviewed as expected. Then in late March, we were informed that the city would not be moving forward with the amendment and that the relocation was no longer viable. That reversal fundamentally shifted the expectations we had been relying on for months. In response, we submitted a formal request for a 180-day extension under Section 7-712H of the City Code, which allows for the city manager to grant an extension upon showing of significant and diligent progress. We believe our record of sustained documented engagement over the last 8 months clearly meets that standard. Nonetheless, in alignment with the city manager's narrower interpretation of the extension criteria, we have identified a location in the North Fremont district and have successfully submitted a zoning clearance form to the city.
Throughout this process, we have followed the city's direction, worked constructively with staff, and remained committed to transparency and partnership. We are simply asking for time and the opportunity to bring this into a thoughtful resolution that honors the process and the intent of what council originally envisioned. We look forward to serving the Monterey community and appreciate your time and consideration. Thank you all very much.
Next speaker is Taryn.
Hello, City Council members. Thank you so much for having me. I wanted to touch base. I was at the last City Council meeting speaking as a local Montereyan and as a member of the animal care team of the Monterey Bay Aquarium. I wanted to circle back to my suggestion for a community-wide, local government-led citywide initiative to create a working group of experts, established nonprofits, and citizens to establish baseline data and create a plan of action in order to strategically work to reduce plastic waste along Monterey's coastlines. As we all know, plastic waste and its chemical byproducts are a threat to the health and safety of our citizens and to all life in the Monterey Bay. It affects economic productivity, degrades aesthetic value, and harms wildlife through ingestion and entanglement. No matter where it originates, it's primarily collected and controlled locally, and management choices and interventions at local scales are crucial to reducing plastic waste in our environments. So I'm hoping, I had sent an email on May 10th to several council members and I've yet to hear back. So I'm just hoping to engage in some conversation about creating a working group, one that is modeled after this 6-year-long study that was established by the group in Australia, where they were able to decrease their plastic pollution by 29% over 6 years, which is incredibly significant. And I would encourage you to please refer back to the packets of information in the study that I included in my email. Thank you.
Thank you. And we have our last speaker is Ms. Beatty.
Good evening, this is Nina Beatty. I want to respond to the last speaker and say that the aquarium needs to halt its high decibel sonar that's affecting, killing sea life in the Monterey Bay and other places. Okay, now on to my comments that I was planning to make. First, the Army is planning a burn at Fort Ord this fall. Fort Ord is a National Priorities List Superfund area. The EPA has deemed it the worst of the worst, and it may exceed the contamination and harm caused by the notorious Camp Lejeune. It's gaining nationwide notoriety, chiefly through recent articles by the Associated Press and the New York Times, and it was recently reported in militarypoisons.org. The burn smoke contains dangerous toxins such as dioxin, herbicides, munitions, white phosphorus, and even chemical weapons, as well as the toxins in poison oak. This fire will sicken people wherever the smoke glows, as past fires have done, and its debris falls out. The cinders and embers are also a fire and injury risk. Militarypoisons.org posted an article this week on the Fort Ord burn hazards. Despite the known toxins and the Superfund status, Monterey County and its health department aren't taking action on these burns, and they must stop. Please take a stand as a city on this important issue and petition the EPA to stop these reckless burns permanently, and if EPA won't respond, collaborate with local communities to sue them. Secondly, Monterey County Board of Supervisors heard today from staff and PG&E regarding the battery storage facility fire and status at Moss Landing. The county asked PG&E to keep this facility off until the fire cause can be thoroughly established, but PG&E announced it plans to turn on their facility on June 1st. The hearing had shocking information. Supervisor Askew said she was willing to take the risk of the facility and the technology. PG&E said they had no continuous air modeling until after the fire, the fourth incident at the plant. PG&E also had no idea what was in the smoke and only got a monitor after the fire. PG&E claims there was no hazard in the smoke despite all the evidence to the contrary. The smoke came here. The state has not sent any toxicologists to the county and only made a vague statement according to Supervisor Church despite the heavy metals and hydrogen fluoride in the smoke. The county has apparently not requested toxicologists to advise local physicians, the county, or the public, and information is still not being released to the county or the public. The county is not addressing the injuries and property damage. That needs to change. Third, I ask the City Council to adopt a resolution to Congress to stop funding and arming the Israeli government, which is conducting genocide against the people of Palestine, targeting children, journalists, physicians, families, and destroying homes, farmland, schools, hospitals, and infrastructure. The Israeli government has been doing this for decades. Americans are paying for this mass murder and crimes against humanity. It must stop. Please take action to stop it. And finally, I just also want to comment on the marijuana stores. I really have opposed these from the beginning. Keep marijuana stores out of Monterey.
Hey,
And that is our last speaker, Mr. Mayor. There was someone who raised their hand after you did the cutoff. So
Awesome.
that
Thank you.
we're not calling that on that person.
Thanks, Clementine. All right, with that, we'll go ahead and close general public comment. We'll move on to consent items. Council, do you wish to pull anything? Please.
Two things. Item number 7, if we would pull that for a separate vote, please. And item number 11, if we could pull that with a little bit more of an explanation as an add-on to, I don't need a full presentation, but just an add-on to item number 11.
Okay, so 7 and 11.
7 and 11. Sounds like a great place to stop for coffee.
Anybody else? 6, 7, 11. Anything else? All right, we will take it out for public comment. If you are on Zoom, you can use the raise hand function. In the meantime, I'll check in the chamber. Anybody in the chamber wish to speak on any of our consent items or wish to pull any of the consent items? All right, seeing none in the chamber, we'll go ahead and close it off in the chamber and we'll check with folks on Zoom. I'll do a countdown to 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We have one public speaker on Zoom, so we'll go to that public speaker. We'll give them 3 minutes.
You can go ahead, please.
Yes, this is Nina Beatty. I'd also like to pull 6, 9, 10, 11, and 13. I sent a letter earlier to the City Council about these issues. Do you want me to comment now?
If you're going to comment on those items, you'll hold off until we take those items separately.
Okay.
So
And I'm opposed to compensation on number 7, since that's going to be considered separately.
Yep, that's been pulled. Are you done with your comments?
I will comment on each of these things on the consent agenda that are pulled when it comes to that time.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure I didn't cut you off there. Okay, we'll go ahead and end general public comment, bring it back to the council. It looks like we are entertaining a motion to approve consent with the exception of 6, 7, 9, 11, and 13.
Second.
And 10?
Mhm.
Did I miss that? I apologize.
She said 10 as well.
Okay.
So I will make a motion minus those that were mentioned, and I believe it's 6, 7, 9, 10, 11, and 13 pulled from the consent, and all others, I would say a motion to approve.
Second.
All right, any other discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes unanimously. All right, let's take item number 6. First reading to repeal and replace City Code Chapter 13, Article 3 to adopt updated fire hazard severity zone. Wait, real quick, let me just check. Which ones did you ask to be pulled?
7 and 11.
Right.
Ed, and what did you?
6.
And you asked 6. Did you want to go ahead and express your concern in regards to 6, and then maybe
Sure.
we can focus on that?
I understand it. I don't have concern. I think it's important enough that the public get the benefit of the presentation and some dialogue. And I would appreciate a little bit of information on the AB 38. I haven't had enough time this week to do my own deep dive, but the concerns that Mr. Adam Pinterest mentioned in his letter that came, about 2:30. So maybe a lot of people haven't read it, but that we not add to the state mandates, that we be careful with the language, but that's Chrissy's territory. And I'm going to trust that we will do that to not apply more city mandates when what I think the intent is to inform people that we have the state mandates and that they have disclosure under those. So if you just address those topics for me.
Yeah, well, they're making their way up. I'll just answer the question on the state mandates. There's one area where the city is exerting more control than what the state authorizes, but it's a very simple reason for that. If there's a lot that has a line going through the middle of it and half of it is in one fire hazard zone and the other half is in a different fire hazard zone, we're going to apply the higher level to the entire lot. And so that's an addition that's not included in the state law.
Great, great. And I think Mr. Pinterest was really talking about more layers of confusion. And I saw you nodding in the audience that you knew where this was going to help us with.
Yes, no, thank you. My name is Justin Cooper, Division Chief in charge of fire prevention. Thank you for the opportunity to speak in front of council on this topic. This is a very important topic to my heart, but we are not going to be doing anything different than what the state mandate is for AB 38s. As far as AB 38 reporting goes, that's done through the state website or through our website. Either way, we get notified of the AB 38 on the sale of a house. And in the escrow process, then a defensible space inspector goes to that house and does an inspection per the requirements. And then that inspection is sent to the seller, and that's part of their disclosure to the buyer.
Great.
Yeah. Thank you for that. Any other questions from the council at this time? Yeah, I'm going to try to keep us moving along here because we have a heavy agenda today. So thank you for that quick presentation. I'm going to go ahead and open it up for public comment. So for those that are on Zoom, you can use the raise hand function. In the meantime, I'll check in the chamber. Anybody in the chamber wish to speak on this item? All right, not seeing any takers, so we'll go back to Zoom. I'll do a countdown to 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We have one person, so we'll go ahead and take that speaker and we'll give 3 minutes.
You can go ahead, please.
Yes, this is Nina Beatty. Is this a state requirement? The city has no leeway on this. I'm questioning what the benefit is for property owners. This seems to have more problems and restrictions for property owners and involve damaging nature, essentially. I noticed that CAL FIRE is doing something in Sand City, and I can't even imagine what fire hazard there would exist in Sand City other than industrial uses. So I would appreciate that clarification on whether the city is required to adopt this, in which case, what is the city really adopting? They're forced to adopt this designation. Thank you.
Okay, and with that, we'll go ahead and close public comment and give Cooper another chance to provide a clarification there.
No, thank you for the question. March 10th, the state did come out with the fire hazard severity zone maps for the very high, and moderate fire hazard severity zones. We had 30 days to initiate a forward-facing website that showed what those zones were to the public and take public comment also online through our website. And then we had 120 days from that date to adopt the fire hazard severity zone maps as proposed by the state via ordinance, which is what you see before you tonight in the first readings. Once those maps are adopted, it is state law that we have to adopt those maps. We can't be less stringent than what is before you. We could be more stringent if we wanted to be, but that's not what we're proposing right now. We're proposing to adopt the maps as before you as proposed by the state. All cities have to do it that have any fire hazard severity zones in the local response area. That does include Sand City. We do provide fire protection to them also. And I am also subject to going over there after this meeting to do some same questioning regarding the fire hazard severity zones. So thank you.
Thank you. All right, we'll bring it back to the council for motion and deliberation.
Okay.
Please. Councilor Rush.
Question?
Yeah, please.
Captain. So the setback zones of 5 feet and 30 feet, that's a whole different topic and a whole different implementation.
So currently, what you're referring to is the zone 0, zone 1, and zone 2 are not in the fire hazard severity zones yet. It's proposed by the state that those will take effect most likely in January. We are currently going out in the public with our defensible space inspectors, and we are interacting with homeowners, talking to them about what home hardening looks like. Every parcel in Monterey is required to have defensible space. And they are doing that as part of their defensible space inspections, which has happened yearly for as long as I've been in the fire department here.
Great. Thank you.
All right, motion.
Motion to approve item 6.
Any a second?
Second.
All right, any other discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes unanimously. Move on to item number 7, second reading of an ordinance including findings demonstrating need to increase compensation for mayor and city council members effective January 1, 2027. And I'll pass it to you, Ed, if you have any questions or you're just wanting to register your no vote, however you want to handle this.
Yeah, two things. I'll just make one last appeal to the council to consider not acting on this for the same reasons I said last time. And again, tonight, we're going to be looking at substantial financial considerations for the next 5, 10, 15, 20, 30 years. So I am just compelled to say that I don't think it's justified and we should pass on a raise for the city council. So I will register a no vote.
Okay. Any questions from the council at this time on this item?
I want to make sure I register a no vote also.
Okay. All right. Any questions? All right. We'll take it out to the public. For folks on Zoom, you can use the raise hand function. In the meantime, I'll check with folks in the chamber. Anybody in the chamber wish to speak on this item? All right. Seeing none, we'll check back in with folks on Zoom. We'll do a countdown to 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And we have one speaker. We'll go ahead and take that speaker and give them 3 minutes.
You can go ahead, please.
This is Nina Beatty from the public, and I also would like to ask you to vote no on this. Thank you.
All right. With that, we'll go ahead and close public comment, bring it back to the council for motion and deliberation.
Motion to accept item number 7.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Any discussion? All right. I'm just going to make a quick comment in regards to Councilmember Smith's remarks. 15, 25, 30 years in relation to these topics that we're talking about. We need to make sure that we create opportunities for diverse members within our population, as I articulated in our past 2 council meetings as it relates to this item. This is the right thing to do to make sure that we create opportunities for everybody of all diverse backgrounds, including folks that maybe not come from financially wealthy backgrounds that might struggle to serve because of the expectations associated with the role. So this isn't about us. This is about creating a process so that we have a set of folks that can run for office and know that they can try to find a way to make it financially pencil out for them. Please.
So I don't disagree with the process. I think process is fine. I think the timing is important. Given that we just had the first substantial increase that went, I think, from mid 400s to 950 for city council member. That just happened 18 months ago, I think it was. So it's just about the timing. And I acknowledge that at some point in the future, if it's 2 years, 3 years, 4 years, 5 years, there will be a time that we need to be able to make sure that we are in alignment for an appropriate compensation, for a stipend for future city council members. But it's just incongruent to do it now when we are facing substantial decisions that are financial in relationship. I just think it's like getting way ahead of the priority in terms of compensation for council members. And I would just say, I don't think any of us are substantially rich or wealthy, and we all come from different backgrounds. That's for everybody to individually decide and be motivated. But we have a very diverse council. And I hope in the future we will also have a very diverse council. And I think the monetary stipend and the motivation for someone to run for city council isn't necessarily so tied to whether it's $100 more or whether it's $200 more from where we are. I think our compensation is very adequate and generous with the insurance being included and a stipend. And we all are repaid for some of our time on our boards that we serve on. And we also get an occasional conference here and there. And we don't really work that much for the compensation. So I don't see where we need a justification of an increased compensation now. And I don't think it's a distraction for attracting those future council members that are going to want to run. I don't think adding another $100 to the stipend is going to be the decision maker for people to come out and say, oh, now I want to run. I wouldn't have run last year because it was only $950, but now that it's $1,075, now I'm going to run. I don't think that's going to open up the floodgates for recruitment of future council members. So with that, I've said enough. It's obvious I'm going to lose the vote. And Gene and I are on the different philosophy of where we should put our priorities and highlight. And I just right now don't want to highlight that I'm asking for a raise. I'm not. And we've got heavy decisions the coming weeks that will apply to 3, 5, 10, 15 years. But I'm not saying hold off on a raise for that long. I'm just saying to execute the process that's within our choice. I think now is the wrong time to do that. In the future, there will be another time to do that. It's just not now.
Please.
Personally, this is not happening now. This is happening in 2027. We are in 2025, just so we're clear. And secondly, you just said it yourself. It's $100. It's $100. That's not going to make or break what we're talking about tonight, or even going further. It's about putting in the process and the system so it can already be aligned, and it's not something we have to wait 25 years to do.
Anybody on this side?
I'll just add, because, you know, the word Gene is used, and it's more than Gene. It's more than what I think, because I ask my constituents how they feel about these different topics, and they reply to me, and they are not in support of me getting a raise, and they aren't in support of increasing our expenditures to the council. They are not in favor of international travel. And there was one letter in support and many comments against that. So we are going to be asking everyone to probably give up something as we deal with this budget issue. And I want to set an example, and I want to be part of the effort to give and to put Monterey first. And I think we are an example. I'm stunned at the amount of social media comments against all the raises going on in the community with different councils. And I'm going to listen. They want me to say no. So it's a no.
Yeah.
So,
Mayor,
hold on 1 second.
Yeah,
Did
go
you
ahead.
want to jump in? All right, I'm going to close this out because we need to move on with this topic.
I want to make sure there's a correct factual statement.
Okay, I think the right thing to do to take care of Monterey is making the tough decisions and not always trying to appeal to the loudest voice in the room. Yes, we need to listen to our constituents that we represent. In so doing, we also are managing an organization with a lot of layers and complexity. And as opposed to doing what we did 2 years ago in our increases in the city waiting 2 decades, over 2 decades to actually increase, that's what we should avoid doing. We shouldn't wait long periods of time to do the increases. To me, it's similar to my function on Monterey One Water, or any of us that play a role on a public agency that pays that charges a rate to ratepayers. When you actually in the city of Monterey with our sewage, when was the last time we increased that? And so when we see these dramatic increases, that's when I think people get alarmed and concerned. We should allow things to flow, I think, naturally to keep pace with inflation. If there is an economic crisis, I think that's a very valid reason to take a pause. We're not in an economic crisis right now. We have some financial issues that we need to take care of. And to the point that you made, this is going to last for several decades. This isn't a blimp in time issue. This is a long-term issue. We didn't get here overnight. We're not going to solve it overnight. It's going to take a while to get through this. And I think we will get through this. This item is not going to do anything towards us solving the conversation that we're going to have tonight. So with that, I'm going to support it. I'm going to go ahead and call for the vote. All those in favor? Aye. All those opposed?
No.
No.
Okay. That move on to item number 10. And who? No, that was 9. Thank you. Who was 9? 9 was Nina. Okay, so let's go ahead and do like a 1 minute. Sorry, let me read the item. Authorized professional services agreement with CTC Media Group for not to exceed amount of $200,000 to provide engineering services to evaluate and process permit applications for the construction of and modification of wireless facilities.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The city's wireless ordinance requires us to review wireless permit applications. This firm, CDC Media Group, was selected out of a pool of 2 firms that submitted proposals. The firm will provide expertise in engineering services, for instance, radio frequency reports, which will allow us to evaluate and process permit applications for the construction and modification of wireless facilities.
Thanks, Hans. Any questions by the council? Questions? All right, we'll take it out to the public. Folks on Zoom, you can use the raise hand function. Anybody in the chamber wish to speak on this item? All right, seeing none, we'll do a countdown for folks on Zoom to 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And we have 1 speaker. We'll go ahead and take that caller for 3 minutes.
You can go ahead, please.
Yes, this is Nina Beatty again. CTC is the same company that claimed there was no coverage for Verizon when it had its 2017 to 2018 applications, but then had to admit there was coverage. And that was due to members of the public who conducted drive tests and testified of their coverage, and also reviewed CTC's own raw data. The big reason is that CTC has a bias and a conflict of interest. It builds wireless networks. It's not going to go against its business or its business model or its colleagues. So I don't see how the city can have any confidence in CTC results. The city may have to cast a wider net to get companies that are not affiliated with wireless companies or with building wireless networks. But I don't see any ability to have confidence in their input if that's what their focus is, or one of their focuses in their business. Thank you.
Okay, with that, we'll go ahead and close public comment, bring it back to the council for a motion and deliberation. Any comments? A motion?
So moved.
Second.
All right, any other discussion? All right, all those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes unanimously. Moving on to item number 10, authorized professional services agreement with Rincon Consultants for not to exceed amount of $200,000 to provide on-call planning services to evaluate and process permit applications for wireless facilities.
Mr. Mayor, same process. RFP was issued. We received a response only from 1 firm. They will provide us with planning services for wireless facilities here in our city, and will review our applications, also a contract up to $200,000.
Okay. Did I ask questions already from the council? Questions from the council? Public comment. Folks on Zoom, you can use the raise hand function. Anybody in the chamber? All right, I'll do a countdown for folks on Zoom to 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. 1 on Zoom. We'll go ahead and take that caller.
You can go ahead, please.
This is Nina Beatty. And this is one of the reasons why I said no on council payments, is because these sorts of issues are critical to the health and well-being of the city. And when these decisions are rubber stamped instead of being critically evaluated, there's a problem. And Rincon Consultants, staff told the council originally it wanted to hire Rincon to handle an anticipated flood of small cell tower applications. But the flood never happened. And then city staff then gave Rincon all the regular cell tower applications to process, to write up, to evaluate, and to report on at city meetings. This was not part of the original deal. Everything had been done in-house prior to that. And that's what I would like the council to go back to, is processing these applications in-house and stop using Rincon. Every time they've done a report, a presentation that I've been involved with, there have been substantial and serious errors, some of them ridiculous statements, which I've documented for the city over and over again. And there's always been a bias toward the applicants. City staff has ignored these problems and continues to use Rincon. And now again, Rincon's contract is up for renewal. And I'm asking the city council to stop processing these out of house and stop using Rincon and bring these back in-house to be processed as they were before. That's it.
Right, with that, we'll go ahead and close public comment. Bring it back to the council for motion and deliberation.
I think Nina's right. I'd like it in-house.
I got a question of staff.
Please.
So I understand that as the processing of applications come in, we get a better sense of what the work will be with the number of applicants we may have. Does the city staff have the capacity? Because I know that we have of engineers. I'd like to know what the city's assessment is, city manager assessment is of the capacity to be able to do this in-house. And what would we give up if we did it in-house?
We need to change the wireless ordinance if you like to do it in-house. The wireless ordinance is a very cumbersome piece of work that we arrived at that after hundreds of meetings, hundreds of hours of probably 36 meetings or so with the community that prescribed an absolute cumbersome process within a short amount of time. In-house, we are not capable to comply with the requirements of the ordinance to have a technical review parallel the review that Rincon will do and be timely. And so then with that, not fall under the exception that if we are not timely responding to them, then the wireless facilities are approved by default. So staff is not capable to fulfill the requirements of the ordinance. And when the ordinance was approved, we told council clearly that we need to hire outside help to process that. So in the current configuration with staff, we don't have technical expertise to run, for instance, frequency reports. No one on our city staff is capable to do that. We have to rely on consultants. And I understand this is unfortunate. However, hiring somebody who can read frequency reports on city staff, that happens maybe once or twice a year if we get so many applications per year, is probably not a cost-efficient way of dealing with that. So two things, again, take away. We don't have staffing for that. And number two, what the public and council imposed or as an ordinance is in itself time prohibitive with respect to allowing staff to go through a process there without external help. I think I explained it correct. Is Kim still in the audience? Yes. Okay. And if I said anything wrong, correct me afterwards.
Anything else from?
No, I understand that it's about the capacity, and if we didn't consult out and have the ability to be able to quickly move to that for the timeline, even if we hired someone to be able to be in-house to have that specific technology ability, we would probably spend more maintaining that employee. And what else would we give them? And where would they be assigned? And, we would wind up having one more person in our city payroll. So in some cases, I think it's actually cheaper in the long run to have a consultant.
It'll be interesting to watch.
Sorry, real quick. Let me just check in. Dr. Weber, did you have anything? Yeah. And I just wanted to provide, just for sake of awareness, I try to loop around, make sure everybody gets a chance, and then I'll do another loop if we need to.
It'll be.
Sorry. Sorry, let me just add some flavor to this, and then I'll pass it your way. I agree. I think that for items 9 through 13, if I'm looking at the numbers correctly, there's something generally true to be said about looking at in-house. This one, maybe out of all of them, maybe there's, and maybe the previous one, there's maybe some specific expertise associated with them and the level of frequency, perhaps. It's hard for me to believe that we can't find something else for this person to do outside of doing this task. But I'm a big proponent of, if it's something that we do regular reoccurring within our jurisdiction, that our priority should be hiring a staff person to conduct that work with full benefits associated with that. They know our community, they're local. And if we need to update policies to make it work better, then let's have that discussion. All that being said, we have these items in front of us, and I know right now we need the work to be conducted, and there's no way that we're going to ramp this up in this time frame. So I'm in support of moving these items forward, but I do think we need to take a little bit more of a critical eye in regards to contracting out all this work when number 9 is 200,000, number 10 is 200,000, 11 is $1 million, 12 is 200,000, 13 is 500,000. So that's 2.1, if my math is correct, 2.2, somewhere around there, $1 million. I just wonder how we can add to our staff to help fulfill some of these requirements.
Yeah, so if I may just further elaborate, it's $200,000 only if we have some application coming forward. And I don't think we had any applications over the last, 2 or 3 years or so. Yeah. Hardly any application. So how many did we have? So it's based, again, my point is it's based on projects that come forward, and then we get reimbursed from the project applicant for the cost of the consultant. So I just want to tell the council, staff resource is always there. But if you don't have the project work, if you don't have the project funding, the staff resource is always there, but you don't get the reimbursement for that.
Yeah, and I'll just add to that. Hans is exactly right. I would say over the last year, we probably received about 6 to 7 wireless applications, but Hans is correct. We only use these contracts in the event that projects come in. The amounts that were just noted, those are not to exceed amounts. So Hans is exactly correct. The vast majority of the work performed under these contracts, there's pass-through agreements. Those costs are passed on to the applicant and are recaptured either in fees or developer deposits. So it's not used unless it's needed. And then if it is needed, then vast majority are either recouped in deposits or grant funding.
Thank you. I would just reiterate that I think we just need to do an assessment. I'm not saying that it's absolute that we need to hire somebody to do specific work. I think it just needs to be a little bit more thoroughly vetted and discussed in regards to where are we contracting out and doing things in-house. And even though we may not end up spending it all, it's a not to exceed amount, we're still allocating that in our budget. So that's eating up, we're not allocating in our budget. Do you want to describe what that means then? Because
it authorizes us to spend up to that money if we have project application coming in and we have a fund to pay out of it, out of the development fee and the impact fee. So the planning director, I'm sorry, Mr. May, the finance sector is not putting $9 million, for instance, in the budget for the 9 planning firms.
But how are we saying that we're going to authorize up to a certain amount if it ends up getting there and you see what I'm saying? Like if we say that we're going to authorize $200,000 for this and we make an assumption that we're not going to hit the $200,000, but we end up actually hitting it and going over budget because of that.
No,
I guess I'm a little bit, it's more of a rhetorical question. I don't want this conversation to go on and on.
Okay,
I'm just making my point. I think we need to be a little bit more thorough in reviewing what we're contracting out for. So I'll go to Jean and then I see Ed wants to jump in as well.
So 2 things. I appreciate your eloquent comments because I have a sense of, are we vulnerable the more we're outsourcing all this? And are we losing some self-reliance? And are we, to Nina's point, rubber stamping and losing the particular flavor of our town and what our needs are? And someday I think we might have a deep dive on that, which I think is what, Mayor, you might be suggesting. The second point, I think it'll be interesting to watch Carmel march their wireless ordinance forward. They did it the way most of us really wanted to do it, but didn't have the money. And it's now before the Coastal Commission. And it's maybe when they get done and they get authorized and it's all vetted, we can look again and completely imitate them and learn from them and have a better ordinance.
Thank you.
Ed?
Yeah, so I think one element that hasn't been mentioned is that if there's expenditures by the city for one of these vendors, those are expenditures that this council approve when it comes back to us on a staff report for the expenditure. So although it's not in a budget form of $9 million set away, this council is approving the expenditure. So I think that that's the level of it's the budget process, and it's also the ebb and flow of how expenditures are approved by the council for projects that are managed with city staff, but the deep dive and execution of the nuts and bolts is done for permitting and for, as an example, the wireless application. When the city doesn't have the capacity, it keeps up with the timelines of things that are coming. And I think that's the important part, because then there's people at a counter that are making an application. Maybe it's building permits, and maybe it's a commercial building that's a little bit more complicated, but everything has a way of having timelines that are impacting economic development, the timeline of the execution of the public doing the project. And so if we don't have the capacity to do these things and we hold folks up, then that really hurts us. So, I mean, that's the way I've always learned, is that we see a lot of detail that come back to us when we're approving the budgets. And so I feel comfortable, because I know that we need to have a whole bunch of vendors on standby, but it doesn't mean that that money is going to be spent. And if it is, as it's been said, it's coming back to us in reimbursement, back from the permit, back from the cost, back from the developmental cost or the application fee. So it's not necessarily money that's coming from the direct fiscal side of the house.
I just wonder.
And that's all I have.
And I just wonder too, what does the cost of those services look like if we hire somebody in-house? Does that change? It's, again, a rhetorical question. I'm not trying to dive into a deeper conversation, but I'm leaning into the value of, and Gene nailed it, it's this idea of knowing what, you know, our community wants and needs, and having that local flavor to how we're evaluating things, and just losing that sense of control a little bit with consultants. And I think that it's just a broader conversation that I have concern with, but for the reasons that you've identified, and I support it, because I know that we need it moving forward. So with that, I'm going to go ahead and make a motion to approve.
And I'm going to second.
All right. Any other discussion? All right. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed?
No.
All right. Motion passes 4-1. What number are we on?
11.
Thank you. All right. Authorized professional services agreement with Denise Duffy and Associates, Dudek Diet and Batia, Urban and Regional Planners, EMC Planning Group, Rincon Consultants, Placeworks, Economic and Planning Systems, Cosma and Associates, and BAE Urban Economics for a not to exceed amount of $1 million for each for on-call planning, economic and environmental services. And so, Ed, I think you pulled this one, so I just wanted to start with you.
Yeah, and I think this is really easy because of the other conversations we've had. Really, it's in keeping with the same concept. That the reason I wanted to pull 11 is I got a lot of emails and phone calls and conversations that I think we're misunderstanding the premise of this. And I think staff needs to state this again for this one as well, that this is not, when you total them all up, I think it's 9. It would look like it's 9 million. But it's not really, as we've heard from staff, is that the majority of that money is reimbursed through the applicant, through the permit, and the work is being done, but it's billable where we're able to recapture and pay that vendor for that work. So I think it's already been said, but I just wanted to highlight, the reason I wanted to pull this is so that the public understands this is not a $9 million budget. This is vendors that are on contract. They've gone through an RFP process. They have been selected in a competitive bid to be a vendor and an on-call, that they're used as needed. And it's not a $9 million budget. hidden among the finance. So staff, if you can add anything else to that, that's the only reason I pulled it. And I wanted to make sure the public heard that.
That is correct. And the cost, if costs are incurred, will be recovered either through the developer cost or through a corresponding city project, CIP or NCIP projects. For instance, for an archaeological review of a CIP or NCIP project, we don't have an archaeologist on staff.
Right.
And I don't think council wants to hire an archaeologist for those projects as a staff member. So we would use Rincon or Dudek or somebody else who has those capacities. So it will help our city's planning team to use the specialized planning firm to support us in different projects. And again, the costs are either recovered through the developer cost or recovered through the CIP or NCIP cost for those specialties where we need those additional planning help.
And I just want to point out today, to prepare an environmental impact report, there's about 15 to 20 specialties working on that document. You'll have Avid Hotel. We had a noise consultant. You have archaeologists. You have all sorts of technical expertise because they have to be able to write those sections of the document. I would never recommend that we hire those specialties in-house to supplement our staff.
Thank you.
Yeah. And the other thing I would add is any of the work that's happening is managed by the city manager and his various directors in the work plan. So I think that would be one place as a council future workshop, is that we do a deep dive on the work plans, because I think that's the fundamental piece of how our city operates with the task, and whether they have the time, can they get it on the calendar? Do they have the capacity? Do they have the people? So it all looks to the work plan. And I think that's an important conversation for the council in the future.
Absolutely. Any other questions at this point from the council? All right, let's take it out to the public. Anybody on Zoom can use the raise hand function. In the meantime, I'll check in the chamber. Anybody in the chamber wish to speak on this item? Seeing none, we will go back to Zoom and I'll do a countdown to 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We have 2. So we'll go ahead and take those 2 callers and we'll give them 3 minutes each.
Go ahead, please.
Yes, I have a number of questions. This is Nina Beatty. It didn't sound to me, I didn't hear that the costs for in-house work are recouped adequately, and why, if so, if that's true, why not? This is not 200,000, 500,000. This is $1 million per vendor. That is a lot of planning work that's planned for spanning all kinds of specialties. And so what's the reason for this mass contract, if you will? It appears to be outsourcing of city planning work to me on this scale. I also want to know why this is on the consent agenda. It's not routine. This is a huge amount of potential money that's out there. And the issue is too about these firms that must be vetted for problems. I know of several of them. Rincon, I've told you about already. Dudek created an unworkable and damaging fire plan. That still has not been addressed. BAE is a huge international company, war contractor. It doesn't have the understanding of the small community and has a substantial conflict of interest. Denise Duffy was involved with Monterey's military compatible use study, which had many problems and gaps. It had a lack of transparency with the process that violated the RFP requirements. EMC was fired by the city of Fairfax. Yet Mbatia work has been subject of lawsuits in Marin and Sonoma County and caused problems in Fairfax. And I sent you one article, and there have been others I found. And what about the other companies that I didn't even have time to research? Monterey staff choices for consultants have often resulted in major problems, including the telecom consultants. Tetra Tech, the company that the staff wanted for the military compatible use study several years ago, was being sued for falsifying soil samples at Hunters Point. The council wisely said no after I pointed this out, but the second company the council hired had other problems which were ignored. And this speaks very poorly of the city, its judgment, and the firms it hires. So these firms all need to be vetted, not thrown into a consent agenda where you have little time to go through each of them and say, would this be a good fit for the city of Monterey? And again, this is a huge amount of potential contract. So what is going on here? Is this, is the city outsourcing, intending to outsource its planning services? That's all the questions I have for now. Thank you.
Okay, with that, go ahead and close public comment, bring it. Oh, I'm sorry. There was a second one. I apologize.
Laura, you can go ahead.
Yeah, hey Tyler, don't cut me off just yet. Hey, so I have this whole spiel and now I'm not going to get to do it because I do appreciate a lot of the conversation that's gone on because just off the cuff reading this, it does look like up to $1 million per firm, 9 firms, that's $9 million per year, up to 4 years of extensions that are automatic. That's potentially $36 million public money, which is what it really looks like. And then how much do we really get back? And a little bit, this is in my wheelhouse. I spent a lot of time reviewing, writing, editing environmental documents, and I'm very aware of all of these firms. And I'll tell you, most of the time, a lot of the things I'm reviewing are a bunch of crap it's cut and paste from other documents. They have other areas that aren't even the area that they're supposed to be writing about. And in my job, I end up doing everything. I don't have an assistant. I don't have extra people. I don't get to outsource. If they give me a job and they task me with something, I end up having to do it and figure out how to do it. I just kind of want to, just put this out there about, times are changing and maybe we need to approach things differently with changing times. And we do have some pretty heavily paid staff, planning staff. I just think they're all smarter than we give them credit for, and maybe they could be doing these things. And I also want to point out that Andrea Rennie tonight demonstrated that her entire presentation was AI generated. AI is a great tool that just very well might replace being able to answer a lot of questions. It can draft reports. It can generate visualizations, even for our area, for an endless range of topics, including what these outside consultants would provide. So I just like to throw that out there as a food for thought, as a way that we seek to find more funding available for substantial infrastructure repairs and needs and other budget shortfalls that we have. So I think we might start looking in-house to generate some of these things rather than needing to go outside. So anyway, thanks for considering my comments and listening.
Thank you for your comments. With that, we'll go ahead and close public comment, bring it back to the council for a motion and deliberation.
Make a motion to approve item number 11.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Any discussion?
I just want to thank the speakers. You've given us a lot to think about. I'm concerned about our whole process and feeling vulnerable about the outsourcing. And we're listening. I am going to support the motion, but you're teaching us a lot, and there's a lot going on in our minds. And thank you.
Thank you. And I agree. I'm just going to throw out some thoughts, feedback from public comments, but also just thinking about this more. One thing we may want to think about, consider is, I've talked about this as it relates to public safety, but it could relate to this area as well. Why aren't we thinking about this from a regional collaboration perspective? If, let's say, the county or the city of Monterey staffed the person and contracted that person out with neighboring jurisdictions, it's a public employee that can be on the ground in the region that has a better feel for this. Just throwing that out as a potential opportunity for some of these tasks. One thing that I think might be helpful as far as being a little bit more transparent in regards to what things are we going out to contractors for, is maybe we have a pre-approved list of those roles, whether it be architectural review or whatever that might be. Maybe it's a defined list that we as a community can have that conversation around when it is and is not appropriate to consult out. One other thing is I think it would be helpful to have more information in the agenda report. It would be great to see like the criteria that are used for the selection process. What is the scoring? I think just having more information just helps with transparency. And I can't remember who said this in the public comment, but the idea of staff capacity, I fully acknowledge. I get that staff is at its limit. And that's kind of why I'm offering to say, like, if we bring additional folks on, from the housing person, I recognize that we have a huge influx of housing requirement on us with this housing cycle. And right now, we're probably not seeing a huge uptick because of the water barrier. But perhaps that burden gets lifted over the next few months to a year time frame. So we don't know what the future of that looks like. But if that does happen next year, rest assured, we're going to see a lot more of an uptick in demand in our housing community development department. So my point is that I know and I recognize that there's a heavy burden right now on our staff. So to say that we're just going to add these tasks to our current staff capacity is just unrealistic. But how do we appropriately staff the needs internally to the extent that we can? And then the idea of AI, I think our staff, that was not a specific task related to the functional requirements associated with the Public Works Department. So to kind of associate that with the work that's done, I'm sure our staff is looking into the opportunities where AI exists, and I'm sure we're going to find our battle rhythm as it associates with that. But everybody's busy, everybody's doing stuff, and I don't want to undermine the hard work that our staff is doing by saying, let's just use technology and think that's going to solve all our problems. As a public servant myself, I can't just use AI and trust it. We can't stick requirements into AI and think it's going to produce a solid document that nobody has to review and make sure that all the T's are crossed and I's are dotted. We're going to do what we can to manage public dollars to the best way possible. With that, there's a motion and a second. I'm going to go ahead and call for the vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes unanimously. And I think all we have left from the consent is 13.
Yes.
Correct.
All right. 13 is, if I can navigate my way there, authorized professional service agreement with CSG Consultants, Four Leaf, TRB and Associates, and Bureau Veritas North America for a not to exceed amount of $500,000 each to provide on-call building inspector, permit technician, and plan check services. I don't think we need a presentation. I'm going to go ahead and just bring it out for public comment. Folks on Zoom, use the raise hand. Anybody in the chamber? Not seeing any. I'll do a countdown for folks on Zoom to 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We have one on Zoom. Go ahead and give them 3 minutes.
You can go ahead, please.
Okay. Yes, this is Nina Beatty. So this is more outsourcing. This is, we have building inspectors, and there's no explanation of, I'm assuming that this is Monterey expecting a huge building boom? I don't know how many inspectors you have on staff right now, but what is what's the justification for this? Or are you going to be letting go the building inspectors you have on staff? That's all I have to comment on this.
Okay, we'll go ahead and close public comment, bring it back. I'm gonna go ahead and make a motion to approve. Is there a second?
Second.
It's been moved and seconded, and I'll just say, I think it's been reiterated enough, but I'm just gonna make sure it's clear. We have staff doing this work. If there's additional capacity that's needed, we will exercise the contracts that we have only to the extent that it's needed. So just providing clarity on that. Any other comments from the council? Please.
Maybe staff knows the Bureau Veritas North America. Is it related to Veritas energy, battery storage? Is there any connection? Do we know?
I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know. Do you know, Lori? No.
Okay. Just looking at their services, I think I think we've used this company before, haven't we? City manager? For plans checks and
Yes, we did.
yeah.
And I just want to add, plan check, for instance, we do not have a plan checker, and we ran through different recruitments for that. So we go and we ask consulting or outsourced companies to complement staffing because we don't have plan checkers being able to fill the positions.
Yeah, so I don't have anything else other than to say that, I had a conversation with a building inspector when they were inspecting the Mural Gardens project a few years back with the differences between inspection demands of a residential property to a medical facility. So just the technical aspects, the amount of time, it's pretty amazing what the state requires in the building codes now. So I can understand the necessity to have the augmented services contract of this one particular company. So, I'm just going to support it.
Thank you very much. Anybody else? Caught a question? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes unanimously. And we are done with consent. Woo! We did it. I think that was the longest, consent, non-consent, no longer on consent discussion that I've had on the council since I've been here. It's a record. We should be proud of ourselves tonight. Yeah. All right.
And then there's more.
Thank you. And with that, we've lost somebody here. All right. Public hearing items number 18 is to receive a report on compliance with Assembly Bill 2561. It's going to pass to staff for the
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Hopefully we can have a truncated version. I'm sure it was already truncated, but
The next 30 minutes will be presented by Brett Moore.
no, I'm going to table this one.
Assembly Bill 2561 is a new bill. This is a new reporting requirements. Can we get the thing off, please, on the screen?
Yeah.
And the HR Director, Brett Neal, will present her very first report about AB 25/6 vacancy rates.
Yeah, and I wanted to say tonight we're having issues with Zoom and where there's sometimes black boxes that show up, and we're trying to figure out why that's happening for the first time using our new Zoom software.
Yep.
So if you see that, my apologies, and we're going to figure it out for next meeting.
And apologies to everyone. We're seeing it here in the chamber as well. So for folks at home on Zoom, it's not just your computer. We'll try to figure it out after the afternoon session and see if we can get it fixed for this evening. So apologies for the technical issues. With that, pass to Brett.
Okay. Good evening, Council, Mayor. I will do a very brief presentation on AB 2561. This became effective in 2025. And it requires that public agencies hold a public hearing to discuss the status of job vacancies prior to the adoption of the budget. One of the requirements is that the vacancy rate in each bargaining unit is below 20%, then our requirement is that we would present information on job vacancies. We would talk about our recruitment and retention efforts, and we would also identify if there are any City of Monterey policies, procedures, or our recruitment activities that may present obstacles in hiring. There are additional reporting obligations if the vacancy rate in a bargaining unit is at or above 20%. We don't have that situation here, so we're not going to present all those additional facts there. Next slide. Okay, a little bit of information about our bargaining units. We have the general employees of Monterey bargaining unit. Those are the professionals, paraprofessionals, technical, clerical, our maintenance positions, and regular part-time classifications. Their vacancy rate, as you can see over on the right, is 11.61. We have our Management Employees Association. Those are our division heads, and those do not include our safety division heads. Their vacancy rate is at 17.54%. We have our Monterey Fire Chief Officers Association. And I skipped one, but I'll go back. Those are for the assistant fire chiefs and the division chiefs. There's no vacancies there. I'm going to go up one to our Monterey Executive Management Employees Association. Those are your department heads. There's no vacancies there. And we have our police, which are Monterey Police Association. Those are sergeants and officers. The vacancy rate there is 14%. And lastly, we have our Police Lieutenant Management Association. Those are our assistant police chief and our police lieutenants, and they don't have any vacancies. So none of our bargaining groups are at or above 20%. We have, of the vacancies that we have now, we have about 32 positions in different phases of the recruitment cycle. We have 7 that are upcoming. They're in the pipeline to be posted and be active. And then there are about 16 vacancies that have not reached us yet in the recruitment cycle. So they're on the on our vacancy report, but we don't have recruitments for them yet. Okay. And to talk a little bit about what some of our recruitment and retention efforts have been, or are rather. So recruitment, we have job advertising. We advertise on governmentjobs.com, our website. We do our social media platforms. We have LinkedIn and Instagram. We also do community outreach. So that might be some organizations such as the Department of Rehabilitation, NAACP, the Veterans Treatment Center, et cetera, and more along those lines. We also do targeted outreach and community engagement. That would include, we advertise on some niche job boards, for instance, American Public Works Association or the American Library Association or the Monterey County Bar Association. We work with the hiring department head, and usually they have their memberships and they let us know where we can find some specific people. So we do that as well. We also have done direct mail campaigns, and we also participate in career and job fairs. Some of our other efforts are some of our strategic hiring tools. We offer cash incentives for difficult to fill positions, such as in our engineering division and with our police department. And we also we have a training out for internal promotion on how to retrain our talent from within. I'm sorry. Can you go? Yeah, thank you. Yeah, stay on that slide. Some of our retention efforts, I'm sorry, I skipped that. Some of our retention efforts are we have completed a wage study and we've done some implementations there. We have competitive medical, dental, vision. We offer cash incentives, again, kind of on a retention, again, in our engineering and police departments. We offer excellent education and career development. Some ideas there. We have up to $2,000 for tuition reimbursement. We offer an education incentive premium pay. We also have several staff development trainings. We have wellness and work-life balance as part of our retention. You get resident rates for any recreation programs here. Get a free fitness pass to the Monterey Sports Center. We also offer flexible work schedules and remote options. Thank you. And so for obstacles that we have identified within our recruitment process, some of the challenges, it's lengthy. There's a lot of steps there. Some of the things we're working on is we're partnering with departments to increase efficiency. So we will run recruitments on a continuous basis instead of open and closing and open and closing. They just keep running. Those departments will hold oral board exams every month on time, just no matter how many people they have, it just to keep it moving. We've also implemented where if we have a small applicant pool, bypassing like an oral board and going straight to a meeting with the department head, so you can eliminate that chunk of time there as well. Our our pre-employment process can be an obstacle. Some of those challenges are background or life scan, scheduling delays there, and also our pre-employment physicals. We have challenges with our getting people in to get those scheduled. Some of the things we're doing is we've been contracting out with new medical providers for physicals, actively looking for other areas. And we also offer candidates the ability to do their live scan in their hometown instead of trying to schedule when they can come here. So Mayor, council members, this concludes my presentation. And if you have any questions.
Thanks, Brett. Open it up for council for questions. Please, Dr. Barber.
Just real, quick question. I noticed at the bottom, it showed new hires fiscal year was 71.
Yeah, so thank you. On this current fiscal year, so far, we've hired 70. That's hires and promotions to 70.
Okay, hires and promotions.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Anybody else? The list of organizations that you reach out to within the specific departments, you had mentioned that you work with the department heads on what those associations are that they work with. When a new department head comes in, how is that knowledge passed along? Is there a process in place to ensure that for our recruitment methodologies within each department that there's not a loss when we lose a department head?
Right. So we keep the files. So we have the information. So when we get ready to open the recruitment in the department, regardless of the department head, we do a recruitment plan. So we meet with the department head before we even open the recruitment, and we walk through all where we're going to advertise. We would be able to present information. This is what worked last time, or this is where we advertised last time. We talk about if we're going to do testing. So we work out this whole plan, manage expectations, how long we think it'll take, when we can fill. And that's when all that information would come out. We have the information from the previous recruitment, and it would be a dialogue at that time and sharing of information.
Just to throw something out, let's say Karen just got us associated with a new association. It was never used before. She leaves. This is in a file somewhere that's accessible for the new.
We do have a file where we have a list of all of our memberships, who owns that membership. And so we can definitely ask Karen that on her exit interview if she has any membership.
Make sure there's a process in place to make sure we don't lose those connections, because I know that when we hear that we're having issues with recruiting positions, what is that strategic piece work that's done to be more intentional around the groups that we're reaching out to? And I'm just putting my recruitment hat on from my recruitment days. It's just important to make sure that we don't lose that strategic effort that's been spent there. So just kind of throwing that out. And then the 16, I think it was, vacancies that has had no action. I think that number was correct. Was it 16?
It's 16. I don't want to say no action. I'm just specifying that they haven't reached HR to begin recruitment. They could be conversations within the department. It could be conversations with their city manager. There may be discussions on, how they're going to, if there's any organizational changes they want to do. It just hasn't reached us yet. So I don't want to imply that nothing's happening with them. It's just not in HR's hand. It's not with us right now to go open a recruitment.
Okay. All right. That's it for now.
Okay.
Trying to stick to questions and not make a dialogue. Okay.
Okay.
I'm going to take it out to the public. Thank you, Brett, again for the presentation. Folks on Zoom, if you want to use the raise hand function, we already have some takers in the chamber, but anybody else other than the two that are standing to the left of the lectern? All right. I'm going to do a countdown for folks on Zoom to 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We have nobody on Zoom, so we'll go ahead and start in the chamber. Oh, it's like a team effort.
Yeah.
I like it.
We're a team.
I like it.
Hi, my name is Laura Pratt. I'm vice chair of GEM, which is the General Employees of Monterey, your largest bargaining unit, about half the city employees. And bear with me, this is a little bit of a presentation because we were told that we were allowed to do a presentation rather than just the 3 minutes. So, okay. First of all, I'd like to just start by saying thanks to the earlier comments by the council, most of the council, regarding the need for hiring more staff and doing more things in-house versus contracting out. We really appreciate that. Something we've been trying to get going for years. So thank you for those comments. Okay, so this presentation is being made in accordance with the Myers-Milius-Brown Act. Start here. Okay, sorry. We're gonna, okay, sorry. We're gonna scoot down. Good. Okay. GEM recently requested a list from the city of the currently vacant positions. While the total vacancy rate is below 20%, it is nevertheless concerning that there were 31 vacant full-time GEM positions as of May 1st, 2025. Excuse me. These positions include critically important positions like the auto mechanics, which are needed to keep fire engines and police cruisers on the road, an engineering technician, 2 electricians, multiple maintenance worker positions in parks, and other essential city positions. Many of these positions would represent a promotional opportunity for city employees. Of particular concern to GEM is that many of these positions have sat vacant for extended periods of time without the city even attempting to open a recruitment for them. This includes an auto mechanic position that was added to the budget beginning in fiscal year 2024 that the city never opened a recruitment for. This position was explicitly added to address the dire need to keep fire vehicles on the road and in service. Given this critical need, it is deeply troubling that the city never opened this recruitment, and instead the city has unilaterally contracted out work for fire vehicles to a third-party outside contractor at an hourly labor rate of $180 per hour and $270 per hour for their after-hours rate. The GEM auto mechanic, on the other hand, is fully loaded. Hourly rate cost is $79 per hour. Not only did the city violate the bargaining law by unilaterally contracting out this work without meeting and conferring with GEM, it did so with a vacant auto mechanic position already on the books that it never recruited for and at a substantially higher cost to the city. GEM has filed an unfair labor practice charge over the city's violation of the bargaining law, and the Public Employee Relations Board, also known as PERB, has issued a complaint against the city. There are multiple other positions that have remained on the budget while sitting vacant for extended periods of time, including a building maintenance worker position that remained vacant since March of 2021 and has not been recruited for since March of 2023, over 2 years ago. In addition, there is a senior associate planner position that has never been filled since it was added to the budget in 2019 and has not been open to recruitment since 2019, over 6 years ago. Recent budget presentations have shown the city consistently saves millions of dollars from its budgeted projected expenditures. The primary driver of this is management's inability to fill vacancies. In the case of many of these GEM positions, GEM believes this is something that is done strategically, with the city management having no intention of filling some of these positions. This is supported by the fact that some positions remain vacant without a recruitment going out for extended periods of time. This sort of soft hiring freeze, or as Hans put it the other day, a hiring chill, of certain budgeted positions has been in place unofficially for many years. Beyond frustrations with the city's slow action to open vacant budgeted positions for recruitment, GEM is also deeply frustrated with the city's method of filling recruitments. Over the last 10 years, there has been a steep decline in the percentage of positions that are recruited via internal promotion versus open competitive recruitments. GEM has tracked recruitments dating back to 2014, with the historical average of promotional only recruitments being around 30% of all recruitments. However, in the 2 most recent years, that percentage has dipped down to 13%. Many of the currently vacant positions on the budget would represent promotional opportunities for city employees, including positions like the aforementioned senior associate planner, senior park maintenance, and street maintenance workers, senior crafts workers, and others. When these higher level positions are not filled, their duties fall on the lower level employees that remain, who are often asked to work above their pay grade to take on the higher level responsibilities from vacant senior positions. When these positions are filled from the outside of the organization and bypass qualified and capable internal applicants, it is extremely damaging to the morale in the workplace.
Sorry, real quick, pause for 1 second. I'm assuming we turned the timer off because we're allowing them to give a presentation as opposed to speaking during public comment. So I just wanted to clarify,
That's
technically
correct.
we've closed public comment since there was no public commenters, and we'll let the presentation finish. I just wanted to make sure that we're all on the same page. Please continue.
Thank you. Okay.
Sorry to throw you off
That's
there.
okay. We're right. Okay. Jem has tried to negotiate improved processes for internal promotions and interviews at the bargaining table in recent years, and the city has refused to entertain these proposals to the detriment of employees within the city and the overall workplace morale within the city. The city's management has insisted on keeping total authority to determine which type of recruitment to use, and promotional recruitments have gotten consistently rarer as recent years have gone by. Jem would like to see the city open several of these currently vacant positions for promotional only opportunities for city employees. This would greatly improve morale and overall productivity and performance amongst the employees. In conclusion, Jem believes the city and its residents would be better served by having the city make a better effort to fill vacant budgeted positions and to fill those positions when possible by running internal promotional recruitments. This not only would substantially improve morale amongst city workers, it would better position to perform critical duties, and it would better position to perform the critical duties and responsibilities and potentially even save the city money, as demonstrated by the case of the automotive mechanic positions. Thank you for your time and attention to these important matters. We look forward to your collaborations in addressing these important issues facing the city and its workforce. And now our Chair, Shay, has a few words to say as well.
I just wanted to apologize to Laura because I didn't bring my reading glasses and she had to read that at the last second.
Got it. Now it all makes sense.
I was winging it.
Just one of the last things I wanted to point out, if we're going to have a hiring freeze or a chill or something, we have contractors currently doing jobs that our employees can do. So if we're going to be freezing positions, we should probably consider getting rid of some of these contractors. Right now, we're contracting out mechanics for fire equipment in particular. And we're also actually have contractors doing landscaping work within the Parks Department. And to me, it seems like if we're going to be freezing anything, we should freeze the contractors first before we freeze our own employees and our own opportunities. And that's about it. If you guys have any questions or anything?
Any questions from the council? No. I think we're good.
Okay.
Thank you for the presentation. Thank you. All right, we'll bring it back to the council for. Are we voting on this one?
No.
I have received a
Just a
report.
report. Any
Just report.
for deliberation? Any last minute comments, questions? Please.
So Brett, can I ask you a question? Have I neglected to find the number? Is there a percentage of breakdown for in-house promotion versus external hires for the reported number of recruitment?
The 71?
Yes.
Yes, there were 48 new hires and 23 promotions, so 32%. And that's this fiscal year.
I'm sorry, what was the in-house?
23 in-house.
23. Okay. Thank you.
Promotions and 48 new hires.
Okay, thank you.
Is that something that we could add to the report in the
future? Of course.
Just make that. Any thoughts, feedback in regards to the presentation from Jem?
No.
Sorry, I'm sorry.
No,
All right.
I think there are other forms and other,
Spaces to
Yes,
do that.
yes.
Okay. I will, the only thought that I have, and it was a continuation from my question earlier, it is related to the idea of holding the positions vacant. I think that it would be helpful to have a little bit more transparency around when we are holding positions vacant. If we need to do that strategically as a city, I get it. But it's not clear to me all the time what those positions are, what the purpose of that is. And so that's kind of why I asked that question earlier around those 16 positions. I'm sure some of them are sitting, to me, again, I'm putting my HR hat on it. This is me in the federal workforce. So I understand that things are different within this organization and at the local level. But to me, if I'm a hiring manager, the first thing that I do when I know that I'm going to have a position that's going to become vacant is I'm going to contact HR and I'm going to have that conversation as soon as I know that there's going to be a vacancy. So the fact that there's 16 positions that there hasn't been a conversation with HR makes me a little bit concerned in regards to what's happening there. And if we are intentionally keeping those vacant, then it just would be good to have some transparency around that. So I don't know how we can loop in a process, whether it's something that's reported on to the council, that's the direction that the city manager is going to take as it relates to specific positions. And we just keep a list in that report of what those vacant positions are. And if there's intentionality around how long that will stay vacant for. Sorry, for folks online, there is some crazy sounds happening outside. With those dogs off a leash. So
to respond to your comments, I think that as this being the first, report, first requirement, I'm taking your notes. And so then when we report on this in the future, and of course, if you require this at some other time, we would have that information.
Perfect.
So
perfect. No, thank you for it. Thank you. Anything else?
Perhaps it's an invitation to Mr. Usler. The outsourcing question, I guess that's good too.
Your mic is on.
I do have concerns about the outsourcing topic and I think someday we need a deep dive, but I use the word feeling vulnerable. And I would like you to respond. If we aren't fixing our own fire trucks, we don't have that capacity, makes me feel vulnerable. So, can you address that, please?
Yeah, thank you so much. That's a great example. So if we fix our own fire trucks and you have 3, 4, 5 engines lining up on the yard that are not getting fixed because we are at capacity, you will be much more vulnerable than having just one fire engine up at the yard that is worked on and 3 others have been maintained by someone else and are back in the fire station 11, 12, and 13.
Can I ask a follow-up question to that?
So I hope that example that you just raised is actually spot on. Why we use outside help to get fire engines out, because if they line up in the yard and they don't get back into service, and you may recall not too long ago when the firefighters were upset about their leadership and they stated that they had incidents where they had to roll out with the pickup truck because there was no primary engine for them. You recall that?
Yes, I do.
Yes. And so my job is to ensure that we provide safe services for your constituents. So the choice is, shall we line them up in the yard or shall we use Golden State like other fire departments use in the county to get fire engines ready again and help our constituents to get the services that they deserve. These are sometimes challenges, and then I appreciate that you asked me about fire trucks.
So the follow-up question is, are we using our fire service worker to the service worker on staff to look at the fire truck. So it's like, that's the priority, is going through city staff to do the work. And if there's additional capacity that's needed, it goes to the contract.
We have a different system in place that works. We have
Sorry. Instead of, I just want to avoid too lengthy back and forth.
Sure.
Maybe simple yes or no. Is that how we do it? Is it priority to staff function first and then it goes to the contract, or does it all go to the contract?
With respect to fire engine, we are selecting the means of maintaining it, and it's a system between the assistant fire chief and our fleet manager to decide where we take the engine. So the fleet manager has a word to say with respect to capacity there as well.
I'm sorry, if I could interrupt, but the way fire trucks are repaired and staffed and all that is really kind of astray of a report on our vacancies. And so it's also the subject is, as they mentioned, of a PERB action. And so I'd like to request that we not discuss the fire truck maintenance issue any further.
Okay. Please go ahead.
And tell me if I'm off base, but my response is, wouldn't that be an opportunity to fill the vacancies with more technicians? I mean, I don't care if it's police cruisers or fire trucks, or we're talking about staying as strong internally as we can by filling vacancies and not being vulnerable. Now, to me, in my mind, that means we have people available to respond to the mechanical needs that a city has. That makes me feel more secure. I'm opening up to discussion.
I think the part that I will add is okay. How do I? I think it kind of goes back to this conversation that we were having earlier.
Mm-hmm.
We're hiring contractors to do work when we could be doing things in-house. And if we have to reimagine how we make that work in a more functional way, like collaborating with regional partners, if it's a personnel issue that exists, that seems to me separate and distinct from how we manage our workforce as far as in-house versus outsourcing. All that being said, I think there's points being relevant there, and I think we've nailed that. I think we nailed that tonight. I think we've made that really clear. Any other comments from the council before we move on to the next item?
No.
All right.
Just one quick.
Please, this is going to be the last one. Then we're
on the topic of recruitment. Thank you very much. I know your office is lean and probably could say, if we had 2 more people that could act as recruiters, you could be faster, take more capacity, and fill these vacancies faster at times. But I realize you also have limited resources of your own personnel. And we do know in certain specialties like mechanics, police officers, the pool is limited, and sometimes they call it a pond and not a pool because there's not a whole lot of folks that are responding to those positions. One of the positions we have probably better success is on the fire side. You probably still have big numbers for fire response and low numbers for police officers and mechanics. So just a quick question to clarify on mechanics. How short are we on the mechanical side of the house? From all those that work on police officer vehicles, fire trucks, public works trucks, where's our shortages on the mechanical side? Because we haven't.
Do you mean how many vacancies?
Yeah, how many vacancies do we have on the mechanical side of the shop?
2 right
2.
now.
2. Okay. So I want to bring some clarity to the council. So we're talking about 2 vacancies and we'll have future recruitments for those 2 vacancies. Is that true?
I don't have that information.
Okay. So likely if we have 2 positions that are on the books, that's the city manager's call in terms of the timely, recruitment and those positions. But that would be up to the city manager, either recruit, consolidate, or wait for the city budget to find out what happens. And then there would certainly be direction from the city manager.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. That's the only thing I had.
All right. All right. We're going to move on for sake of time. Thank you
All right.
for the presentation.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jem, for joining us and presenting. I appreciate you all participating in that discussion. I'm going to ask that we table? Continue items 18 and 19 to the evening session. No, I'm sorry, 19 and 20 to the evening session. We're going to get ready to adjourn to closed session. I'll identify that closed session items 21 and 22 are going to be continued to a future council meeting. And then we are going to take on items 23 and 24 now. So item 23 is conference with agency labor negotiators pursuant to Government Code Section 54957, Tax 6 for labor negotiations. Agency negotiators Brett, Gina, Employee Organization, Monterey Executive Management Employees Association, MMIA, and Unrepresented Confidential Executive Management. And item closed session 24 is conference with legal counsel, existing litigation pursuant to Government Code Section 54956, TAC 9D1. Any public comment on these items? I'm going to check with folks on Zoom to use the raise hand function. Anybody in the chamber? This is a riveting council meeting. All right, close it off in the chamber and check on Zoom. I'll do a countdown to 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All right, there's no public comment. The last thing I'm going to say is for folks that might be joining us after closed session, give us up to maybe 15 minutes into the evening session to join. We're going to need a little bit of time to transition, take a break, do these closed session items. So 7:15-ish. So if you're online and you're wondering where we are, just wanted to give you a heads up. All right, with that, we'll go ahead and adjourn. Welcome to our evening session for this council meeting on Tuesday, May 2nd, 2025. And we will start. So Dr. Barber has left the chambers from this afternoon and headed home. So she's participating remotely. So I'm going to ask a few questions. Councilmember Barber, can you hear me well?
Yes,
Were you able to hear our proceedings on this end up until now?
yes,
Do you have a copy of the agenda for this meeting?
yes.
Please give us a brief general description of the circumstances related to your need to appear remotely.
Help.
Is anyone over the age of 18 with you in the room?
No.
Can everyone clearly hear Councilmember Barber?
Yes.
All right, got positive affirmation from folks in the room. The Brown Act requires that any votes taken during the teleconference portion of this meeting be taken by roll call, and that each member participating remotely shall participate through both audio and visual technology. With that, we will do Pledge of Allegiance, and I will ask Jean Resch to kick us off.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All righty. Thank you, Councilmember Rash. With that, we will do continued general public comments. So for folks that haven't already spoken for general public comments for items that are, this is for items that aren't on today's agenda. This is your opportunity to do so. And just to remind folks, what we do is we capture folks at the beginning of the public comment period. So we ask that you identify yourself now. Once those folks are identified, we will close it off and only those folks will be able to speak. So I'll check with folks on Zoom. You can use the raise hand function. While you're navigating your way there, I will check in the chamber. Anybody in the chamber wish to speak for general public comment? All right, I'm seeing none. So I'll do a countdown for folks on Zoom to 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And we have one person on Zoom. So let's go ahead and take that caller, give them 3 minutes.
Hi, I'm calling on Keith.
Hello. My name is Keith Rutzart, and I'm with the Giant Kelp Restoration Project in Monterey. And I have actually come before this council before and talked to you a little bit about our petition that we have to restore kelp forests in Monterey. And I'm coming to you today as it has come to my attention that the wharf number 2 needs some needed repairs, and that the commercial fishery that uses that wharf is not necessarily doing very well. I talked to a squid fisherman just last week, and he's saying how slow it was in Monterey, and it's been that way for 5 years. And what we are proposing to do is actually create a regenerative fishery with some of our partners in Monterey, including the Monterey Bay Fisheries Trust and the Monterey Abalone Company, to target the purple urchins that are eating the kelp in Monterey. We have lost the majority of our kelp forests in Monterey, and over 90% of them are missing. So by targeting these purple urchins, we can restore the kelp. This is a proven method. We proved that right there at Del Monte Beach, where we culled 750,000 urchins with 252 divers and restored 11 acres of kelp. So we know it works, and we know that targeting these purple urchins is an effective means of grazer suppression and kelp restoration. But by bringing these purple urchins to shore, we want to start a regenerative fishery where we take these purple urchins and put them into the ranching effort, the aquaculture that is already existing at the Monterey Abalone Company, and put them into that service there. We can feed them ag waste, we can feed them kelp, and then we have a marketable, sustainable food product that we can give to people, right? We can sell to people to make money for the regenerative fishery and to feed people and have something unique for Monterey, an urchin product that is kind of novel and that people seem to like. And this by that means, I think you can generate a new fishery in Monterey and repurpose existing urchin fishing fleet. There isn't really an urchin fishing fleet in Monterey, but we could begin one, bringing urchin divers that we could train in part of our training program to use an airlift actually to remove the urchins in mass and work a regenerative fishery. And we think this is going to make money for Monterey and a good use of the wharf right there. So just wanted to bring this to your attention and see if we can have a presentation with a few of us, with the Monterey Outlet Company, Monterey Bay Fisheries Trust, and myself at a future city council meeting to bring this to your attention and to target how much the revenue could be generated from this kind of activity. So thank you very much. Have a good rest of your meeting.
All right. Thank you. With that, we'll go ahead and close general public comment and move on to announcements from closed session.
All right, announcements from closed session. So item 21, this is a closed session regarding the crematorium at El Encinal Cemetery that is continued to the May 23rd special meeting. Also item 22 regarding the property located at 1 Old Golf Course Road, the Hyatt Regency Monterey, that is also being continued to the May 23rd, 2025 special meeting. On item number 23, this was the conference with agency labor negotiators regarding the employee organizations, Monterey Executive Management Employees Association, and Unrepresented Confidential Executive Management, on a unanimous roll call vote of 4-0-1 with Councilmember Garcia absent. There was confidential direction given to labor negotiators. On item 24, these were 2 worker compensation cases, one Caniglia v. City of Monterey, the other one Perkins v. City of Monterey, on a unanimous roll call vote with Councilmember Garcia absent and Councilmember Smith recusing himself, abstaining from the vote. On a 3-0 vote, confidential direction was given to legal counsel on that as well. That ends our report from closed session.
Perfect. Thank you for that. We're going to take on item number 19. It's a public hearing item from the afternoon that we continue to the evening. It's to levy assessments to fund the Cannery Row, New Monterey, and North Fremont Business Improvement Districts. With that, I'll pass it to Hans for staff.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is a routine item that pops up once a year. And with that, Kim, explain what we are doing.
Thank you, Mayor and council members. As the city manager introduced, this is something that we bring forward to our city council on an annual basis. And it's the annual levy of assessment for the business improvement districts. State law establishes the process. It basically allows businesses to come together and to self-assess themselves. It's a 2-step process. That process is outlined in law. At the first meeting, you're required to approve the district's advisory board, adopt the annual report, and set the public hearing date. And that basically creates public notice for the actual acceptance of the protests if we receive them this evening. As you're well aware, we have 3 business improvement districts, Cannery Row. They all assess themselves differently. Cannery Row has the highest assessment. They assess themselves $5,000 per business, or 100% of the business license fee up to $5,000. As we can see, the assessment on an annual basis brings forth about $155,000. They have a balance forward from last year of $140,000, and they've proposed their proposed expenditures for the year at $256,000 roughly. Next slide. The New Monterey Business Association or Lighthouse Business District is a much smaller assessment. The assessment brings in about $16,000 a year, and they have a variety of services they offer. They look at sprucing up their banners. They have some administrative costs. They do some fun events like Movie in the Park. They have promotional events that they do. And so in total, they're looking at a budget this year of about $21,000, which will dip into their reserves a little bit. The last is the North Fremont Business Improvement District. They basically propose promotion, some economic vitality efforts in the general administration. Their costs roughly come in at about $28,000 for the next year. The assessment brings in about $22,000. Interestingly enough, North Fremont has the most significant reserve of all our business improvement districts. And you can see they're dipping into that a little bit for this year. But in total, they have a reserve of about $100,000. So with that, we're asking you to adopt the levy of assessment for this year. It is a protest vote. If businesses come forth, they can self-dissolve if they receive over 51% of the vote this evening. If you have any questions, I'm happy to answer them.
Thank you for the presentation. Any questions?
Do we have any protest votes to count?
I have not received any, and the clerk has not either. So just public comment at this point.
Okay, seeing no questions, we'll open up for public comment. For folks on Zoom, you can use the raise hand function. In the meantime, I will check with folks in the chamber. Anybody in the chamber wish to speak on this item? All right, seeing none, we'll go back and do a countdown for folks on Zoom to 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We have nobody on Zoom, so we'll bring it back to the council for vote or deliberation.
Move for approval.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Any other discussion? Okay, roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Smith,
Yes.
Councilmember Garcia. Oh, Councilmember Barber,
Yes.
Councilmember Rash.
Yes.
And Mayor Williamson.
Yes. Awesome. Thanks. That's probably the quickest item we've had this evening or today. All right. Moving on to our public appearance items. We also continued an item from the afternoon. So item 20 is to adopt the City of Monterey crosswalk policy. And with that, I'll pass it to Hans for staff introduction.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Engineering Assistant 2 Marissa Garcia will present to you. We presented this topic to you in October 2023 and shared with you that we want to provide some more streamlined processes and procedures for crosswalks. So tonight, Marissa will present to you what we have cooked up as our new crosswalk policy. And we hope with that we also provide more enhanced pedestrian safety. And with that, Marissa, take it away, please.
Thank you very much. Good evening, Mayor and Council members. I would also like to call out our intern, Nayeli Valencia, who helped me prepare this report. She's not able to be here today, studying hard for finals, but I just want to acknowledge her and all the help that she provides us. So with that, this is the adoption of the crosswalk policy aiming to improve pedestrian safety. This is also furthering our Vision Zero goal, which we became a Vision Zero city in 2017. And this is also going to be a follow-on with what we're going to discuss with a local road safety plan at the special meeting on Friday. So with that, the policy goal for this item. So this is to provide the City of Monterey with a standard evaluation criteria, policies, improvement types for existing and new pedestrian crossings. The evaluation criteria for existing crossings provides direction on whether they should be unmarked, marked, or enhanced. So one other really important note for this is that the decision to install, remove, or enhance a crosswalk should be made based on engineering judgment. This policy provides us a formal and transparent process, but it is not a substitute for engineering judgment, and that's by human, not by AI. So this policy, we start with our crosswalk fundamentals, and you hear us throw out a lot of engineering terms that we kind of get into our engineering space and forget that maybe these are not terms that everyone's familiar with. So we provided a lot of these drawings in our crosswalk policy to really hit home on like what do these particular terms mean. So we talk about location, so whether it's at the intersection or mid-block. We talk about control or traffic control. So is this controlled by a yield sign, a stop sign, or a traffic signal? Or is it uncontrolled where we rely on drivers to yield to pedestrians who do have the right of way? And then also marked or unmarked. So do we see crosswalk markings on the ground, or is it an unmarked crosswalk, but a legal crosswalk? So we have to start with what is a crosswalk. And so we have this really nice graphic that was prepared as part of a grant, an OPTS grant back, I believe, in 2016. But we have the extremely helpful California Vehicle Code, which is very clear and does not need any additional photos to describe. And that is that a crosswalk is the portion of a roadway included within the prolongation or connection of the boundary lines of sidewalks at intersections where the intersecting roadways meet at approximately right angles, except the prolongation of such lines from an alley across the street or any portion of the roadway distinctly indicated for pedestrian crossings by lines or other markings on the surface. Notwithstanding the foregoing provisions of this section, there shall not be a crosswalk where local authorities have placed signs indicating no crossing. So there is clearly no way that no one will ever misunderstand any portion of this extremely clear California Vehicle Code, which is why we have really awesome pictures in our crosswalk policy.
I feel like you made that up.
I printed it off. I had to read that verbatim.
And you know what's funny? That's actually taught in the police academies.
Yes.
And every other vehicle code section reads about like that.
Exactly. And that is why you are able to phone a friend and call the engineering division. So we just wanted to point that out. And we do provide these graphics because there are a lot of circumstances where this can be confusing, and you may need to ask an engineer if this is or not a crosswalk. So when we move on to really what is the meat and potatoes of this policy, it's this flow chart of where we assess whether or not a crosswalk should be marked, should not be marked, needs to be removed in regards to our existing crosswalks. So what we look at for these characteristics for consideration is the location, going back to mid-block versus at an intersection, the control, if there is a major pedestrian generator or land use, proximity to other crossings, sight distance, and demand. And so we have this very small flow chart, which is in a much larger size if you look at our crosswalk policy, which is an attachment to this agenda report. And then we also have a flow chart for if a crosswalk needs to remain or needs to be installed, do we need to put additional improvements to make it the best crosswalk? And so we ask ourselves, are there existing sidewalk or curb ramps? Do we need to improve those curb ramps? What existing markings and signs do we have? We take into account AB 413. Can we improve visibility at the intersection by removing those parking spaces consistent with the new state law? You see RRFB, another engineering technical term, which is those flashing beacons that you put at uncontrolled crossings. And those are an enhancement to help the pedestrian be more visible to the drivers and hope that they yield. And then the last question that we do have to ask ourselves is in Monterey, we do have some very difficult topography that we have to work with. And so is it feasible to make an improvement? Because we need to make sure that this crosswalk, it's at the right location and it provides the crossing that is needed. And then lastly, we want to acknowledge our special scenarios. So we do have a few special scenarios, like we do have bike crosswalks, and then we also have quite a few trail crossings, and then we also have decorative crosswalks. So we just want to make sure that we acknowledge that these fall outside of the flow chart, and we do need to take considerations from that. And with that, any questions?
Thank you for the presentation. It's probably the most entertaining one of the day. So.
Yes.
Any questions?
And this is why we don't rely on AI. We get
That's right. That's right. Let's reinforce that message.
Yeah. Very good. No, thank you very much. No questions.
Did we decide under, I think it was AB 438, the curb,
So AB 413, it's 20 feet if there is not a curb extension, 15 feet if there is a curb extension. the law does give you an option to change that, but you need to do your own engineering study. So we would have to do like a huge research project for which there is no basis of any safety consideration. So we kind of hope at some point in time, the state of California or an authority like the Transportation Research Board would take on a safety assessment like that. You need a PhD to figure that out. So, and we don't want to take that on. I don't have a PhD.
So will we be marking the curbs?
So that is a very important note about AB 413 is that it does not require that a curb be marked. It is an enormous maintenance burden on our staff. And so we have worked with the parking division on education. We've done multiple press releases. We've talked to multiple news agencies in order to spread the word. And we make it very clear that it's a warning first, and you're not going to get a citation unless you're regularly doing this. And we've warned you and provided you additional education. And we also have a flyer.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, seeing no other questions, we'll take it up for public comment. For folks on Zoom, you can use the raise hand function. Anybody in the chamber? Seeing none, we'll go back and do a countdown for Zoomers to 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We have 2 folks on Zoom, so let's go ahead and give them 3 minutes each.
Esther, you can go ahead.
Good evening, everybody. I'm speaking as the president of the Neighborhood Association of Laguna Grande. I am aware of whatever parameters the city has denied us our request for a crosswalk on Casanova, but I have to still keep bringing it back to you guys because I keep getting asked for it by the residents of this neighborhood. Casanova is known as the Speedway, and we recently put in a radar sign that is helping slow down traffic slightly. Regulars know it's there and blow it off after, the initial introduction of it. But, the radar sign is actually in a location where we need a crosswalk. The distance between North Fremont on Casanova all the way to Branner, there is about 3 or 4 blocks with no stop sign in between. There is no other area, definitely in my neighborhood, very likely in my immediate neighborhoods, I don't know about the rest of the city, that have that long of a stretch without a stop sign. And that presents a problem for us because we have a lot of foot traffic, not just car traffic on this street. So I'm going to ask you guys again to review the safety of that possibility being, considered, because we don't want to wait until we have a pedestrian accident, because we see them have very many close calls happen between mothers walking their strollers, people walking their pets, a lot of pedestrian traffic in general. So I'm just going to mention that again, because as I said, the residents in the area absolutely want that and keep asking for it. Thank you.
All right, thank you. And our next speaker is going to be Chinyere.
Hello, I just had a question related to one of the crosswalks on Cannery Row. I think it's Cannery Row and Hoffman. There's a crosswalk there where oftentimes, because it's 2 lanes, one lane would stop and then the other lane doesn't, and they can't see why one lane is stopped. And I just feel like I've seen a lot of near misses. So I was wondering if there's any reevaluation of that specific crosswalk to make it easier for both lanes to understand they need to stop so someone can cross. That's it.
That was it. That was the last. I didn't hear that last part, but it made sense now. Okay, we'll go ahead and close general public comment, bring it back to the council for motion and deliberation.
Question.
Please.
How long ago did we have the last crosswalk policy?
This is the first crosswalk policy.
Okay, so we've never had this before.
We have never had a formal policy. What we've done is look at every location at the time using whatever best practice is available. And practices do change. And sometimes another city develops a method and we see that that's a more transparent or easier to comprehend process. And so we would look at that at the time. A major barrier for installing crosswalks in a lot of locations where people have concerns is that there's no curb ramps, and we can't have a crosswalk that doesn't have ADA compliant curb ramps and a new one. We do have existing crosswalks that are currently covered as part of our ADA transition plan.
Okay. So reaching out from future, somebody has property, they want to put a business, a house, building, and part of that project is they want to put in a sidewalk.
Mhm.
Is this policy helpful in guiding city staff in terms of what that development needs in a sidewalk?
Not a sidewalk. Our sidewalk standards a lot of times are going to be covered in our specific plans. So like if we want a wider sidewalk in an area like downtown, and there's street trees and other considerations, a lot of times that recommendation's covered in that. So because the crosswalk would be if it's at an intersection or adjacent to an intersection, that would be more where we would take that into consideration.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Please.
What can we do about the front of the post office, the street there where everybody, I call it jaywalks, including disabled people. I've seen people with walkers who aren't making quick time, and I'm worried about it.
So jaywalking is between two signalized intersections, but we did do the enhancement through NCIP at the Hartnell crosswalk where we installed RRFBs to enhance that crossing. People do cross between two intersections, and as long as they're able to do it and they don't have the right of way unless there's a marked crosswalk, but it's not jaywalking, and they actually can do it if there's not a vehicle trying to cross at the same time. So if it's completely clear, they can go. And
okay, so I hear you saying it's legal.
in that circumstance, yes, but I would actually also defer to our police officer because he's the one who went through additional education on enforcement.
And whether it's legal or not, is there anything we can do to make these pedestrians safer? I mean, maybe we need to make them a crosswalk in the middle of the street.
And we would look at it upon request based on the policy that's included in the policy that have tonight.
So it would be a follow-up after tonight?
Yes.
Dr. Barber.
Yes. First, thank you so much for that presentation and all the hard work that you put in that and actually making it a lot more understanding with the engineering jargon that usually would be there. I know the caller talked about Hoffman and Cannery Row. That is an intersection that is exactly what they said. It can be a little bit dangerous around that area a lot. And a lot of times when going, it is kind of confusing as to whether the car's going, whether they know whether they have to stop or whether there's and there is a crosswalk there. So I'm kind of, but yet it's still confusing. So I'm wondering what could be done in a situation like that, whether it's like, the beacon lights that you were talking about, the flashing beacons or whatever that they have here in the downtown area.
We'd have to look into it further, but there is a flow chart about additional enhancements and what enhancements would potentially go at an intersection. And it's going to be based on site conditions. So is there already a stop sign? Is there not a stop sign? And then finding the treatment that's appropriate for very specific site conditions.
Okay, so if I'm understanding you correctly, that would be something that would need to be requested so that you would look into it further, such as the same thing that Councilmember Roush was talking about. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right, thank you.
Okay, and then for me, looking at the actual policy, I want to paint a scenario. Yeah, no, was I the only one? Okay, sorry. Let's say we were to do a rainbow sidewalk. Just throwing it out there, and as it relates to these special circumstances for the decorative sidewalks, there's the guidelines on there, and it identifies FHWA interpretation guidance, and it provides colors that they recommend. So how would that work if we were to do a rainbow sidewalk in alignment with the policy as currently drafted?
So we just need to make sure that the colors that we pick couldn't be misconstrued as some other type of marking. So this will come back to you on Friday, where we'll discuss this. But yes, there is this, we have to follow FHWA. It's the same thing like all other markings and signs. There is state and federal standards. And so we just want to make sure that we're consistent with those. But we will answer your question on Friday.
So just one follow-up, and I don't want to go too deep into this since we're going to talk about what on Friday, but let's say yellow, right? That's a common color that's used for safety. So is it the type of yellow, or is it just yellow in general?
It's going to be like form and like pattern is going to be really important. So if there's the clear rainbow pattern versus like if it's could be misconstrued to be a street, like a school crossing, which is the yellow ladder crosswalk. We just need to be careful on what the pattern is. And so, yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you for it. Did we have a motion? Yeah, no. Is there a motion?
I'll make a motion that we accept the report and propose that we pass the recommendation.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any other discussion? All right, roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Rash,
Yes.
Councilmember Barber,
Yes.
Councilmember Smith,
Yes.
and Mayor Williamson.
It's a yes for me. And now, almost an hour into the evening session, we are now getting to the evening session agenda items. So appreciate everybody bearing with us on this. With that, we'll go on to item number 25, receive a presentation on various financing options to address the infrastructure needs and provide direction. And with that, I'll pass it to Hans for staff recommendation or for staff presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I hope it is equally entertaining as Marissa's presentation was. We're talking about the different financing options. 2 weeks ago, we presented to you the challenges we foresee with our public works director with respect to our infrastructure funding. And we promised you that we would come back to you with a comprehensive overview over options to address some of those funding needs. This is tonight a broad overview over tools that we might need to use to come up with some funding strategies. And tonight is a session to listen to the finance director, ask a lot of questions, listen to the public, and then we would come back with a strategy that we have to develop over the next 2, 3, 4 months. And then it's my hope that by October, November, we will present to you the final roadmap after we have explored various options with the community, and then we'll bring those options back to you for your consideration and deliberation. And then sometime between November, December, and August 26, you have to make some decisions with respect to certain tax measures that you would like to renew or not to renew, how you would like to structure them, and as well talking about potentially bonding for a large sum of money to get a few of those large ticket items addressed. So tonight is really the kickoff of that type of conversation that we need to have with the city council, that you need to have with your constituents, as well as that we as a community have to have with each other. And it needs to be transparent, and it needs to involve everyone, every resident, property owner, renter here in the community has to have a voice in deciding how we are going to address some of those challenges. And again, a lot of the options that we are presenting to you are options also that the community can make in what they like to fund, what they like to continue as service levels, because as you know, every dollar counts somewhere. So with that, our finance director will start us off, and then I will add a few more points to Rafaela's presentation, and then we really hope that we have this as a start of a conversation with the city council, with the community, and with various stakeholders. So with that, Rafaela.
Thank you, Hans. Good evening, Mayor and Council. Let's go ahead and jump right in. Can't be funny tonight, but I'll try where I can. Ed, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So I just want to do, in addition to what Hans has just said, a quick little recap of what's happened in the last couple of weeks. A couple of weeks ago, we heard from our Public Works Department on the infrastructure funding needs. The costs that were presented, they were like for the next 1 to 5 years is 105 million and some change. Of that 105 million, we've kind of identified about 50 million of that in existing funding. I'll get into that in the next couple of slides. And then for the years 6 through 30, it is 234.9 million. I'm not going to spend a whole lot of time talking about years 6 through 30. I want to start with the 1 through 5, the immediate needs, and then we'll move forward. So using the existing funds, so we'll start with the right of way. So for the next 5 years, that number came to 43.1 million. And we did an average, so that's averages about 8.6 million a year. So we found that there's sufficient funding is available in Measure PNS, which averages about 12 million a year. Keep in mind, Measure PNS sunsets in March of 2027. I know we say that every time we come up here. We're going to keep saying it. So just so you know, so that we are actually diligent and making sure that we Measure PNS is renewed during the November 26 election cycle, and then also exploring expansion of the use of the funds and perhaps making it a permanent source. And then our parking infrastructure for the next 5 years is 7.4 minus 7.5 million. That's an average of about 1.5 million a year. So again, there's sufficient funds available to cover the maintenance costs of the parking facilities within the current revenue structure. So the parking fund actually nets profit about 3 million per year. So which is adequate funding for 1.5. I don't want to make light of and have you think that there's nothing else out there, but I'm just giving broad strokes here. I'm sure Public Works will say, no, we've got other things to do, which I'm sure we do. So I'm just giving broad strokes pictures of there are identified other resources for at least these 2 items. Now moving on to funding sources that are actually needed. So I'm going to start with harbor infrastructure. So for the next 5 years, we have 19 million that's needed. That's an average of about 3.8 per year. There are no existing resources to cover these needs right now. The Marina and Tidelands funds, they operate at a very narrow margin and they barely cover their own operating expenses. Then we move to traffic signals. For the next 5 years, traffic signal is estimated at 12.7 million, which is an average of about 2.5. And some of these costs can be may be able to be absorbed in other projects that have alternate funding sources, but we don't want to depend on that. So again, this is somewhere area where funding would be needed. Moving on to existing buildings, facilities, and ADA plan transitions, ADA transition plans for the next 5 years, 23.4 million, average of 7.8 million per year. I didn't add any where the funding coming from because we don't know yet. You guys will decide that soon. So. And then other infrastructure needs and new facilities. So for the next 5 years, that's 8.4 million. It's an average of 1.6 per year. Over the next 30 years for other infrastructure, that is $1.5 billion. And over the next 30 years, 230 million. So significant numbers. And so I don't want to overwhelm with funding sources. So again, I'm keeping to the 1 through 5 years so we can handle in bits and pieces. So with that said, let's go into some of the options to be considered. So first we'll look at internal funding sources. First, some of the things that we've talked about over the last couple of weeks is one of the things was selling underutilized and high maintenance burdens, buildings and assets. So we talked about that the city has over 90 facilities. Some of them are not being used or underused, and the cost to maintain these structures needs to be considered because sometimes those costs outweigh the use for those. So there's just some things that are on the table to actually look at and see what that comes out to. The other one, next one is repurposing current revenue sources. A few examples of these could mean NCIP repurposing funding of they have annual revenue of 6 million. And we can kind of use some of that for debt service if we choose to go a bond measure, something like that. Parking fund also has, we can restructuring the parking fund to be absorbed by the general fund. Again, I'm throwing out options. Not saying one is better than the other or one is good or bad, just throwing out options, the options on the table for consideration. Next, external options. There are grants, ballot measures, which inclusive of general obligation bonds, parcel tax, sales tax increase, and transient occupancy tax increase. Check them one by one. Grants, the city currently consistently applies for grants, and the grants often require matching funds, and grants are highly competitive, and we don't always qualify for them, and we're not always awarded them. And then grants that are awarded are not sufficient to cover all the needs. Clearly, we have 100 million. I don't think there's a grant out there for 100 million that we can get. I wish we could. Ballot measures. Keep in mind, they must be approved by the voters. Worth note is in November 2024, there were 18 measures involving sales and property tax increases in Monterey County that was on the ballot. Not one of them was successful. The only ones that actually were successful that had to deal with the school district measure. So again, this is something that we keep in mind when we are, if this is one of the options that we choose, that basically I talked about this before, council support. I think it's in the report, having council support on this. So one by one, general obligation bonds. So they are municipal bonds that are backed by the taxing power of the municipality, by the city. So the government actually pledges to repay the bonds by raising the taxes if necessary. They must go to the voters. They require 67% approval rate. And for an example, if we have something like this, if we issued $115 million were issued, that would make that debt service at 8.5 million. And typically, the bonds actually require completion of projects in 3 years, at least beginning.
And that's based on a 30-year bond.
Yes. Sorry. Moving on to a parcel tax. The parcel tax is a type of property tax that's levied on individual parcels of land that typically used to fund local services. They're not based on the value of the property, but on other factors such as the square footage, the number of unit, or the use. This one also must go to the voters and requires a 67% approval rate. Sales tax. So currently we are at 9.25% and was last increase in 2020. We're essentially at the maximum allowable rate. We do have a very small wiggle room of 0.0 or 0.375%, which is due to the Measure X countywide tax. So since that's not, we can use that. Again, it's very, very small. This one also must go to the voters, but this one needs a simple majority, which is 50% plus one. Any additional amounts for sales tax increases has to apply to state legislative for approval. Transit and occupancy tax, currently at 12%, last increase in 2019. A 1% increase would generate an estimate 2.9 million, of which 16%, as we currently have it now, would go to NCIP. So that's 480,000 for that. To keep in mind when we're talking about this, we could price ourselves out of the market. There are several new hotels that are being built in our neighboring cities. And again, this one also must be approved by voters. So other options that are on the table and that we're talking about, increased parking revenue through fees and permits, long-term loan agreements, such as the ones that we have for the fire trucks, like master agreements, increased property transfer taxes, payment in lieu of taxes, and cost recovery for contracted services. These are just, again, some things, options that are on the table that we are considering for your consideration. And with that, I'll move on back to Hans for his comments.
So thank you very much. I will amplify a little bit what Rafaela has said, and some of that may be repetitive, but I want to provide also some additional thoughts from our perspective. Next slide, please. So that was a lot of information, and it's probably worthwhile to take a pause in your heads. You heard a lot about taxation, you heard about new creative revenue ideas, you talk about selling stuff, and we have to realize that in order to do all that, we have to have a comprehensive community outreach. We need to do also some maybe representative sampling and polling with our community members. We need to look when we evaluate the options. We must make sure that all residents are allowed to weigh in. All residents will hopefully vote for that. And we also know that we have projects out there that are in a way easier for the residents to stand behind. It's an attractive proposition to say we want to fund a public safety building, or we want to fund fire stations, or we want to fund our public library or our community center. So these are very attractive projects for a community to rally behind when we look at funding options. But there are also less attractive projects that we have to tackle one way or another. The wharves, for instance, we briefed you 6 weeks ago about the $50 million price tag for that. And we have to tackle also a lot of other facilities that we have in the city, including our city offices and city hall here. Hang on, I'm too fast. So our finance director gave you a good overlook over a multitude of funding options. And but what we also have to understand is that our options to fund reinvestments in our infrastructure are very much also restrained by the high service levels that we are providing and the associated cost. We talked today about a bunch of subcontracts that we awarded in a lengthy consent agenda. And every service costs money. Every service costs money, whether it's used or not, or whether we have it on staff or not. So we have to understand that the options that we have in the city of Monterey are also pretty much dictated by our existing service levels. It is and the word will come later a few times. It's a choice that we have made, that our community has made. And often we spend our funds, our revenues also on things that other cities just do not have. But we have it because it's nice to have, and there was a time when we could afford it. And again, over the next couple of weeks and months, I think it may be helpful to analyze what are those things that are nice to have and what are the things that we really need to have in order also to make those reinvestments into our future and not burden future generations with that expenses. Last but not least, we are in a situation where our expenses right now are higher than our incoming revenues, and that's not a good position to be in. Okay, so this page is intentionally left blank so that our brains can take a tiny break and say, thank God this page is intentionally left blank.
I feel like I'm about to take a test.
I do one better.
Oh, very nice.
Because now you're in for a ride. What comes after this?
Should have some like trickling water with this one.
Yes.
Hypnotherapy.
So I hope
Tricky.
everyone is calm. You're at a lake. You see the water passing by. You hope it gets into expansion project too, that we can build housing. And so
you're actually increasing my heart rate right now.
So you're seeing. So cognitive bias is something that influences your decision making. And one of the principles was created by a British English friar in the 1500s, and don't want to make it too complicated, but it's basically keep it simple. Your brains will have to weigh different things. You will be cognitive challenged or cognitive asking yourself, okay, what's the way out? You have uncomfortable decision matrices to work through over the next couple of weeks and months, and that principle is sometimes very helpful. So now we are back. This was the entertainment. Now we are back to the financing options. So the challenge that we have, that we need to invest into our infrastructure, we need to maintain core services, and we can only do that with a qualified professional workforce as well. So we need to address over the next years, decades, infrastructure investments, and we need to continue to invest into our workforce and our contractors and our service levels, because the one cannot exist without the other. Is this a duplicate in there? So the last bullet point was pointing out that we are right now for this fiscal year in a $10 million structural deficit, and the budget though is balanced. So there's a three-pronged approach or a three-pronged roadmap that we have identified so far. To balance the budget, we need to continue to reduce operational cost and expenses as much as feasible. Let me say this again. To balance the budget, we need to continue to reduce operational costs and expenses as much as feasible. And you had a briefing about vacancies earlier tonight. And this sentence amplifies the aspect that if we can provide core services, if we provide operations, we have to continue to look at how we can reduce operational costs and expenses in order to allow us to continue walking into the future. To balance the budget, we also must increase operational revenues as much as possible. So where do we have opportunities to add revenues into our city coffers? Where are fees that we can charge? Where are fees that we need to update? Where are we providing services below the cost it actually takes to provide them? And in order to fund now the major infrastructure cost, we must implement a strategic funding strategy. This is not a short term. If we make taxing decisions cannot be for 8-9 years. They have to be for a longer time in order to ensure that we can credibly obtain a bond and assure the bond payers that the bond loaners, the bond issuers, that we are paying back their bonds. This is for me one of the key points. It's all about community choices, the power of community choices. The council's decisions are in essence reflective of the desires of the choices our community wants to make. So the council is elected by the constituents, and the constituents and the council have to stay in sync to understand what do we want to accomplish for our community. The expenditures also are reflective of what the elected officials are deciding on behalf of our community. Again, they have to be in sync, and you have made policy decisions where clearly the community wanted certain services delivered, and our expenditures are reflective of community wishes and subsequent council decisions. And we need to continue to pay for core services and core needs. Core needs are, for instance, public safety, fire, and police. Investment into the infrastructure remains a choice. We can make a choice today that we say, okay, we do not need building ABC. It's a choice for us. Can we invest we have to invest into our infrastructure, but we have always a choice whether we want to maintain something or not. Is it a real choice? Not really, because there are certain things we cannot stop providing. There are certain pieces of infrastructure that we need to have to deliver. For instance, we have to provide core services in policing, and the police officer has the right to return into a police station that is fully functional and operational. So there is no choice. We have to invest into public safety. Same example is for the firefighters. It's nice to have the firefighters out on a big red truck, but they have the right or the necessity to return to a fully operational, functional fire station. This is all about choices. Common strategy, how communities work their way out of situations like that. Just get a loan, get a bond. And that's an absolute legit methodology, an absolute legit way of funding infrastructure. We did this for the conference center. We got a bond on the private market for $55 million. And the clever council at that time found the funding source in the hotels, who are paying through a facility assessment district to the conference center facility improvement district, extra cost to passed on to the tourists, who then pay back for the conference center. At the current speed, we think that bond may be paid off by 2032, 2033, 2034, depending again how we are having our occupancy and rates in our hotels. So that's how we fund the conference center. We are well on track to have that paid off in the next eight years or so. Sports center, we took a loan out. It still cost us about $550,000 a year, will be paid off by 2031. So the way you are thinking, council, is if you want to invest, and if you want to invest into our infrastructure, we need to identify a reliable funding source. And as the finance director pointed out, that's what we have to show the bond givers, that there is a reliable new funding source or reliable funding source that by policies, by vote, can be relied upon to pay back the folks that give us the millions of dollars that we need. Preferably, it's a new funding source. Preferably, it's a brand new tax measure. Preferably is something else that identifies clearly as an option for the bond issuers, that they say, okay, this is secured for the next 30 years, totally independent who sits in those chairs in front of me on the dais. That we have to provide that security for them. Choices. Sales tax. Here's the good news. 62% of our sales tax is paid by non-residents. And that term is used by us to explain that 62% of non-residents means not just the tourists, but it means also the folks from the surrounding communities that use, for instance, the Del Monte Shopping Center to buy their goods there. Measure P&S is $12 million annually, and it's highly successful. It has upgraded our road systems. It has provided us with safer sidewalks, with improved storm drains, and a variety of ADA improvements at our signal intersections. And as the finance director pointed out, in addition to Measure P&S, we have Measure G, which is 1%, which is a 0.5% sales tax that goes into our operations. That was a general sales tax measure, required just 50 plus 1%, and it went into our day-to-day operations to pay for our services. Anything beyond is possible, but we have to go to the state legislature and ask them for approval. Now, those are all sales tax measures that by itself are working, and by itself, we should continue them to a degree because, again, road maintenance, street maintenance, sidewalk maintenance, ADA ramps cost a lot of money, and we cannot just bail out of that when Measure P&S is up for renewal. Measure G pays, again, for the operations. Measure G pays salaries for our employees. It pays for supplies for our employees. That's also not something you can just cut out and replace it. So that's why I wrote in the last bullet point, of course, it's up for community choices. How do you want to go forward? We could mix this all up and say, okay, let's start from scratch. 27 is the year when Measure PS has to be renewed in order to continue paying it. Measure G also has an expiration date shortly thereafter. So why don't we have a fresh look and mix it all up and see what our chances are? Now, just be aware what our finance director briefed you about. The track record of the most recent tax measures doesn't look very promising. So should you change a winning team, Measure PS was the highest supported special sales tax in 2018 with 83% voter approval. So I think we have a good thing going there. The question is, should we mix it up? What are other choices? General obligation bonds require voter approval. Parcel tax requires voter approval. Transient occupants tax requires voter approval. Sales tax requires voter approval. Increasing parking revenue is not simplistic. Increasing parking revenue is something that you can look into, and we will look into it, but there's the Coastal Commission that will tell us what we are allowed to increase parking revenue. So it's not in order also to have affordable parking for folks that are coming to our coastline. And again, you as a council, also you want to have your social policies implemented to a degree as well. Rafaela spoke about long-term loan agreements. Property transfer increase is absolutely an option that we have to look into. Payment in lieu of taxes, I talk about this a little bit later. EIFDs and CRAs, I will talk about this as well. And of course, our cost recovery for contracted services, for instance, within our fire contracts. These are also other options for us to increase revenues or to at least ensure that we get maybe additional revenues and new taxes. General fund revenues. The Neighborhood Community Improvement Program is a program totally paid by tourists. There's not a single dollar from a resident that goes into the Neighborhood and Community Improvement Program. Presently, as we know, it's 16% by city charter decision, and 16% of the general fund revenue of a TOT of around $36 million translates to about $6 million. The NCIP deserves credit for many, many citywide finance projects. The NCIP has funded over the years a great deal of CIP projects that otherwise would not have been funded. The NCIP also deserves credit for having funded projects that are rehabilitating our facilities. When you look at Fire Station 12 and 13, when you look at Hilltop, these are 3 projects that were just approved last year that otherwise needed to be funded through the other CIP. So here's where we have the dilemma. Here's the dilemma that I wanted to point out. The NCIP already funds a lot of CIP projects. So when you look at the $6 million or the NCIP funds in total, and you are straight with yourself, you will realize, yes, the NCIP has been funded a lot of CIP projects over the years. So is there a path for us that we continue to fund the NCIP for just the specific neighborhood projects that then fall out after we have funded CIP projects traditionally, and divert that portion of the traditionally funded CIP projects into bond payments? So let me say this again. The NCIP has funded a lot of CIP projects, and I'm very sure that a few folks will tonight amplify that. And out of the bulk of the funding that comes from the NCIP, a great portion of that went already to the NCIP. So should we look into the NCIP? Should we look into the city charter and basically consider looking into manifesting this kind of choices that the NCIP has already done over the years by acknowledging that the NCIP portion of 16% should become a different portion of the NCIP, and recognizing also that traditionally a lot of the NCIP funds went to the CIP. So is there a common ground that we can explore over the next couple of months? And with that, it will allow us, if we go to the voters, because right now the city charter describes 16%, if we go to the voters, we have an opportunity to recalibrate. And if I go back to the issue, the topics that I raised in the beginning, we may even have projects that are so attractive that the voters will agree to looking into the charter and trying to reallocate funding to the NCIP. And with that, we can open a new revenue source. So the next steps that we have to do are comprehensive community outreach. We have to do a polling at one time. It's always very insightful to learn through the polling what the tendency of the communities are, what they think are important topics for us. So it's always, I think, the few times that we have conducted it, it gave us very valid data. We need to make sure that all residents must have a chance to weigh in. This is very important for me because I feel that we will hear a lot from our established neighborhoods. We will hear a lot about established speakers for the neighborhood, but we need to make sure that together with them, we also reach out to a lot of other folks that have a vote and that have to have a say in our for our community. And there are those projects, as I pointed out, that are, I believe, easy to convince residents to rally behind. Everyone likes to have a good library. Everyone likes to have a good functional public safety building. So these are, I believe, options for us that if we find funding opportunities, we'll find a way to get neighbors motivated and other stakeholders to run the campaigns and ensure that they help us find the funding path that is so necessary for us. So these are the options that I wanted to amplify. There was really nothing different than what Rafaela had said, but I wanted to provide you with that additional information. If you have questions, I can share with you that in order to bond for $50 million, you're looking at about $3 million that we can fund, right? This was the number. And if you want to bond for $80 million, you need something like $5.6 million to $6 million in new revenue sources. And then going higher than that, it depends really what we put up as security for our city. We ran with one of our financial consultants a back of the envelope calculation. We estimate that the infrastructure that the city of Monterey owns and operates is about $7.7 billion worth, and that will provide us with a bonding capacity of something around $100 million max. And in order to get to $100 million, the bond payment is north of $6 million over 30 years. And these were just rough numbers. And with that, we're happy to answer all the questions you may have.
Thanks for the presentation, Hans and Rafaela. Lots of information to digest. I have tons of questions, but who would like to start us off? Please, Councilor Rash.
Tons. Hans, when does Measure G end?
I believe in 28.
And how much does it cost the city to do a bond measure?
There are issuance costs for a bond. You're absolutely correct. They can range anywhere between in the 6-digit figures if you get a private bond for a low cost, for a lower bond to $3-4 million based on the value of the bond.
And how much does it cost the city to put the ballot initiative on paper?
Staff time. That's it.
Staff time?
Yeah.
And
and the election is about what, 170,000 or something.
It depends whether we hold it on a special election or a regular election. If it's on the regular election, it wouldn't cost us very much more than just the regular election that we're already holding.
Yeah, what I remember of it is like it depends on how many things are on the ballot because they all kind of share the costs in a way.
Yeah.
So the more things that are on the ballot, the more. But it's regardless, it's really small.
We had a presentation on all the ADA improvements that were required, but I never had a sense of the timeline of that. Do we have a sense of what has to happen in a year, in 2 years, 3 years?
Yeah. Thank you for the question, Councilmember Rash. What we try to do is prioritize as many projects as possible. When we presented the ADA transition plan to council back in December, the recommendation at the time was to begin the process. In the transition plan that council adopted, we actually have a schedule for ADA transition plan implementation over the next 5 years with specific dollar amounts for each of the years. And because we had no funding source at the time, and we still don't, the recommendation to council was to lean on NCIP for those funds. And at the time, council recognized the challenge of needing to identify that funding need. The priorities are based on the facilities that have the highest use. So our community center, sports center, library, for instance, over perhaps other ADA improvements that are needed, but a lower priority such as office space for example, and other facilities Hans has mentioned before that we may want to consider perhaps selling.
So we don't have the state down our neck saying, you have to have all your ADA implementations done in 5 years.
Not specifically, but it is a legal requirement that we make progress towards towards those ADA improvements. And there is some level of liability if we say, well, we put all of our funds towards, or a significant number of funds towards optional projects and not prioritizing ADA. That's a challenge, I think, in the federal government's eyes.
I remembered that now from the presentation. Thank you for reminding me. If we wanted to look at selling assets, then we would just ask staff to make a list of our assets and what the value is and what they would prioritize in terms of selling and keeping and
Yes.
and not take a whole lot of time with that. I mean,
No.
yeah, just
Yes.
okay.
And again, it will become a matter of choices for you, City Council. And I repeat myself, is do we really need to operate 4 community centers in the city of Monterey? Do we have the community centers that we operate in the right spots? I would argue one is not in the right spot right now, and that's the Casanova Oak Knoll Neighborhood Center. So is that an opportunity for us to sell that site and provide that to a housing developer? Archer Center is the next one. We have First Night there as a renter for the past 22 years now. And Archer Center is not used by the city whatsoever. It's still our building. We still are responsible for the key components there. And our tenant pays us a little bit of rent because it's First Night and we really like them. But is that the right business model? Should we also put Archer Center up on the chopping block and sell it and develop it as a housing site? When you look at some of the historic buildings, right? I don't want to say Colton Hall is not really the most nice office building, but it's too historic to sell it. But what about other buildings? Vasquez Adobe across from here is a dangerous building in itself because it's very expensive to maintain. It is not a good staff environment to work in there. Gordon House, the Ketchum House are all buildings that are nice and provide good working environments if you like to work in those buildings, but they require 6-digit repair. I spoke about Gordon House, I think 2 weeks ago. The bill to bring the flooring up and to stabilize that is about $875,000. We are housing 4 employees in there right now. How many years of rent can we buy for $875,000 in the city without having all the day-to-day cost of flushing the lines, painting, roof replacement, getting the rats out of the roof that are coming in there because it's a historic building and constantly are invading us. So we have to ask those uncomfortable questions. And you have to ask yourself also, where do we have other buildings that provide services for our residents that we may also consolidate in other buildings? And so when the council is willing to entertain those thoughts, we can bring a list back to the council of all the properties and our assessments, and potentially then work together with you and the community about recommendations. But I share that with you for every 10 people who say, let's consolidate community centers, you will have 1 or 2 that will say, no, not with me, because we have sweet memories here about having birthday parties here or having community meetings here. But it is, again, about choices. It's about what does the community want. And in the end, that will be it. So if buildings, if we have fire stations that are not operational anymore, it is the community choice. If we have streets that are not passable anymore, this is about choices. And again, these are tough choices, and we have to have that conversations over the next months.
Thank you. And Tom Reeves had the suggestion to be billing for medical response. And that was on your list of
Yeah.
billing for
Yeah.
services that we aren't billing for
Yeah,
right
yeah.
now. Is that possible?
Absolutely, we can look into that, and I just warn you what the community will tell you when grandma needs a paramedic quickly, and we charge for that call out. It's about choices. Absolutely, we can look into that. It's a tough choice to make because I promise you, you will piss off a lot of residents.
We're going to. And then just one clarifying thing on page 171 on the breakout of existing buildings, facilities, and ADA transition plans.
Yes.
It says fire stations, immediate need, 1 to 5 years, it's around 2 million, and then police station, I presume that's the downtown police
Yes.
station, 1 million. Long range needs 6 and 3. Those are lower than I had imagined after taking the tour and hearing and looking at the dire condition of those buildings. I was surprised that those numbers are as low as they are. And it gave me pause because I thought, well, maybe we're back to fixing it up.
Yeah.
I know everybody wants a new building, but I thought just maintaining it would be larger numbers. I can't see Rafaela.
Yeah. I call a friend.
And I'll answer. So these numbers were low on purpose because we know we need to do something more. So if we were going to replace the HVAC system, for example, in a police department, it would be $1 million.
Yeah.
So now the question is, after we presented the study, do we invest $1 million? Do we invest in fixing the entire building, knowing that we need to do something better? So that's why these costs are low.
Okay. Thank you. That's all my questions.
Dr. Barber.
Yes, thank you so much, both Rafaela and Hans, for your presentations. I think it's going to take, I think what you have been kind of alluding to in your presentation, a combination of things from internal and external, not just from one source, right? And so I know you talked a lot about the community impact, and that's important for me. And so I know we're going to hear public comment today, but I know there's many people who, don't attend or hear or listen or have time. They're taking care of families, they're working, whatever. What other sources community-wise are our staff going to be working on and trying to get some feedback from the community? I know we've done things like this before, where we've had things online on our website and different other avenues. I'm just curious as to what type of things you're thinking about.
Yeah, thank you so much. We have to continue what we have learned over the past 2 years or 3 years or so, when we went out into the neighborhoods, had pop-up events, when we talked about housing ideas, housing suggestions. There has to be a more outreach to go into the neighborhoods, to go to the playgrounds on a Saturday, or to go to events where we can attract folks. Everyone likes to go to fire stations and have hot dogs there, and we need to combine those outreach events with also messaging by us when we are informing about all the various options. And there has to be a different outreach shall I say, to the traditional forums, which are the neighborhood associations. But we also realize that the neighborhood associations are just representative of a certain number of neighbors that are participating in there. Some neighborhood associations, and one of their presidents is here, are a neighborhood association of one. And so when we would go into Lee Whitney's neighborhood, we have to talk to the renters there that live there and tell them it's an important part for them to participate in those choices, or to let us know what they are thinking. So there has to be, again, a non-traditional and traditional outreach, and that involves also the business association, Dr. Barber. As you know, they also have a strong interest in maintaining our infrastructure and ensuring that it's safe for visitors to come and to use. I assure you that this is a key component going forward to ensure that the choices we are make and that may end up in front of the voters, be it a tax measure, be it a bond measure, or be it a charter amendment, or all three of those, that everyone has a chance to weigh in and vote on this.
Excellent. So I know you said something about in the next 2 to 3 months, you'd be working on it, something like that, and bring it back to us after hearing from us tonight and hearing from the public tonight. And so, excuse me, would you, excuse me, would you have that community input and the traditional and the non-traditional approaches being done during that time? Is that what I'm understanding?
We have to start reaching out. We have to talk to various groups that are already engaged, and I think we hear from quite a few of them tonight, hopefully, and we have to engage with those and see what is the common ground there, because I also think everyone comes from a perspective of love for the city of Monterey and wanting to do the right thing for Monterey. Everyone wants right thing for Monterey, and we need to tap into that potential with the established groups, and of course also tap into the potential of the others. So everyone wants to do the right thing, and that's what we will try to figure out over the next 2 or 3 months. What is the common ground? Where do we see some points of collaboration, compromise? And when I shared with you that the NCIP has traditionally funded a lot of CIP projects, let's talk about that with the NCIP to a degree as well, and say of the funding that you gave, maybe X% was already on average annually towards CIP programming. And that could be translated into a new NCIP formula.
Yeah, I think that's important to get everybody to the table through the different community outreaches, traditional and non-traditional businesses, individuals out that are in the neighborhood associations, as well as outside of neighborhood associations, as well as NCIP and even hospitality. So thank you so much.
Councilmember Smith?
Yeah, thank you. Rafaela, I've got a question, and it was one of the slides, and I just want to clarify, and that was the existing buildings, facilities, and ADA transition plan. And I'm going to have a couple of questions off of that list. So if we could put that slide back up, that would be helpful. That's the one that Councilmember Rash referred to with some of the amounts. Can we put that slide up? It's the page that's existing buildings, facilities. No, I'm sorry, the chart. It's got the breakdown on the chart.
That's on page 171 in the packet.
Okay, so I'm sorry. Maybe your slide is different than I saw, but there was a slide that Rafaela showed that had the breakdown of all of the individual different facilities.
It's not in the PowerPoint. It's just in the agenda.
Was it a line item? Okay, so in the total amount, I thought I saw a different total that you quoted.
You did.
What's the total?
The total, for in the chart that's in the staff report.
Yeah.
There's subtotals for the existing facilities, and then there's another total for the ADA. in the presentation, they're combined. That's all.
Okay, so the 19,458 is
Correct. Plus the
combined.
4 million
Okay, so it's it's combined with what?
with the 4 million for the ADA plans.
Okay, so it's carryover from the bottom. Okay.
Yes.
Thank you very much, because I saw the numbers and it didn't jive with what I was looking at here.
Yeah.
I want to ask, thank you, Raphael. I'm going to ask a clarification, and I think the city manager talked about that in terms of it in the staff report. Has a statement in here, and it's on page 173. An example, and it's talking about a bond. An example is that an issuance of a bond of 115,075,000 in bonds generates a maximum debt service limit of 8,000,035. So that what you're saying is it's missed something here for the average reader to understand. What it's saying is if you get 115 million, we have to be able to annually pay the service of that amount, approximately 8.35.
For 30 years.
For 30 years. Is that correct?
Yes.
I just want to make sure, because the public reads this and it's missing something. So that's an annual debt service to pay. And when we write this, we're not saying it in terms of, yes, it's debt service, but we're paying back the bond annually. So I think it's important that we get these terms correct for the public. I want to go through a couple of lists of questions. It has to pertaining to how we get to the numbers on the general obligation versus a specific obligation. Which one is the easiest to win? So there was a slide that talks about the 67%. For a bond measure, are there any circumstances where it has a lower threshold for a win? Or are all of them on a bond measure requiring a 67%?
I believe that all of the bond measures are 67%. It's like the tax measure, that's the majority. That's the 50% plus one. But the bonds are, I believe, 67%.
Okay, so a tax
66.6.
initiative for renewal of, say, Measure S, a tax measure is 50 plus 1.
I believe that's correct.
Okay.
Right.
Yeah,
Yes.
so the renewal of a special tax, if all you're doing is changing the sunset date,
Mhm.
it's a majority plus one vote. If you're going to tweak what the tax is going to pay for, then that would be a super 2/3 vote.
Yeah, super majority. Okay. So we have Measure G, and I think you said it sunsets 28.
Mhm.
Okay. And that's a half a cent. And that was for 5 million roughly per year.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
And we also have a window of 0.375. Roughly, we're probably 2.5 million for that percentage.
Yes, it's over 3 million because it's over 3 million because 1% is almost 12 million. So 3.75 is almost 4%. So it's slightly higher.
Okay, so it seems like that is a window that, you know, it's kind of an easy path to say we're talking about a tax measure that we need to figure out that 3.75 is worthy of asking the voters. But again, the surveys will give us the answer. But it seems like that's kind of an obvious one, renewal of Measure G, and also an ask to consider the additional.
Mhm.
And those are general fund.
So can I ask a clarifying
Sources.
question on that real quick?
Yeah.
3.75 versus 0.375.
It's 0.75.
Well, yeah, it's 0.375.
Okay, 0.375.
Less than
Not 3.
less than a half.
Got it. Okay, because I think what I heard was 3.7, and I just wanted to make sure.
Yeah.
The number.
0.375.
Perfect.
Yeah.
And another clarification, but for that 0.375, we have to ask the state for permission first.
Not for
No, that's what we have in the room of ceiling
before we have
Yeah.
to go higher. Okay,
Right.
thank you.
Right. So let's see. The sports center payment, you said is roughly 550,000 a year. And we think that that expires in 2031.
2032.
One more year.
Okay, so 2032. Well, when you're old like me, another year is a big difference. Thank you. So it seems like that's held against us if we go for a bond because we're obligated to make that payment. So the question is there a way to negotiate that and pay that earlier to free up the ability to pursue a bond measure for, say, a public safety center? Because that's $550,000 annually. And we have roughly 6 years left. If I advance it to 2026, we have 6 years left. Are those kinds of bonds renegotiable to
think we
pay
can-
down early?
Like refunding.
Yeah.
I think there's options and we can always explore those options, whether we refund that one or if we can actually maybe even wrap it into a new bond. There's options.
That's where I'm going.
Yes.
Yes.
I
And
think
that was the question is, if we know we're obligated to that and it recycles in 2032, what would it take to wrap it with a new bond? And of course, it'd have to be a tax initiative. I mean, a vote of the people. But is there a way that could work to our benefit? Rather than having one more for 6 years, could we wrap it together and move for a new 30-year bond?
I would say that was something that we can work with our consultants just to make sure, see if that's if it's possible,
Right.
and the benefits of doing it or not doing it. So instead of just me saying, yes, we can do it, I'd like to be able to come back and have some real answers and some options that actually make sense and if it's feasible or not.
Yeah, and that's one of the things that would be helpful is rather than saying, well, we have to pay that all the way down for the next 6 years, and then we want to try and get a new bond for, say, the public safety center. It seems like we would combine those, if that was a choice, and it seems like that would make a difference. And of course, the bond interest right now is not great. This is a philosophy that it's good that we're exploring this now, because by the time we may want to get to a bond, we may be in better interest rate territory than we are today.
Right.
So this timing is actually excellent for us to take this on and try and find some sense of our priorities. I'm going to switch to something else. On the NCIP vote, if that was going to be a change of the charter and it was a completely reconfigured and there was some other conditions on there, say there was caps and designated money has to be for CIP and designated money still goes to NCIP, is that percentage threshold supermajority? So that's a required supermajority.
I guess it would depend on how we would modify it, but as it's currently written, it's the equivalent to a special tax.
Okay.
And requires a supermajority.
Okay.
Could I ask a clarifying question on that? If the purpose of the measure was for just putting it back into the general fund, not a special designation for the funding, would that still require a supermajority because it's coming from a special tax?
I'd double check, but I don't think so.
Okay.
But I'd need to verify that.
Okay.
Yeah, because it comes from a TOT tax initiative that was passed. So a lot of questions on what it would look like.
We've converted 16% of our general TOT tax into a special tax.
Mm-hmm.
And so if we were to undo that, I think it would just be probably a majority vote, but I would certainly confirm that before.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I'm just quickly going down here because I want to share time with everybody else.
This is your moment.
Yeah. I appreciate that. No pressure. So on the CCFD, that pays for the conference center bond. That's really a city net, because is there anything that we gain out of that CCFD that comes to us? It's entirely paid for by the TOT that's gathered, or not TOT, the
Assessment.
CCFD that's
Yeah.
assessed on the hotels.
Yes, it's entirely paid through a surcharge that the hotels charge their customers as part of the room rate, and it's broken down into
Districts.
full service hotels and three different categories: the high end hotels, so the conference center hotels. Sorry, it took me a while to get my engine rolling on this one. The conference center hotels charge the highest surcharge directly adjacent to the conference center, which is Hotel Portola Plaza, the Hotel Pacific, and the Marriott Hotel. They charge about $4.15 per room night extra. Then there are the other full service hotels. They charge about $2, and then there are the hotels, motels, which charge about $1 per night extra. So that's the breakdown. It's not a percentage. It's a flat dollar amount, and we collect that as a separate collection, and that those funds get paid twice a year to back to the bond in December. In July, it's a minimum payment or the standard payment, and then July to December, that payment in December then includes all the extra money that is allowing us to pay it back sooner than actually scheduled, because the revenues are good. We took a real dip during COVID, and the banks at that time were gracious with us and allowed the hotels to not make the minimum payments, but now we are back full on track. So,
and so the reason I wanted to bring that up is so that no one is thinking that the conference center is going to be, when it's paid off, that there's a windfall to the city. It's a net. So there is nothing that comes back to the city's general fund once that obligation is finally paid off. So I want to ask this statement and then a question. So in the finance world, if I have the need for a house, I want to purchase this home, and I want to seek a lender to give me the money I need. Now I make the deposit, and they tell me, show me the income that you can make the debt service. What I'm going to go through as a potential lender is I care about my credit score, the bond rating, the city terminology. I also care about the ability to clear up any other expenses that I have so that I can take on the payment for 30 years to purchase the home. So if I make the analogy, what the city needs to do right now is we need to first identify our priority and what we want to spend the money for. But also we need to go through the inventory, excess property. We need to raise our income to show that we can qualify for buying what we want to buy. And so I don't see this as happening very fast, but what I do see is the community stepping in to identify what they believe should be our city priorities. Wharf 2, public safety, library. I'm going to guess here that the fans out there are going to say, keep up the road work, and Measure S is an automatic, and we don't want to lose that. And that's just been such a raving success. But once we set the priority of what we think we need to use the money for, I think we need to come back and say, well, yes, we agree with these priorities, and this is the amount of money it's going to take to do that. And then where's the money come from? And tonight, I think we're identifying maybe there's some excess property we should talk about getting rid of. Maybe there's some debt that we should be talking about paying down. But the city manager told us that we currently have too little income to pay what we need. So in my mind, that tells me we need to do one step further, and that's we need to cut costs in what we're spending every year to manage all the services that is asked of us. So I would like to know, are there areas that the city manager could suggest to us that we should be trimming the service so that we can save the costs and say, maybe we don't go the gold standard for that service, but we can give you the bronze service. But I need some help with that. I mean, I think the city manager probably knows, but I'd like to know some suggestions of where we could say, if we did these 12 things, we could save X number of dollars. Because anytime you're trying to raise your ability to have freed up money to get a loan, you need to trim your costs, and you need to look inside, and you need to not only balance the checkbook, but you need to stop spending money. I need to know where we need to stop spending money. And I think that would be helpful for us to go through some deep dive of choices that, I'll grab it. Should the library be open 7 days a week? Should all of the parks be open 7 days a week? Should we close Dennis the Menace Park on Monday and Tuesday instead of just Tuesday? So I think we should go through that exercise. And I would ask that maybe we have some opportunity to participate in where are some areas where we could cut the costs in our services. I'll yield time for anybody else.
I think that means me.
Yeah, it's your turn.
Woo! All right.
I'm sure that I covered lots of your questions already.
No, not at all. I'm going to try to use inflection so it sounds exciting and not. Okay, here we go. I'm wondering for the tables that are in the staff report, if we can add an extra column for the total costs. And what I mean by that is, I don't know if it's possible to pull up the agenda report at all, Nat, to share that on the screen, just so that there's context given here. But there's, for example, there's the rights of way table, and there's a column for asset, there's a column for immediate needs 1 to 5 years, and there's a column for long range needs 6+ years. And then we have the subtotals for immediate needs, and then there's the subtotal for long range needs, and then below that there's the average cost per year. But it would be great.
This is the page.
Yep, this is exactly it. It'd be great if we added a column to the right of long range needs to show what is the total cost for sea level rise. And of course, people could just add it together, but I think displaying that might be a helpful piece of information. And that also could go into the average cost over the entire 30-year period, as opposed to separating it out amongst the immediate needs versus the long range needs. All right, thank you for that. Just a general question. How common is it to have a special tax for funding rights of way projects? Like when municipalities are trying to figure out solutions to these problems, is it common? And that might not be a question that we can answer tonight, but I just wonder, is this a common thing to occur? Is it typical to have a special tax to fund these types of initiatives? And part of where I'm going with this in my mind is, for like Measure P and Measure S, are we going to do another 10 years and then do this again in 10 years versus and don't shoot the messenger. I'm just like thinking about possibilities here, but why don't we just have it as a general tax and create a program within the city that has a budget line item for maintaining our infrastructure that we're going to have to take care of forever. We're not going anywhere. At least that's the plan. So please.
Yeah, and the answer is trust. The voters do not trust elected officials that they will stick by their guns and keep the policy going. And that's why and this is not meant disrespect for the sitting council, but special sales tax give the voters the parachute that first of all, it doesn't have to be maintained 10 years later, and number two, it gives the voters through the oversight committee also that you hear annually here giving us a report, the assurance that the money is really spent for the purpose that it was meant to be. So that gives the reassurance.
Sure. There's a lot to unpack there.
Yeah.
And I mean, I would almost ask, and this is not to be in any offense to the folks that participate in the Measure P and Measure S committee, but how much difference is made out of the input that's provided in those discussions that isn't already kind of fed by our staff that's presenting the information that's being provided?
Mayor, can you elaborate on this? I don't understand right now the direction of your question.
So I'm the oversight piece.
Yeah.
It's maybe more of a rhetorical question. I don't.
Maybe it would help. Oh, sorry.
No, I think Chrissy first.
Oh, I was just going to say at the time that those measures passed, in order to garner the support of the taxpayers associations, it was necessary to have an oversight committee and to have a limited duration of the tax and to have it be special. I mean, so that was sort of part of the public input process that resulted in that outcome.
Yeah.
Does it have to be that way? No, but if you want the measure to pass, maybe it comes into play.
Yeah, and I guess my question is kind of to folks that are members of the tax association is if you're really concerned about tax dollars, creating things that might create some inefficiencies in the process kind of seems a little bit counter to the effort of making sure that we're spending our tax dollars appropriately. So is there a way that we can do that internally? And again, it's a more of a rhetorical question, but
Can I add just
please,
one little,
please.
Because I was so involved in Measure S, knocking on doors, putting signs out, making phone calls. Part of it's basically the oversight. It's the watchdog piece that our society kind of expects. There's advocacy from all kinds of places, special interest, but it's the watchdog factor. It's basically that we did get a wide support and it did pass 83%. And the reason that it was is the experts that run these kind of tax measures across the state of California tells you there's two elements that must be included: an oversight committee, and it must have a sunset. And if it has neither of those, you're guaranteeing it won't pass. That's just a guarantee, because the voter is expecting the oversight piece because they want watchdog activity and they want to know that it's not a forever tax.
No.
And our forever tax is property taxes, income taxes, sales tax, and we hate taxes. So we're asking them to tax themselves. So we have to have a sunset.
Yeah. I think these are obviously good questions to include in the polling that we do to kind of feel that out a little bit more. To me, not thinking about all of the politics behind it and just thinking about how do we take care of our city in just the simplest terms. To me, I just see nothing but inefficiencies being created through that process. So if there was a messaging and marketing campaign that we could use as we have these discussions to help with the effort. Okay, I'm going to move on from this one. For the parking fund, is the long-term maintenance redevelopment plans included in the cost recovery expenses? So are we in the expenses that in the fees that we're charging, are we incorporating the cost to potentially have to redevelop and maintain these facilities?
Yes.
Okay.
And you can see this in the annual difference between income, revenues and expenses.
Okay. And I'll just share it now since I'm on the topic of parking. I'm a little bit concerned that we're doing the take from Peter to pay Paul methodology with parking, because if the whole idea is to have those funds available to pay for the infrastructure needs that exist within parking, we're not helping ourselves.
And so you raise an excellent point there as well. So number one is what we learned out of lessons from other communities: do not ever privatize parking, because you, the community, will pay bloody for the privatized parking, because the privateers will charge you horrendous sums of money. Every single example of privatization of parking ended up that lines were in front of the dais telling the elected officials to get it back. Number two is when you look at our parking infrastructure, we have two parking garages, the east and the west garage. Both garages are underutilized. We do not have the garages full, if you look at both garages, also there is an opportunity for future city councils to consider eliminating both garages, including the street that runs between the two of them, and provide maybe a parking capacity there, and a mixed-use building with shops on the bottom, housing in some floors, and parking in some floors. So there are, what I'm saying with that, Mayor, is there may be private-public partnerships where the city can enter into agreements such as giving part of the space for developers for housing and businesses, as well as still having sufficient parking to ensure that folks can still go to the sports center or go have sufficient parking for downtown and for the conference center. So in that instance, there are business opportunities. Cannery Row Parking Garage is the only garage that regularly sells out during the summertime. And of course, that's an asset we should keep in our portfolio. But for the garages, we have to put money aside for that. But there are maybe different entrepreneurial opportunities. And I think you were part of the council as well when we acquired the restaurant there, the building that houses the restaurant. So now we own those two blocks, and that will give us a lot of opportunities in the future.
Absolutely. And there's a lot to be said about that conversation, but for sake of time, I'll defer. But you kind of started alluding to some of the thoughts that I have as it relates to the east and west parking garages. Harbor infrastructure. Is the rent for San Pedro Fish Market included in the revenue for that?
No, it's not.
And I know that one fluctuates a lot, so that's really
it's not.
Goes to Tidelands Fund.
Right, but there is a there was a table for it was in the table for the harbor infrastructure, which I'm assuming there's the revenue for that is from waterfront parking.
So the revenue that I have listed is what's current right now. We haven't started with the revenue from San Pedro Fish yet. So it's not included yet.
Okay.
It will be.
Okay.
But just could we clarify your term? What do you call it? Tidelands Fund?
There's a Tidelands. Yeah, Tidelands Fund.
Yeah, Tidelands Fund.
Correct.
And then the Tidelands Fund can only be used in the Tidelands.
That's right. But I'm just referring to the harbor infrastructure table on the staff report, which includes Wharf 1, Wharf 2, and the marina. So I'm assuming that the revenue that's generated in the Tidelands Fund can be used to pay for infrastructure needs in the harbor infrastructure table.
Correct.
Yeah. Okay, thank you for that. 3 more questions. I was a little bit confused in this staff report around that 0.375%. I'm a little bit confused about where that comes from, because when we had the conversation around Measure G, that seemed to cap us out. But then the agenda report refers to the Measure X funding. And I'm confused how the Measure X funding allows us an additional amount. So if you can provide some clarification on that, that'd be great.
So when we had our quarterly meeting with our tax consultant, HDL, a few weeks ago, we asked the question, are we maxed out? Is there any room for us? Is there any room for growth? And so they looked up and they said, basically, if you look at the chart that I provided that had with the nice little colorful graph, it says the Monterey County, the TAMC Measure X, the 0.375, that's the only area that we have any room for because of the way that it's structured with that county tax. So in essence, we could actually have a 0.375, that amount.
But I guess that's the part I'm a little bit confused. What makes that different than the other sales tax initiatives that allows us to go over the?
Yeah, I think try to explain. So what we heard from HDL, there's some of the tax measures, they are essentially get preemption from the state to be exempt from that maximum amount. So because that was approved by the legislature as exempt, it doesn't count towards that cap. And as a result, that's why we have up to 0.375% to go before we reach the cap that requires legislative approval.
Okay, so I'm trying to recall when we were doing, I think it was when we were doing Measure G, I can't remember exactly when this was, but the county was considering increasing their sales tax. And did that pass? Or did they not? Did they not do that? I can't even remember the detail. Because I'm wondering if they pass, wouldn't they be capturing that 0.375?
So
there was something like that, like
Right.
first come, first serve, whoever gets that extra money gets across the finish line first. But I think this is left over from that.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
But there's a state cap. So if you put together, the state has a cap, then it says the city of Monterey has to be below that cap. And every city has various amounts based on what initiatives they may have. So we have just a little bit more room to go.
And remind me again, your ballpark estimate of how much revenue we could get from that?
3.5, 3.6 million.
Okay. Thank you.
I do it in the calculator now.
So yeah, let's do that. That seems to be a no-brainer. And I would just pause here. Well, I'm going to get to this in a second. Yeah, actually, it's the next bullet. Okay. So I'm wondering, yes.
It's 4.5 million. So
That's a big difference.
I know it's better. So that's why I'm saying.
And plus, by the time it comes around, cost of goods are going to be more.
Okay. So this next, I'm kind of putting it into a form of a question, but I've asked for this before and I'm going to continue pushing it because I think it's going to be really helpful. It kind of leads into what Ed was saying a little bit in regards to looking at the things that we can cut in our expenses. But to me, it's not as easy as saying, let's just look at cuts and then look at the infrastructure and how we're going to pay for it. To me, there's give and take. And there has to be some space where we can play with this a little bit. And so to me, I think it would be worth investing in some kind of tool that allows for some more interactive process. And a resident can go into the tool and play with it and say, hey, I want to get rid of 2 of our facilities and recreation facilities. What does that do towards our needs? And then how do we fund it? And I think allowing us to play with this a little bit, I think can help us get to a space where one, the public feels like they have an opportunity to be more engaged and involved in the process, which if whatever the outcome is, it doesn't fully go their direction. I think we would get more buy-in that way. But 2, I think it would really allow us to engage in a more meaningful conversation around what are those things that we cut, how do we fund it, and how do we find a way of meeting in the middle. So I just put that out there again. I just would ask for us to consider some kind of interactive tool. And it leads to my experience in reading through the agenda report. It's a good report, but I am left with feeling like I don't understand how to put all this together. So I'm not saying that we have to solve it all, but how do we find the priority amongst it all if we don't look at all the parts collectively? So I think is that something that's doable?
And you're absolutely right, and that's why I tried to dampen expectations at the beginning when I said, okay, well, we'll provide you with the tools, and over the next couple of weeks, months, we have to provide more clarity to allow you, the elected officials, to work through all of that and come out at the right end making decisions. So I share that feeling about the agenda report with you. Absolutely, I feel the same way. But you got to start somewhere, and I always you didn't have it this year, so here comes Alice in Wonderland. Where do we want to go? Ask Alice the Cheshire Cat, and the Cheshire Cat just go into one direction, and it will take you to the right direction. So we know now the direction. So if council wants to say we've got to look at that, we know the direction. We look now in options, and that is already for us the path that we will take, and we will not go down rabbit holes, but we will continue into figuring that out for the benefit of us and the community. But I share your same sentiment with respect to what we have done so far. But we have set a foundation now. You are asking excellent question, and you're making excellent comments here, City Council, and I'm sure the public will not disappoint either. And it is very helpful to start playing with those ideas that you just brought forward. And I just want to count. You already asked for 3 questions when you said I have 3 more questions.
Those were bundled into one question.
Dr. Barber agrees with me, actually.
Hey, Dr. Barber. Hey, can we turn?
I was counting too, Hans. I was counting too. Yes, most definitely. You passed your 3.
Hans did tell me really early on, and when I'm getting on the council, I always used to say 1 more question and then 1 more question. So I try to avoid doing that. But I had like the 3 questions. They were bundled. Okay. I'm going to make a closeout comment on this one, and then I'm going to get to my last question. I think part of the way of thinking about this too is, what do we bond, and how do we free up certain sources of revenue to make available year over year?
Yes.
Right. Mm-hmm. So to me, when we're talking about bonding, the thing that makes sense is the public safety facility, because we have to have that funding available all at that time to be able to execute that project. Versus some of the infrastructure things in our CIP. It's like that to me is more, how do we free up funding to have certainty with that year over year? So that's part of this conversation too. A big part of this conversation is, what are we talking about as far as the need for longer term strategic taxation versus year over year and having certainty in that funding. So I think making that part of the discourse is going to be helpful. If I were to just ballpark this a little bit and say between the 340, I think it is, million over the next 30 years for CIP, and then the 160 that we're estimating for the public safety facility, let's say 500 million ish. That my number's wrong. Is that right?
No, you're right.
Is it 500 million? Right. That's like, I don't know, 15, somewhere between 15 and 20 million a year that we would need to pay for all of that. And my numbers could be wildly wrong here, but somewhere around there. So if we do the 0.375% sales tax, that's 4 million. How do we put all these pieces together to get all these things done? I think is kind of, in my mind, how do we simplify this in a way that makes it digestible?
And Mr. Mayor, we are only good for bonding up to 110 million.
That's right.
So that's where we have to worry about to find the funding for that.
Yep. Okay, and then the last one is, we didn't really touch on vacancy tax too much tonight. I know in the agenda report, we bring up the concerns around San Francisco's measure and the litigation associated with that. I think that decision point should be left to the council. So I think we should fully take on that discussion so that the council can make a determination on how far down the road we want to go with that. But I don't want to knock us out of that opportunity if that's something that the community wants to engage in. And then you did bring up the property transfer tax. So I don't know if there was any more information in regards to what the potential revenue opportunities are there.
Yeah. So I don't have the number. I don't think if you have the number either, but that's something also where we have to look into over the next few months.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. That was my last question.
Yeah.
See, you can do it. All right. We're gonna open up for public comment.
If I may just say one thing, because the council spoke about this also 2 weeks ago, and I think there's a lot of merit about this incremental approach that you also just mentioned again, Mayor. We have to have something in order to pay for a public safety building or pay for part of a library upgrade as well. So that is the big one. We are good with Measure PNS for all the things that they are doing. And I again share with you, we are doing well with the sewer infrastructure. We will have the storm drain hopefully addressed also soon again in a reliable way. We still put money into reserves to continue investing into major reinvestment, roofs, heating systems, you name it. So the incremental approach works. I'm a bit concerned still about the larger ticket items like the wharves that we discussed. There are also solutions out there, but Councilmember Smith and you spoke about this, and I think this incremental approach works in a way, as long as we are again, like I said the other day, playing all the keys on the piano at the same time and reduce operational cost, reduce maybe some of the assets that we carry on and don't cost so much, and provide you also with those options. Like you said, if we brown out neighborhood parks, that will be not popular. But there are a lot of small pocket parks that we have that we maintain, and again, it comes down then to choices. What do you want? So I just want to say there is already benefits from the conversations we had, because we can put our minds at ease, the community minds at ease, but we still have large scale challenges ahead of us.
Well, and when we talk about the trade-offs, right? Like if we're talking about getting rid of some of our facilities that where our current staff sit, then the question comes, well, where do we place them? So yeah, there might be revenue coming in from the sale of the property. But it seems like we've already kind of tried to consolidate as much as we can with the available office space. So anyways, there's lots of discourse around this. I'm going to bring up one more point, and you jogged my thoughts on an item. To me, it's also not just about how do we pay for all of these things now or in the near term, but how are we making sure that we're setting funding aside to maintain these pieces of infrastructure? Because I forgot, Gene asked the question around how much does it cost to bond, and I think you said a number up to 3 or 4 million, and I don't know if that included the interest rate associated with the bond too, or if that was just to get the bond going, right? So we're talking about digging ourselves further in the hole with debt because we failed to set enough funding aside to maintain our infrastructure. So to me, what I am looking for is not just how we pay for these things, but how do we set ourselves up for setting funding aside so that we're not finding the city in this situation long after I'm gone, right? I want to set up future generations to be successful and not have to deal with some of these issues, because they're gonna have to deal with climate change. So anyways, with that,
Before we go to the
please, yeah.
public, I wanted to highlight that I've felt for a long time that our city did need to change its policy on setting aside money for reserves. And we've done that ever since I've been on the council. That was one of my priorities to do that. And we've gone basically from the time I got onto the council at about 12% to now we're pushing 20%. And we have by policy said we want to put money away to the sports center, the conference center, the library, so we just started that. And maybe we were too aggressive. I don't know. But sometimes when you start off with high hopes and you go for it, then we're in a position where we can adjust that because those reserves are still there. Those reserves are the foundation of our future that you're talking about, is that I firmly believe we keep that up where appropriate in the right amounts. Maybe the amounts for the first 2 years were overly aggressive, but we can right side that because we can make those adjustments each year when we do have extra revenue. So I'm offended by the public when I see, or not the public, I'm offended by what I read based on the last couple of city council members by some local newspapers saying the city of Monterey is broke. We have zero money. Well, be a little more accurate, the Monterey County Weekly, because I read that article again today, and I know it's sensational and it's to get people's eyes on the article. We're not broke. We have options. We have options with difficult choices, but we have a lot of options. Can you imagine having no reserves and no options and can't bond? And we have a $10 million deficit, and we've had that for the last 10 years every year. We're not in that situation. So these are tough decisions. They are going to be incremental. But for the listening public, the city of Monterey is not broke. We have choices that will give us clarity. And we're going to ask you what your opinion is. What do you think the priorities should be? Public safety center, library, other recreational activities, parks. So we're going to ask all those questions and get the feedback. And we're also going to ask the questions in terms of the neighborhood associations. What do you think and how do you think you can help us solve this? And is it time that we consider a reformat and figure that out where the neighborhood associations and NCIP is still made whole with their opportunity to still participate with all the things they do so well, but we come up with a different kind of a formula. And I think that there's a lot of smart people out there in NCIP and neighborhood associations that'll really be able to help us with that question. And it's still just a big question of what is a better formula after 35 years of having the NCIP system at 16%. And we also had a 2% increase of TOT, which now we're into real dollars that is there every year. So I look forward to the participation of the public, the association members, and the NCIP to see, where's an opportunity to throw all this together and come up with some solutions. So thank you for the time.
Yeah, I have some more thoughts, but I'm going to save them for our discussion afterwards because I know it's going to be a good one. And I know that there's folks here that want to provide some good public comments that I think will be helpful towards that discussion as well. So at this point, I'm going to go ahead and open it up for public comments. For folks on Zoom, please use the raise hand function. In the meantime, I'll check in the chamber. If anybody in the chamber wishes to speak on this item, I ask that you stand to the left of the podium or identify yourself by raising your hand. I see none in the chamber. None in the chamber? Okay. All right. I'll do a countdown for folks on Zoom to 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We have only 5 on Zoom. Oh, I was expecting more. Okay.
Done deal.
It's a done deal.
We haven't made any decisions.
All right, let's go ahead and take those callers on Zoom, please. 3 minutes each.
Sure. First is Lori.
It's late. I think we've lost people. Anyway, good evening, Mayor and Council members. So I appreciate the difficulty of this conversation and the decisions that have to be made. I think there are good, doable options on the table, and I think there are other areas not mentioned, such as reducing or eliminating some of the city services. You guys have covered some of that. That might be nice to explore a little more of. But some of those things that aren't a necessity. In addition to that concept, I've got some other creative ideas, and I'll bring those forward at another time along the way. But for the purposes of just this kickoff meeting and the limited time allowable for public speaking, I'll just focus on my personal red line and amplify some of what was covered, as Hans indicated, and the red line for also many people in our community. And that red line for me is that I strongly oppose the proposal to repurpose any portion of the NCIP funds, particularly for debt service. As we just heard Hans praise the NCIP for all the CIP projects, I can tell you that I and many others in the community would support his suggestion to recalibrate the NCIP TOT percentage in the city charter if, and I'm sure Hans will laugh at this, only if it's brought to the voter as a higher percentage than the current 16%. But I wouldn't support it if it were reduced. And it's been covered, but again, I'll amplify that these funds were created through voter-approved TOT increase, and would not like to see special purpose funds without voter approval. Let's see, some of this has been said, so I'm just going to try to skip over it. And I've got a letter. If you guys haven't seen it, it's in the folder. But as Hans iterated, it's also important to note that more than 50% of these funds are already directed towards city infrastructure and other upgrades, and all of it the city benefits from. It is not just a budget line. It's a respected citizen-driven model for neighborhood investment. The residents propose and prioritize projects that directly benefit their communities, and it's really one of the most community engaging programs in the city. I love it, and many others do too. So in regarding outreach, you have to be honest. If you go out to all the constituents, which I think you should, you can't do a fluffy snow job. For example, if you want to talk to them about the need to build a new fire station complex, and therefore we need to put a bond measure on the ballot, when you talk about these necessary bond measures, like property owners, you have to share the absolute reality that their rents will probably increase. There were a lot of people just freaked out that their rents increased after the MPUSD bond measure passed. So I think they truly don't understand that. Anyway, thank you.
Our next speaker is Kurt.
Yes, hi, thank you. Kurt Tipton, I'm a member of the NCIP committee. I'm the downtown representative. I'm also the president of the Downtown Association. I am in favor, as I wrote to you, that you increase the occupancy tax. I know the finance director said we don't want to price ourselves out, but other cities around us are having financial issues, and if we raise our TOT, they'll follow suit with raising theirs, I'm fairly assured. And in my mind, it's going to be much easier for the voters to pass the TOT rather than trying to pass a bond measure where they're taxing themselves. And the city attorney can verify. I don't believe that if we raise the TOT, it necessarily has to include the 2% for the NCIP. And in this case, I would be in favor of raising the TOT without including the NCIP's portion of that increase. So that's something that this council and others can consider. And just as the city manager mentioned that only those participating in the neighborhood associations have input, that's not true. I get lots of input from people that don't belong to the association, and I certainly try to pass that information along to the city or to whoever that they need that. So it's not true that it's just the members. it's the neighbors, and they don't necessarily have to be members of the association to have input to the association. So I wanted to make sure that that's clear. And as a member of the NCIP, I don't like to see you reducing that. And in this case, we met with the library, two of the library board members, and I know there's going to be a project for the library in this year's voting. Hopefully it will pass. So NCIP may be funding part of the library. Thank you.
Tom, you're next.
Thank you. I think it's still Tuesday. I just want to make a couple of comments to maybe make things clearer, at least to me. You might want to eliminate the funds that are self-funding. And what I mean by that are the funds like the sewer fund, the storm drain fund, stormwater utility, whatever we call it. If there's sufficient funding in it, I would just take that out of the picture, and that would remove some clutter from this conversation. Now, moving on to the parking, I just reread the staff report, and it definitely does not leave me with the impression that there is money in there to replace the custom house garages. It says that over the 1 to 5 year, 1.5 roughly $1 million per year, and in the long range, 361,000 and some change. That's nowhere near enough money to replace both those custom house garages. I have no clue how much those will cost, but I'm sure they're well into the multiple tens of millions of dollars to replace those. So I think there needs to be a little bit of a reality check there. With regard to NIP, I heard what Hans said, and maybe I misheard what you were saying, but it seemed like what you're saying is that the NIP has built many CIP projects, and therefore why not just take that money out of the NIP and put it in a general fund where CIPs are paid for? And I'm paraphrasing grossly, I realize. But when you get right down to it, the NIP can only pay for capital improvements. That's what it pays for by charter. So what that is tantamount to saying is put it all in the general fund. Now, I might surprise you by saying that I think it is worth exploring changing the charter such that it would allow the NIP to fund projects using debt financing, which then would require a long-term year after year allocation of NIP funds to service that debt. The way I read the charter right now is that because the budget lives and dies year by year, I don't think you can find anybody to bond a debt based on that kind of a iffy proposition for funding from one year to the next. Now, let's say the NIP committee decided, well, yeah, we want to get behind undergrounding. We want to get $30 million worth of undergrounding done, and we're willing to allocate a portion of our NIP fund towards paying a debt to do that. I think that's worth the discussion. I think I might be tarred and feathered at the next NIP meeting for saying that, but I think it's worth it. So anyhow, those are my thoughts, and have a good evening.
Tarred and feathered.
Corey, you're next.
Hi there. Good evening. This is Corey Madden. I'm the executive director of the Monterey Museum of Art, and I've been fascinated by tonight's presentation. It's been very helpful to me to hear you all being so thoughtful about making community investments that will really make the next 30 years, will last over the next 30 years and improve the quality of life for residents and visitors. I'm really supportive of everything you're working on and want to keep attending these meetings and understand it better. I also want to just add a little advocacy on behalf of something that's important to the museum, that the council consider including, or at least talking about things like infrastructure improvements to the historic district, particularly Calle Principal, to help generate this vision that you've had, I think, in your specific plan to create an arts and cultural district that would attract more local foot traffic and tourism and the revenues associated with it with this increase. I think that an arts and cultural avenue down Calle Principal could link the conference center to all the cultural assets that are there and or planned, including the museum, the library, Colton Hall, and as well as the state parks and historic gardens and buildings. I think most of you are aware that Monterey Museum of Art has been working for the last 5 years to plan a comprehensive renovation of a city property that we lease, and maintain at 559 Pacific Street, right across from Colton Hall. And we're also now own one of the historic adobes. And then we program the Elkins Park in between and very much want to try to continue to do that. We're preparing to raise a very significant amount of private support that will greatly benefit the city and its residents long-term. However, we advocate that the city invest in infrastructure improvements on Calle Principal, in Elkins Park, in the new Pocket Park to support those efforts. MMA expends $3 million a year locally and will expend more, half going to workforce, the other half going to local services. And all of those expenditures create economic impact, as do the 25,000 visitors estimated by the time we finish the project to be more like 55,000 visitors who generate 4 times their admission costs in Monterey when they visit. Monterey Museum of Art is a longstanding public serving community asset that's privately funded that makes year-round cultural, educational, and recreational impact in Monterey in ways that are comparable to publicly funded assets such as the community college and libraries. We increase local foot traffic and tourism. Thank you.
Our last speaker is Keith.
There we are. Hello, my name is Keith Rutzart. I'm with the Giant Kelp Restoration Project, and I consider Monterey my my adopted home. I've been diving in Monterey for years, and I can really appreciate what you're going through tonight. This is like a nice clinic and how to fund a city. I didn't know as much when I started, and I know a lot more now. Mayor Williamson, you had said at one point, you said that and we still need to address climate change. And I think climate change is now. You know, we lost our kelp in Monterey beginning in 2013. And the Monterey Convention Visitors Bureau surveyed tourists that come to Monterey and asked them, what's your attraction here? And they said it's the scenic beauty of this place. And I asked people when, you know, I'm out there all the time. I ask people on the beach, you know, why'd you come here? And they say we came here to see the sea otters. And they ask me, where's the sea otters? And I say, well, they're in the kelp. And then they say, well, where's the kelp? And now we're having a conversation, right? The sea otters in Monterey they're cute, they're adorable, they're the megafauna, but they're in real trouble in Monterey. When I dive in Monterey, these reefs are stripped of invertebrates because this Monterey Bay and Carmel Bay, for that matter, all down the Big Sur coast is deforested, and there's not a carrying capacity for this many sea otters that we have in Monterey Bay. South Monterey Bay can only support 0.9 sea otters, and there's like 75 or 80 of them right in front of the aquarium. So the Monterey Bay National Marine Sanctuary is studying the socioeconomic value of kelp and can help with some of that information. But it's something that, you know, I believe I heard today that 62% of sales tax is paid by non-residents, and not all of that's tourists. But I think you really rely on tourists in Monterey. It kind of props up the hotels and everything else, right? And you also need to address sea level rise, right? And kelp helps fight sea level rise by dampening the waves that come ashore and preventing beach erosion. Del Monte Beach is the most eroded beach in California. They lose 4 feet of shoreline every year. The Del Monte townhomes are only 15 feet from the water, right? So this is something that we're going to need to address. And like I said before in the public comments, we think we have a new funding source to address the kelp loss, provide a new fishery that we can feed people and feed tourists and increase tourism while fighting climate change. So yeah, you have a lot of hard decisions to make, but I'm hoping that this is something that you can embrace. Thank you.
Thank you, Keith, and all of our public commenters. Just to respond to the last one real quick. We have been making efforts, and Keith, I encourage you to stay engaged with our efforts of community engagement as it relates to our coastal action plan. We're working on getting that updated, so there'll be plenty of opportunity to provide feedback and input there. And I know we've already made efforts in trying to take efforts for climate resilience and sea level rise. We do have a sea level rise reserve fund that we've created that we're setting funding aside in. And so making some efforts, and to no stretch have we nearly done enough to get there, but just wanted to get to that. All right, with that, we'll open it up to the council for discussion. Wow.
So
you want to see all been all night.
Well, I'm listening to taps out the window here.
It's really nice.
DLI. Yes, I love it. May I start?
Please.
I think I indicated some of the priorities I need to make further decisions. And I think part of it is the information the city manager can provide us. That is an opportunity where we can cut costs. Anytime we're talking about a shortfall, that means we need to know where there's opportunities where we might have some savings. So that's an ask. Also, some of the questions involving the timing of renewal of Measure G. I think that's answered to us, but the Measure S renewal is looming. That to me is a high priority because that sunsets in 2027. So I think we need to know when that's going to come to the council and calendar. That's a high priority for me. I'm just going to throw out things that are coming into my thoughts. Setting a priority for all of the CIP. My priorities are the Public Safety Center. I'm really uncertain what the library need is, so I want to know more about that. I know that we've applied for a grant for Wharf 2. When will we know? And it looks like we have the short order of 1 to 5 years with 17 million, and we know we need longer term. So we have a little bit of time, but I need to know where that 5 years funding for Wharf 2 repairs could be made without including that in the bond measure. And could that be accomplished incrementally with annual infusion of work until we see some greater money that comes our way? I'm interested to know about the 0.375 tax that could be bringing us additional 4+ million. And here's kind of the big ask. How do we proceed with any kind of a framework of restructuring the NCIP partnership? And I want to frame it like this. When I'm doing some rough calculations and we know the contributions that NCIP and our community has made for the various CIP projects, if I'm trying to get the loan, I need to be able to show that I can pay the loan back. And it's like we need to put the money on the books so that we can show that it's money that's statutorily available, but it's not taking anything away from the neighborhood associations or the community through the NCIC project or a process. So in other words, it's not a take, a restructuring. And I don't know what that restructuring looks like, because I think we need to have a tabletop conversation with the leadership in our communities that represent NCIP and that are members of the associations. I think there's an answer out there that they might be able to offer. I did talk to somebody who was active in CIP for a number of years, and they basically pointed something out. They said, something like 10% is probably fair because the escalating dollars that have occurred over the last few years, plus the 2% addition of the TOT, is bringing a tremendous amount of money to the NCIP. And a lot of that money is being sent on the city projects like forest cleanup, Hilltop, 2 fire stations, on and on and on. So how do we restructure that so we can bond against money that we know is a consistent revenue source, but leaves NCIP alone and whole? But I don't know how to restructure that. But it's got to go back to a ballot measure. So that's the big ask from the community is what's the community think? So look forward to figuring out, well, what's the surveys look like? What's the meetings with the members of the community look like? And the timeline of that. And I think what we would need to do is have a hard timeline about the tax measures because we have to know when those have to process through the city council to get on the cycle for those appropriate elections. And so if it's a June election, if it's a November election, there's a time frame that we have to work for. I think I covered all those things, but I think I need more clarity from the city about what's number 1, what's number 2, what's number 3. And then we need to really hear that from the community. And I think if we ask the members of our community what's their highest priority, and I think that if we said it's the public safety facility, that includes police and fire, that's an upgrade. How are they willing to pay for it? How will they support it? And any tax measure, we're going to ask for the support. We need their vote. And I think it starts with, do you agree? Is that your highest priority as well? So I look forward to a process where we can ask those questions. Mayor?
Awesome. Thank you for that and kicking us off. Dr. Barber, I see your hand up.
Yes, this has been a very thorough start, and I'm really appreciative of everyone that has hung on with us tonight to be able to talk about some of the things that we've talked about, dealing with restructuring with NCIP possibilities, also with, of course, the 0.375 tax, but also even something that Council Member Roush had brought up before is getting the list of buildings or assets that the staff would deem to be in a certain position of what would be a possible and profitable sale, but therefore that's like a one-time thing. So it's not like that would become a stream. So being able to use that to leverage some of the other pieces, such as the bonds and such, and I think is very important. I think listening and hearing that, I took lots of notes on what everybody said tonight. I think this is going to help our staff to be able to move forward with more community input that we talked about already, so that we can be able to come to some great conclusions. And as Ed said even earlier, the city of Monterey has options, and that's what we're having conversations, being transparent about all of this and having conversations about what those options are and what it looks like. But I think it would be great to come back and have it to be condensed, if you will. I think Tom had said taking out those things which are already self-funded, and that we're not looking at, so that we can look at cleanly, the different pieces such as the public safety building and all the and other needs that we have. So I look forward to more conversation on this and hearing back from the staff and hearing back from the rest of the community.
Thanks, Dr. Barber. Rash.
I agree. It's been a great night and a great conversation with everybody listening to each other. I think it's been very beneficial. I want to go back to Kurt Tipton's idea of increasing the TOT, which at first I thought, well, there's going to be resistance from the hotels, and Rafaela's good point that you can out tax yourself but then Kirk came back and said, well, the other hotels are already higher and there's going to be an attraction to raising them. If we raise them, everybody will raise them. We're already the very lowest. So I think we should look at the TOT issue. For sure, adding on the 0.375% onto the sales tax. And I see that as happening when we renew Measure S. We just make it for 1.375. And that gives us, yes, around, the 12 million and then the 4 million. And when I do the calculations, that can anchor the debt obligation for a bond as easily as NCIP can. So I think we have alternatives to expecting that from NCIP. We could do 6 million a year out of a 1.375% sales tax. We could do 6 million a year on a non-COVID year. For streets, we could do debt funding. We could do repairs. We could have a repair fund, or we can go forward with a concrete idea. In my mind, we would fix something every 5 years. We have 4 or 5 big things. We kind of cover them over 25, 30 years, starting with the most important, which I believe is safety. I got a little confused when the numbers came low, but I want to keep our firefighters. I want to keep our police, and I want them there when the fire comes. So that seems essential to me. I would like an asset list, kind of quick and easy. What are those assets? How much do we kind of think they're worth, and what's the priority of staff? And I agreed with the things you talked about, Mr. Usler, off the top of your head, like Archer, the Archer location, and what have we ever done with it? Right, exactly. So those kinds of questions. I think there'll be kickback on NCIP. We'll see what the public says, but because it's very true that they fund Hilltop, the fire stations, the fuel reduction. So it's illusory to think that that's really available money. We're using it. We just are responding. NCIP responds to the needs of the community, and they adopt these projects, and they're going to continue to. So it's not like it's a problem. The cooperativeness will continue. It's also a great forum for community leadership, community building. I don't really want to tamper with it. I think our district leadership is coming from there. I'm a good example. I think I want to keep that intact, and I'm willing to listen, but I haven't heard anything compelling that can't be done with the alternatives that I've suggested. I think NCIP is very responsive to adopting projects that the community puts out. Maybe I'll put in an ADA project. What else? I think that's it. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you, Councilman Barash. I'm going to try to do big picture before I go into my notes. I think I find it compelling to say, if there's a way that we can look at restructuring some of the funding associated with NCIP, if this argument is made that the NCIP is looking at things that are proposed by the city that generally ultimately get approved by NCIP to come to the council, there's that whole bureaucratic process that I think creates inefficiency when we know that these are going to be considered. And I can appreciate the points that are made in regards to the engagement and having that buy-in and people feeling like they have agency over the process. So I can appreciate that. But we're talking about trying to figure out how to make this all work over the long term. And I think it was, actually, I don't know who made the comment in regards to, maybe it was Tom. Like leveraging the NCIP to do some kind of bond through that and having certainty with out years of NCIP funding. I mean, I'm open to that because it's like we can still use that community engagement process, but just overall, how do we do this in an efficient way, and as isn't an efficient way as possible, and gaining community engagement, not just from folks engaged in the NCIP, but even beyond that. And this isn't to say that folks that are engaged in the NCIP are limited to folks that are on the NCIP or the neighborhood associations. This isn't pointing the finger at anybody. I think we're all trying to figure out how do we all come together as a community and make this work. And if the council is taking the lead in regards to carrying out this charge, then it seems redundant, unnecessarily redundant, to then have it go to NCIP to essentially probably almost validate what prevents or precludes members from the NCIP or from the community at large in talking to us individually as council members or coming to the council meeting and engaging in a more public forum, right? Because I think generally speaking, people pay more attention to what's happening in a council meeting. And so I just kind of lean into that a little bit in regards to thinking about big picture and how to make this all work. The Measure P, in S funding, I think there's a compelling argument to leave it as it is, but again, it's hard to figure this all out if we're not looking at all the pieces together and trying to figure out how to make it work. So would it be helpful to expand it and allow some of that to include infrastructure funding? I don't want to necessarily let go of that idea. I just want to keep our options open. All right, let me try to go to my notes. The traffic signals table on the staff report, it's broken down into funding that could be used through Measure P, Measure S funding, but I'm not sure if it's most or some or all of it can't be. And so I think it would be helpful to break that down into our estimates of what can be funded by Measure P, Measure S, and what can't, just to kind of delineate that a little bit more. I think overall, as much data as we can provide as possible. I know that we were talking about at the last meeting when we were getting an update on the CIP, that there's a lot of spreadsheets and stuff. I think some people really like playing with spreadsheets and data and information. And so the more that we can make information publicly available and allow folks to dive into the weeds, again, that's transparency. It allows folks to be engaged in a way that maybe they otherwise wouldn't and provide input in a way that they otherwise wouldn't because they don't have that information. So if there's a way that we can lean in more to providing data, and I'm just trying to give an example of, I mean, I could pull on anything on this staff report. When I find a good one. Gene talked about the police station and the immediate needs versus the long range needs. Like what goes into those numbers? Like, help me break down how you got to your numbers so that I can understand how that makes sense. And maybe somebody in the public can provide feedback and input that might help us alter that one way or the other. Right. I don't know what I'm trying to say here. I'm gonna skip that one. There was the conversation earlier around what is mandatory for us to do in regards to ADA. And I would ask us to not think about this from the space of what's the minimum requirement. I think we have to think about this as what's the right thing to do. When we're talking about ADA, the whole purpose behind that is to create accessibility for folks that don't normally have access to things that able-bodied people do have access to. And so, of course, with all this whole conversation, everything has to be balanced. But I just want us to be careful in regards to thinking about it as minimal requirements or minimal funding and expectations there. We need to have an accessible city for our residents and our visitors. And I think I shared this when we were discussing our ADA plan, but how wonderful it would be to add to a marker of how wonderful Monterey is by being the most accessible tourist destination. So I think we need to fully embrace that. Of course, everything comes at a cost. So I recognize that there needs to be some balance in this discussion, but we need to think about how do we become successful at fully implementing our ADA plan. I'm really interested, and I think this goes without saying, but I'm really interested in the enhanced infrastructure financing districts and the community revitalization investment areas. I don't have a sense of how much those could provide as a source of revenue and how much that would offset some of the expenditures that we're expecting from our CIP. So again, like having a better ballpark understanding of what the possibilities are here can help figure out where the needs are. I think that's it. That's it. It's a lot. It's a lot. But I am going to wrap up with, it's hard for me to look at this in a piecemeal, especially if you're talking to a resident that maybe doesn't really fully understand what's going on. You know, we've had several meetings, you know, particularly Ed and I have had several council years on the council where we can digest the budget and fully appreciate it in a way that most don't. But even I, with all the years since being on the council, it's hard to wrap my mind around this. So I can only imagine what it's like for a resident that's maybe not paying as close attention. So the more robust we can be in trying to make it digestible for folks and how all these pieces fit together, and how do we pick and choose and use a model to somehow play with it a little bit, I think would be helpful. So lots of fun. Thank you, Hans. Thank you to the entire team. I know that there's a lot of work going on behind the scenes to make this happen, and this is only the beginning. So forward. Anda.
Okay, before we close, I have
Please.
one additional comment. City manager was getting ready to say something.
Yes. I just wanted to say thank you to the council, because that was exactly what we wanted to hear. I think we received a lot of great feedback, and I wrote a lot of things down that will, I'm very hopeful, be very presentable to you in the next 2-3 months to provide that clarity that each one of you were desiring to see sooner and later. And so your input, as well as the input we received from the public tonight so far, has really helped me personally right now to see a path forward that we will share with that I will share with the staff, and you will hear more about it over the next coming weeks already, what we are thinking and how we progress. So it was very, very helpful for us. Thank you.
But I wanted to clarify one thing about the TOT. I can't remember who said this, but it was like, we have the lowest TOT, and I don't think that's the case. No. I think somebody, I can't remember who, my brain is starting to go out right now, but somebody shared with us a chart.
William Tipton. Kurt.
Kurt sent us a chart with an analysis of certain cities. But I think my assumption is that what was pulled was cities that had higher TOT than ours, it wasn't a complete aggregate list of all the communities with TOT. And given that we just increased it, I'm a little bit hesitant. I'm leaning more towards the no side. I can maybe be convinced, but to me, that's I don't know how much I want to engage in that discussion. I don't think it's the right time.
Can I add to that conversation?
Yeah.
Yes, we just, we increased that with the voter initiative and it went from 10 to 12. In addition to that factor, it's what is the CCFD and the TID. So that's the piece that sometimes is missing when you start to compare this city to another city. Our city collects, as Hans related, depending on the district, additional percentages that is borne by the guest. So it's not just 12%, but it's, in a matter of fact, 12%. And if you're in a conference center district hotel, yeah, it's TOT is 12%, but the guest is also paying an additional about 4% plus a couple of bucks. And depending on the district you're in, that percentage changes. So that has to be factored into the overall marketing of, well, do you go to Palm Springs? Do you go to Napa? Do you go to Tahoe? And marketing sales becomes part of that factor. But I would certainly entertain it down the road when it's the right time, when maybe the CCFD isn't part of the picture anymore. But I think the 12% plus what we do is missing from any comparison. So certainly we can talk about it, but I think we would really be hurting ourselves on the See Monterey conference, travel and marketing and, all the things that we want to maintain. It's late. We got another one, but I want to just close with one other thing I thought about, and that's through the last couple of years, we had an assessment of the library needs. We've had an assessment of the fire station needs. We've recently gotten a actual tour and an assessment of the public safety and big numbers. Last we talked about was what would it potentially cost for a new building at the public safety building. Last we talked about the library was, maybe a very major expansion. Now that we have a reality check on what the numbers are for a lot of the assets, I think it's time for the city staff to make a recommendation of, instead of a completely new public safety center or a relocation of a center, what's a remodel look like and what's that cost? What is the number for the library in terms of their essential needs for remodel? What is it looking like at the Hilltop Center? Because NCIP is paying for an assessment, but we don't know. So there's still some missing parts of our overall assessment of cost for the priorities: public safety, library, recreational trails. So I think we need to factor that in, because I don't think that we're talking about a brand new public safety location. And I don't think we're talking about taking that building down and building a new one. I'm just envisioning for the price, we need to know what an adequate and above standard facility can be made out of the current site with remodeling dollars, which is different than scraping it and starting over. So I think we need to know all of the places we've talked about. What's the ticket that we're looking at? And I know we're giving you a headache.
And we
Don't speak for all of us.
and we don't have enough engineers, 50% understaffed, etc. So thank you for that, Councilmember Smith.
Well, and it's not all things we want done in the next 3 months.
Right.
This is, again, it's some of this is going to take a while, and we're going to be talking about this for a while until we get to some of the first decision points. And I think some of the ones that we've identified are a little bit easier is the renewal of the renewal of the tax initiatives, and what are the assessments of the property that we think that we should consider unloading, and what can we remodel instead of rebuild. So I think those are kind of my thinking is extending this out probably the next 14 months.
All right. I think with that, we will move on to the next item. Thanks again for the really thorough discussion on that one. We're going to go to our last agenda item. number 26. Thank you, team, for sticking it out with us. Hey, if you didn't, you would have missed this really entertaining council meeting tonight. They're like, I would have been good. Item number 26, receive Parks and Recreation Commission recommendation and approve the preferred concept for the Old Capitol site future park plan development. With that, I'll pass it to Hans for staff introduction.
Yeah, thank you so much. Who says it's easy to go into retirement, Karen Larson, isn't it? You got a standing ovation and the council drags it out. We are happy to close the chapter, hopefully for a while, on the Old Capitol site conversation that we had with the community for a while. And tonight we are presenting you the recommendation for the preferred option as it was developed with the community. And also we have somebody here from Bellinger Foster Steinmetz who helped us throughout the whole process. And Shannon will start us off, please.
I don't know if I can speak anymore. Good evening, Mayor, Council. We'll go ahead and just dive right into the Old Capitol site. So did it skip me back? No. So the Old Capitol site, if you are standing in the parking lot of the Del Monte Center, is the hillside across from Highway 1. Parcel 1 is to your right where the Cal-Am tank is. Parcel 2 is right in the middle. And then parcel 3 is near Westland House and La Mesa Village, I think. So the history of the Old Capitol site. This has been a long-standing property the city has been talking about for quite some time. From 1967 to 83, the property was zoned for residential, hotel, and retail space. In 93, December 7th, City Council approved an MOU with Pebble Beach Company to preserve the property as open space. The MOU wasn't executed, but development proposals were tabled. In 2012, the county required the property be dedicated to public agency as parkland. And then in 2019, shortly before COVID, the property was dedicated to the city by Pebble Beach Company and zoned as parks and open space. And then the city began some pretty significant site cleanup and fire fuel reduction activities in that location. In 2023, we received NCIP funding for a park plan, and we issued an RFP for design consultants. And then we went through that process, and VFS Landscape Architects was selected as the firm, with a project kicking off in January of 2024. So we've been working pretty consistently on this for over a year and almost a year and a half. So the Old Capitol site objectives and goals was to develop an overall vision that responds to the site's environmental sensitivities, city resources, and community priorities. Goals that were established at the beginning were to preserve and protect the natural environment and environmentally sensitive habitat, provide public access, enhance user safety, to reduce illegal camping, and work on our fire fuel through vegetation management. And that is our overall site map of the area, parcel 1, parcel 2, parcel 3, and you could see the 2 special attention areas there that have been set aside for previous agreements. So those are areas that we cannot touch and need to maintain in perpetuity. And then this is, I think, where we would, so here we just a little bit, the overall site is 135 acres of predominantly Monterey pine, and it is segmented into 3 distinct parcels. And then there are those 2 special attention areas, which are deed restricted, and means we need to preserve them. And then we as a city are performing regular vegetation management under the 2022 Greenbelt Fuel Reduction Program. CAL FIRE, Green Cadre have provided assistance to city staff to manage the vegetation. And overall, the city has spent about a little over $1 million, $1.2 since 2019 in maintaining that space. So I'm going to hand this over to Beth with BFF.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. My name is Beth, and I'm a principal at BFS Landscape Architects. We're a local firm located right down the street, and I'm excited to be here tonight. And even in light of all the conversations we've just overheard, I think the Old Capitol site is a jewel within the open space and within the city of Monterey. And we'll talk a little bit more about why that is and maybe some plans to preserve and protect some of these special assets that you have within your open space system. So as Shannon was talking about, when we first initially started the design process for the Old Capitol site and looking at developing a vision plan and a master plan, we had to kind of a two-pronged approach to start off with. One of those we first started off with were various listening sessions with the community. We had several, we had 2 town halls, we had online surveys, we did Parks and Recreation Commission listening session. We recently presented to the Parks and Recreation Commission in February. But when we first started talking with the community, what we really wanted to understand were what the priorities were for the community. Knowing that this was an NCIP funded project, the community already had a lot of interest and they had a lot of priorities for what this space was going to be. And so when we first started these listening sessions, we really heard from folks like Lee and from Mike about what their long-term visions were and what their neighborhood associations were thinking. We also heard from a lot of other public entities. We had a large contingency of folks come out in support for bikes and for what maybe potentially a bike infrastructure project could look like. And the other thing that we also heard were other programming priorities that maybe were outside of open space, things like dog parks, things like RVs and camping, and do we need an on-site manager or ranger to be there full time looking at the safety? We had a couple of prior mayors show up to our public outreach process. One mayor was pretty adamant about the idea of a zip line here at this site. So we know that there's been a lot of thought and a lot of desire by the community to really open this space up. And so during that public outreach process, that was really important for us to understand and how we could prioritize that. So as a result of a lot of that ongoing community engagement, we really kind of summarized the engagement as kind of for 3 things. One was prioritizing environmental preservation and education. We wanted to provide day use recreation programming. I should go to the next slide. I'm sorry. Apologize about that. We wanted to prioritize day use recreation programming, trails, and picnic areas. And we also wanted to ensure the neighborhood and community safety. This is predominantly a Monterey pine forest. And so with that sort of ecology, we know we have a very high risk for wildfire. And so as we were doing the ongoing community engagement and public outreach, simultaneously what we were doing as a design team was really kind of some high level investigative studies. We weren't not brought in to do CEQA level studies. We were trying to look at more of a 10,000 foot level so we could kind of understand and guide the design process so that when we know we want to go into the future to CEQA or to some of the permitting agencies, we have an executable project. We can't just be so lofty and aspirational that we develop a master plan that then cannot be implemented. So as a part of our design team, we had a number of consultants. We had Whitson engineers who performed the site survey. They did a topography mapping of the site, and they also mapped all the utilities of the site. Few of the utilities that we need to be really cognizant and aware of is we have a major PG&E transmission line that goes through the site. And we're also buffered by the Caltrans Highway 1 easements. So we have some relationships there with other property owners and easements that we would need to work with. And then, as we mentioned, we're also neighboring right up against the DOD in the La Mesa neighborhood. In addition to the site surveys, I think one of the things that we probably know that is the most important was understanding the habitat and the assets and the vegetative and wildlife assets that are at the old Capitol site. This is what makes the old Capitol site kind of the precious resource that it is. It's 135 acres of Monterey pine forest. And within that Monterey pine forest, we have a lot of special habitat there that needs to be considered. Specifically, what we have to consider is the Yadon's rain orchid. The Yadon's rain orchid, I wish I could say it was a beautiful plant and it looks exactly like an orchid you would find in the grocery store, but this is more of a birch wild orchid. It's not as pretty, but it actually is a federally listed endangered species. The Yadon's rain orchid only occurs in very limited areas and really specifically occurs within the Monterey Peninsula. And the 135 acres over at the old Capitol site is one of its last kind of standing habitats. So we really have to be cognizant about the resource that the old Capitol site is and our responsibility of being stewards into the preservation of this orchid. We also, as we know, have the Monterey pine forest, which is also considered to be an environmentally sensitive habitat, and the Monterey manzanita also occurs on this site. So we have a lot of precious resources there in terms of vegetative habitat. This is also an archaeologically sensitive space. Within the topography, what we know is that there are several low-lying drainage corridors that run through this site. And when we look at some of the city's historic archaeological sensitivity mapping, it's very likely that we would incur with any sort of significant disruption archaeological resources. So again, we need to be sensitive to the history of this site and what this site potentially means for our indigenous communities. And then kind of secondly to last, it was the mapping of all the existing fire access roads. We had the opportunity to meet on site, not only with staff, but we had met with the fire department, we met with the police department. We talked about what their access needs are going to be, what they are currently in terms of getting onto the site, dealing with some of the illegal camping that pops up periodically. But then how are we doing the vegetative management and the fuel reduction? There's quite a few fire roads that have been cut through this site, and we need to make sure that those remain accessible, not just for emergency reasons, but for long-term maintenance reasons. And then when we bring all of this together, we really had to understand, just as we just heard, what the current and future city resources are. What are our staffing capabilities? What are our maintenance capabilities? We couldn't look at all of these things and not really consider what the city was capable of. So as we started to put these layers together, meeting with the community, understanding what our existing site resources were, we got to work on developing a couple of concept planned alternatives. And what we really kind of wanted to consider was what are the environmental and geographic site suitabilities for this site, and how can we put programming such as parking and trails and the needed amenities to support those, like a trail system within the site. So we had to understand what the cost considerations were going to be. Knowing that we do have some very sensitive habitat on the site, knowing that we're dealing with the Yadon's rain orchid, which is federally listed, we had to assume that any sort of disruption to that sensitive habitat was going to result in some long-term mitigation requirements from the permitting agencies.
I just have to ask you, sorry to interrupt. Yadon rain orchid, is this the same Yadon who discovered Yadon's piperia?
Yes.
Oh my God. Okay, thank you. No.
That's the actual botanical name, is the Yadon.
Yeah, because we owe Mr. Yain a lot of discoveries that increased our cost tremendously. So just.
Yeah, like I said, it's not the prettiest orchid out there.
I know.
So to Mr. Usler's point, what we have to consider is that when we start to disturb and we start to sort of disrupt where that Yadon's rain orchid is happening and also where the Monterey pine forest is happening, we would have to look at mitigation. And part of that mitigation would be setting aside, just as they've already done in our site, special conservation areas for the preservation into perpetuity for this habitat. And with that sort of mitigation comes long-term management costs. It comes with becoming a part of like a conservation easement and working with different entities for that conservation easement. So the cost starts to balloon as we start to think about adding more and more programming to this site. And so we really did ask ourselves a lot of questions, just like we talked about. How much habitat could we disrupt without being financially prohibitive, as well as what would be the best way to be good stewards of the land? And then how do we partner that with the city's needs in terms and their resources, as well as what the community's desires are? So as I mentioned, this really kind of resulted in the idea of thinking of the old Capitol site more as a preserve, something that would allow for the public to engage with the Monterey pine forest on a regular basis, but really presenting to the public the idea of preservation and kind of explaining that, you know, from a stand of Monterey pine forest, this is a very unique opportunity the city has to preserve this into perpetuity. And so when we talk about what it might think about and what it might look like to create a preserve, we looked at developing a series of trail networks that ran through the site. And I'll show those a little bit more. But one of the things that we carefully considered with the trail network is how could we build along some of the existing fire roads that are out there, utilize those for trails? How could we also generate new trails that would wind through the Monterey pine forest? And then we also considered how could we optimize that experience down within the drainage corridors. Some of these drainage corridors, especially as you get out towards the La Mesa neighborhood, are just filled with a vast amount of wildlife and with vegetative, diversity. And so we don't want to make these places inaccessible, but we do want to demonstrate that these places are something that be preserved and also to be appreciated. So what you'll see with, and I'll go back one more, just is the idea of having to introduce within these trail networks what we would call some sort of protective fencing. And the idea is that this really serves as an opportunity for us to demonstrate to future permitters and permitting agencies that we're doing our due diligence into preserving the Monterey pine forest and the protected habitat. But we're also signaling to the public and to the public users that this is a space that needs to be thoughtfully walked through and thoughtfully experienced. Fencing can only do so much, but it's a great demarcation for most people to say, hey, let's stay on the path here. And so I know this is a small plan, but what we've done is we've really laid out sort of a robust trail network that allows for folks to really start within the center parcel of the site, where we've located a 10-stall on-site parking area. This would be an opportunity for us to introduce things like trash, signage kiosks, wayfinding kiosks, maybe potentially some portable restrooms. And around this parking lot, we would have a half-mile ADA compliant trail system. So we would allow for people of all different mobilities and different access abilities to be able to really enjoy the old Capitol site. And then to the across Iris Canyon side of the site into that parcel that gets down into where the La Mesa neighborhood is. That's really the lower lying parcel, and that's where we would maybe see a network of boardwalks, opportunity to sort of really engage in some of that really wonderful wildlife and vegetative elements that you would find in sort of a more low-lying riparian zone. And then to the left, as you would cross Barnett Siegel, that's where you could really start to climb up and get to those really beautiful vistas that are on top of the hill, kind of by the Cal-Am tank, and see just the beautiful coastline that is the city of Monterey. And then within those areas and within these trails, what we wanted to consider were different ways of placemaking, not just standard typical interpretive signage or wayfinding signage, but we've also thought about how can we introduce things like interpretive elements, whether they're sculptural, whether they're repurposing the site's lumber to create benches or climbing opportunities. That's all a part of this. So we've presented a little bit of some site imagery to start to define the character and the aesthetics of the old Capitol site. So when we think about parking and what that wants to look like, we're thinking of something very natural. Same with the trails and any sort of steps or boardwalks. We really want something that blends into the natural environment and complements the pine forest as well as some of those beautiful views across the site. And then as well, the last one, when we think about some of that iconic placemaking, we were really inspired by the idea of utilizing some of the native wood and the materials on that site to create gathering nodes, or maybe even create some opportunities for kids to do some exploratory climbing. And then potentially having the opportunity to partner with local artists or sculptural artists to really capitalize on some of the views that are across this space, as well as provide some wildlife protection blinds so you could sort of look out over the riparian zones. And then ideally we would have wayfinding signage and kiosk signage, and then we threw the beautiful porta potties in there for as a kind of a reference point too. So thank you so much for letting me present tonight. There's a lot more that we went through in terms of understanding soils and geography, and I'm happy to get into that if we want to get a little bit more into it, but I'll pass it off to Shannon and she can wrap it up.
So we also had, as Beth spoke about, pretty significant outreach and public comment. And we had, Facebook, social media, Have Your Say, Monterey, Nextdoor, tons of public comment and input. One thing that we did get a significant amount of people responding to is they wanted a regional bike park at this location. And so we looked at regionally across what is something comparable, and that's Marina's Gloria Jean Tate Park with its bike pump track. And then through Placer AI, they've been able to determine that 30% is used by Marina residents. It's a 15-minute drive from the old Capitol site. It has, at this point, 37 stall parking lot, which covers 2 acres. Phase 2 would add 23 additional parking spaces. So when you kind of lay this next to like kind of the images you've seen of the old Capitol site and how different things would be, a bike park would cause much more disturbance and require much more mitigation. And that's kind of like a 2-to-1. So for every acre you disturb, it's probably 2 acres that you need to preserve. And then that just increases the costs of the park, whatever park. So we kind of did our best to kind of educate the public as to what is doable and what's not doable. And we really didn't feel like a regional bike park was something that was to benefit that location. And it really would be strictly recreational bike park. It's not adding to the city's multimodal transportation network of trails or anything. It becomes just a regional draw bike location. And then we also wanted to highlight that Monterey, it has lots of bike opportunities across, in Monterey in itself. We have our bike path. We have Fort Ord National Monument. We have Garland Ranch, Toro County Regional Park. There's Laguna Seca, Fortag, Santa Cruz County. Lots of regional bike opportunities. We have the Sea Otter Classic, which is, I believe, like the biggest biking event at least in the United States. So Monterey and the Monterey Peninsula is not hurting for bike opportunities. So we also wanted this park plan to fold into our overall Parks and Rec master plan. Our Parks and Rec master plan found that overall the city of Monterey is very well served with a robust and well-designed system of parks and rec facilities. But the main focus of that is that we need to focus on safety, ongoing maintenance, and updating or enhancing existing parks and recreation facilities, and not necessarily new facilities. And the department has 4 community centers, a sports center, a campground, over 800 acres of parks, beaches, and open space, 37 parks, 4 ball fields, and more than a dozen playgrounds and sports courts. And it's traditionally held that if you live or are able to walk within a 5-minute walk of a neighborhood park, you're considered a very healthy community. And so that's to the benefit of Monterey, is that we do have so many locations that are easily accessible to wherever you live in Monterey. So again, focusing on maintaining and enhancing existing facilities and not necessarily adding new facilities to our. And then overall, our parks goals are, which fold right into the preferred concept of this site, is to create a unique sense of place, celebrate natural beauty, ecology, art, history, and culture, diverse community engagement, and intergenerational health. Again, one main goal is economic and environmental sustainability by maintaining existing facilities and a holistic design with phasing, and then accessibility and a regional context. And what else is there available in the peninsula? So just to also highlight, in the agenda report, it kind of lays out the different budgeting options. Currently, the city spends about $300,000 annually to maintain the old Capitol site. Opening up the existing fire roads to some level of walking and hiking would probably be $1 million. The preferred concept, which was recommended by the Parks and Rec Commission, at this point is about $12 million. Moving forward, that is only going to increase over time. But in context of the Parks and Rec Department budget, our budget, people will say, oh, you've got a large budget. Well, it's really limited to ongoing operations and general maintenance. We have, as mentioned before, lots of parks, 800 acres, 37 parks, and that takes a lot of time and effort and staff. And then also the recreation division and the sports center, all of them are labor intensive operations. So 64% of the department general fund budget is staff salaries. And then we are also very heavily dependent, especially in recreation and the sports center, with approximately 300 part-time employees. So we've seen a huge increase in minimum wage since 2014. And then utilities have also increased. And of course, the supplies, materials, and equipment due to inflation and tariffs are just also. So when you look at our actual budget, there is not a budget for capital improvement or developing a new park within the existing Parks and Rec Department budget. And then you've all seen this before, and we just had that presentation, but this is all of the city's infrastructure that we are looking for ways to try and maintain and address capital improvement over the next 20, 25 years. And our infrastructure funding needs 1 to 5 years, 106 million, 6+ years, 235, for a total of 344 million. And thank you very much, Andrea, for this information.
So hard choices and difficult decisions. This is something that we've been talking about for quite some time with Parks and Rec Commission and city staff. But what is the true need versus wants? What is the true, is it something that someone really needs, or is it something that they really, really want? Is this essential? Is the old Capitol site something we need to develop immediately? Right sizing our expectations as staff, we even had to right size our own expectations. You know, it's not really a site for a campground. There's no water. It's not a good location for a dog park. We really had to, when we got into that site, realize that there's, we were kind of limited into what we could do. We also have to think regionally and look at other opportunities in the area that maybe Monterey doesn't have to provide every service for everyone. So the preferred concept plan addresses the needs of residents and key stakeholders. It includes a long-term approach to developing the old Capitol site based on the city's budget realities and resource capacity. So what's the next steps? We are going to continue, the city's going to continue with our vegetation maintenance and fuel modification work and encampment monitoring and enforcement. We're asking the city council to review the Parks and Rec recommendation and approve a preferred concept for the old Capitol site that has a long-term approach and focus on existing facility needs. So it's really creating a vision for the site and approving a concept. But then, you know, we're really recommending that council focus on our existing facilities, which need attention. So the preferred concept, this is what we do when we're looking at our programs and services, does the most good for the most people. We are maximizing site access for all users. It's consistent with the city's ADA transition plan update. It considers the environmental sensitivities that we're dealing with here at the site. It preserves the open space. It's respectful of both of our neighbors, both private and public, and it aligns with our city goals and resources. And I feel like we've done a very good job about public outreach and public engagement and comment. And I think that might be one of the reasons why there may be a little bit, even though it is late in the evening, a little bit less people in attendance, because I think we did a very, very good job of educating the public of what this site is and what could and can't be done. So that is really it. We've been talking a lot with commission about, you know, wanting to do the best we can and how can we serve the most people. And so that's kind of what our recommendation is to approve a vision for the site and hopefully kind of bundle this up and close this NCIP project. And then the city can focus on some of our existing facilities and needs first. And we have any questions for you?
Thank you both for the presentation.
Thank you.
We'll open it up to the council for questions.
I don't have questions. I have comments. So
Okay.
wait.
No questions.
No question.
Just comments.
I do have one question. I vaguely remember when we were discussing this before. I know that the commitment that was made, and it was alluded to in the presentation, was that this was to be kept as open space in perpetuity. But I just ask the question of where do the opportunities exist as it relates to housing for a part or a portion of the property? I vaguely remember this was part of the discussion previously. Lee, sorry, no, this is not.
Could you speak up a little?
Yeah, Lee, this is not the time to provide
hear
public
you.
comment. Yeah,
Can't hear you.
so yes, that's the question.
So when the city accepted this back into 2019, it had to be preserved as a dedicated park and open space, and that shut down any opportunities for any housing.
So, but I remember when this was discussed before.
It was a
I vaguely
rezoning.
remember saying, even though that was the commitment, that there was some still potential pathway where we could discuss this. I don't know if that was discussed in open or not, but
I don't believe so. I think that was the condition of accepting this, that it had to be dedicated parkland
And there was a full amendment to the general plan and the zoning and all of that when we took it over.
I guess I would ask legal counsel, is there a excuse me, is a pathway at all that exists that allows us to be flexible in that space?
I just would need to go back and look at the deed restrictions. I want to say Shannon's recollection is correct. Just would need to go back through and check my history on this one.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the
Okay.
way I remember it. It came with deed restrictions on the
Yeah,
property.
I remember. I mean, the reason why I'm bringing this up is I'm not making this up out of nothing. There was some conversation that it happened.
I can try to pull it in my system right now. It just might take a few minutes.
No worries,
So,
no worries.
yeah.
And if we can't get it tonight, I don't think it's the end of the world. I think it would be just helpful to kind of understand where the opportunities are. That's my only question. I see Dr. Barber's hands up.
Yes, first, thank you so much for being patient and giving us a great presentation. Just had a couple quick clarifying questions. You had the 1 to 5 years for the $106 million that was needed for the budget for that particular department. Was the 12 million or the 1 million that's being proposed in that 106?
Are you referring to the finance presentation?
No, you just showed the 1 to 5 years, 106 million that was up there for yeah, right there. And so for that right there, is this 12 million
No,
or 1 million included in that?
no, this is completely separate it would be an addition to this. This would be a new park.
Okay, and then secondly, you spoke about this being a long-term approach as far as for the budget. What are you considering to be long-term? 10 years, 20 years? I mean, what are you considering to be a long-term approach?
I would say it's the city needs to address all of our outstanding infrastructure before we add to it. So if that's the presentation is the next 30 years, then potentially we don't do much at the site for the next 30 years until we fix our other needs. Potential that would this
Okay.
something new. It is new.
Okay, that's what I wanted to just get clarification on that. Thank you.
Please.
What kind of wildlife have you found?
Everything.
Yeah. So from a very 10,000-foot level, we've just looked at some of the CNDBB stuff, and we know like things like the musky-footed wood rat, California red-legged frog, California tiger salamanders, badgers. Those are all probable species. It doesn't necessarily mean they occur or they are occurring, but they're all going to be within close proximity to the site.
Bobcats?
Probably, yeah.
Okay.
Yes. Yeah.
Deer.
So
Okay.
that would, but just so you know, if we were to go to CEQA, that's where we would really dive in and get a much better understanding of how we would be mitigating and working around those special.
Any eagles yet?
We didn't see any out
Okay.
there, but it doesn't mean they're not there.
I'll go look.
I might know. Yeah.
Ask Mr. Gaden.
I have a question.
Please.
Shannon, if a CEQA was, we executed a CEQA, assuming it takes a year to do that, we spend $1 million.
Mhm.
How long is that CEQA good for?
From what I've been told, CEQA does not expire. So that would be a potential stopping point when you start pulling, going through the project and doing permits, the permits will expire. So
Okay.
you really want to have a project ready because you don't want to waste your resources and your funds that you've spent on those permits.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah.
And I asked that question just to pose that.
Yeah.
It sounds good as it is approving of a master plan. However, with no expenditures other than ongoing maintenance to reduce fire fuel reduction. It looks like it's about $300,000 a year. Is that yet budgeted into our fiscal upcoming budget?
Well, I mean, we're anticipating that that's our ongoing cost annually for that. But part of it too is we have a lot of support from CAL FIRE and Green Cadre. And if we were to lose that support, then the city would have a hard time making up for those lost resources.
Yeah, and I saw that. So that pretty much is, if that continues, then we don't have to program in the fiscal amount of 300,000 or 400,000 a year, as long as we have ongoing volunteer hours to be able to do that.
Yeah, well, it's more a little bit like 100,000 for CAL FIRE at this point.
Yeah, that's what they're contributing. Okay.
But the city itself is contributing quite a bit to that in forestry and parks time and.
Yeah, so I guess that's the
CAL,
question is, how much do we have programmed into the fiscal year for ongoing?
Overall, we have about 300,000, but that also includes police time and fire time and parks and forestry time.
Okay.
And
okay. Good. Thank you.
Okay, let's take it out for public comment. For those on Zoom, you can use the raise hand function. In the meantime, I'll check with folks in the chamber. If you wouldn't mind standing to the left of the podium or identifying yourself by raising your hand. I see 2 takers. Anybody else in the chamber? All right, we'll go ahead and cut it off in the chamber to the 2, and we will check on Zoom. I'll do a countdown to 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We have 2 on Zoom, so we'll go ahead and start in the chamber.
I just have a few notes. I noticed that, and I've got it by packet page. Packet page 179, Pebble Beach dedicates and transfers 135 acres to the city. And it says for parkland purposes only, November 19th, 2019. So I think that kind of settles the matter. I hope that that it's parkland or nothing. Packet page 188, biking was shown to not be feasible for 7 reasons, not just a reason, but for 7 different reasons. Packet page 184, agree with preferred concept. I hope that the council will go forward with this concept, because it's a good one for us. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Sorry, I couldn't hear you before.
No worries.
It's a walk in the park. It's a hike in the park. There's not a bike in the park. It's a hike in the park. A wilderness hike through some of Monterey's most prestigious and beautiful land. No other city can offer this, not even Carmel. Monterey pine, cypress, and oak trees going back to the 1800s have lived along with those endangered orchids and the animal creatures. It's the last of its kind, and we don't get a second chance to preserve and enjoy this land. Those trees have rights too. After all, Monterey has been designated and honored as the Tree City since 1981. A natural area to offer to its residents and visitors alike. Not all visitors want to eat fish on the wharf or buy trinkets to take home with them. It's the beauty of our land that draws them here. The aquarium shows off the bay. Let's show off the beauty of Monterey. Let's show them all the natural assets. Everyone will reap from the health benefits from this side. We already know it's a high fire risk. So is my area. But with fuel reduction and monitoring, we can preserve and enjoy the gifts from this area. Money and time are the enemies of this beautiful line. Both are slim and none. And we already own the site. We could do it in phases. And with a little brainstorming and some patience, this site can come into fruition. And I've got some creative ideas via grants, et cetera, a 501c3 that would help possibly with the funding. So save and approve this site, please, and reap the benefits. You'll never regret it. Think of the future. It's a walk in the park. It's a hike in the park. There's not a bike in the park. It's a hike in the park. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, with that, we will go to our public commenters on Zoom.
This concludes the entertainment for this
Okay, we have a telephone caller with the last three digits, 874.
Hello, can you hear me?
Can hear you.
Hi, this is Daniel Amadeus. I'd like to comment on this proposal. For one, and she said something there that's kind of entertaining to me, but I find not factual. She said there's no water on the property. I would question the fact that I can guarantee you there's a well there. And in that well, and if you can find it, there's actually access to a lot of water. And by you giving this up and returning it and saying it's untouchable, you're kind of cutting off the mineral rights or the water rights to a very important need that the city of Monterey is looking for, is water. And I guarantee you there's water in those wells. And that's probably why Pebble Beach wants it. But it's just my opinion, but I really should caution the city to look into some of those water rights, because there is water under that park. I guarantee you that. The reason why that's the first state capital and the reason why they picked that location is because of the water wells. The water under that park is very valuable, probably a lot more than that $100 million. There's water there, sir. And I guarantee you, if you do a little research, and since Monterey has a big water issue problem, I think your water issue problem could be solved if you can find the spot where that well is on that property. And it's just my suggestion to you. And the lady said there's no water there. I guarantee you there's a water well there, because they would have not put a first state capital on that property if there was not water there, sir. That's just my 2 points to the subject. And I can guarantee you, you find that water well and you'll find your resource for the city of Monterey's problem, having water. Thank you for your time. God bless you.
All right, thank you. And our other speaker is Esther.
Good evening, everybody. I wanted to thank staff for the outreach that they did. They really went above and beyond getting input from the community for quite a long time on this. And interestingly enough, while all that was going on, we had no idea we were going to have the budget problem that we have to this extent now. Just like years ago when this was gifted to the city by Pebble Beach, who was basically getting out of having to deal with the expense of having that area between maintenance and fire possibilities, that the housing conversation was brought up. And I personally was in touch with the county attorney, and there was originally a possibility of some of that being used for housing if we wanted, but that everybody chose to ignore that because it was more important to get that property because it had been in conversation for decades. And Dan Albert was on the council, and his father was on the council when this conversation started, and they wanted to see it come to fruition, and ignored the possibilities of the housing conversation back then. Now, if this gentleman before me is right about the water, which sounds very plausible, that should absolutely be revisited, because we do have a housing problem. It was discussed. The county attorney went on record saying that we could use it if we wanted to for housing. Not all of it was ever thought to be used for housing, but a portion of it was suggested to be used for housing back then. And, everybody was just more interested in taking this gift that is essentially has been costing us the $300,000 to maintain it. It cost even more than that just to acquire it when acquired, because it was such a mess and such a disaster. And I specifically had conversations with Kim Cole about that, because it cost us money just to even get it to a point that it could be maintained. So now that we're in such a budget crisis, I agree with staff. It absolutely would make zero sense. As much as having another park would be great, but given how much we already have staff doing in that area and the budget problem, I don't know how you could just possibly justify putting any more money towards it. And, Shannon did a great job presenting every reason why, as well as the outreach. So you might want to review the previous council meetings on this a couple of years ago. Thanks.
That was it. Okay, go ahead and close public comment, bring it back to the council for, please.
Would you like some information?
Please, that would be great.
Okay, actually, in the correspondence I had with Esther, who was just speaking in October of 2019, I summarized that in 2012, Monterey County required the Pebble Beach Company to dedicate parkland as a condition of the company's inclusionary housing project and the Del Monte Forest Plan. These limitations on use were imposed on the valuable land at that time to offset the impacts of other developments and to preserve some of the last open space in the city. If the offer is accepted by the city, and as you know, it was, the city must agree to accept the land subject to the conditions required by the project. The city has a choice to accept or to not accept the land, but it was not a party to the development application and thus has no say in this transaction other than as a caretaker of the land. In other words, the city was not in a position to tell the county, you need to undo your prior project conditions of approval, which were in environmental documents in connection with the Pebble Beach Company. Remember, this is a very complicated transaction. And then I concluded that when private property, such as the old Capitol site, is dedicated to public use, it's limited to the uses and purposes for which it is dedicated. The deed to the old Capitol site will have a condition that it be used only for parkland purposes, and this restriction runs with the land in perpetuity. In other words, any party who accepts the property, whether the city, another public entity, nonprofit, or private landowner, will also be restricted to using the property for parkland purposes. The parkland restriction was mandated by Monterey County and it cannot be removed. And so that has been the status at the time the city accepted the offer, and that had been the case since 2012.
So could I clarify, there's nothing ever that could undo that, or could we get authority from the county that could undo that? Like, what is the mechanism that's in place that allows some change in land use?
Here, it's much more complicated than that. You'd be trying to cancel a deed restriction that was imposed as a condition of an environmental impact report in connection with the Pebble Beach Company's project. And so the environmental conditions required this for that other project to go through. So there's multiple parties, and SEEK was there for a purpose. And then once that environmental report is done, those are the conditions of approval of that project. That was between Pebble Beach Company and the county, and that was the county's condition on that land.
Yeah, and the project was on Congress, and it was inclusionary housing that Pebble Beach built. So those were all, they did 100% inclusionary housing off of Congress.
Mm-hmm. It's getting late, and I feel like there's still a string to pull here. I don't think we're going to solve it tonight, but I struggle with seeing that there's not a pathway to change land use. To me, nothing is permanent.
It's a deed restriction, so it's different than like a regulatory zoning ordinance that maybe can be modified or changed over time. When you accept a gift of property with these conditions on it, we're stuck with those if we sell them, or without having to do some sort of elaborate process of canceling a deed restriction, which I think would be highly unlikely and challenged by just probably everybody, including Pebble Beach Company. It also involves Stevenson School. If you remember, we have memorandums of agreements signed, so there's multiple contracts governing that transaction. And so all of this was evaluated and visited by the city council at the time. The council decided to accept this property on those terms, with the full understanding it couldn't be developed for housing, when it voted to accept it. It didn't have to. And what that meant is that the county, the Pebble Beach Company, then would have had to dedicate it to some other nonprofit organization or public entity, if I'm remembering the restrictions. So we could have passed on it, but we couldn't compel a different gift terms.
Well, I'm going to let it go for now because I am imagining I'm not going to get support from my colleagues to continue pushing this. But I'm going to start us off on this one since there's already a conversation going here. And I'm just going to say I was the sole no vote on moving this forward. So I just want to put that out there for the record. And it was mainly due to this conversation around housing, but also I had expressed concerns around the cost. And at that time, the council, every year I've been on the council, we've had conversations around concerns with our fiscal outlook and us running a deficit in out years. At the time, we had always produced, when I got onto the council, we were always producing a budget that showed a 5-year outlook, and always 2 to 5 years out was a deficit. And so, you know, when we were dealing with these issues, even at that time, there was concern around cost. And now here we are trying to, these are the numbers, these are the type of numbers that we should be looking at. But I digress. We're here now. The council decided to move forward with this, and we have what's in front of us here. I will just reiterate that I think if there's a possibility or an opportunity for housing, I'm going to continue pushing it. This doesn't mean that we need to tear down all the trees and not leave room for open space. But even if we took a small corner of that and found opportunity, but I'm probably wasting my breath here. I'll state 2 additional points. I'm not fully convinced around these arguments against bicycle space being there. Perhaps it's not the right spot, but I do think that the folks that were engaged and involved in this were a loud group. I think that, to me, it is a really different model of biking than riding on the rec trail. I saw some of the concerns around the endangered plant. I'm assuming that that plant isn't at every single point within the old Capitol site. I think a lot of the issues that were identified by the consultant team could be mitigated. And again, I would just share that it doesn't necessarily mean that this needs to be the site, but I think it is a lost opportunity to provide an outdoor activity that obviously has a large following, that has an interest in wanting to do something in the city of Monterey. And I can see them easily going to the old Capitol site, participating in their activity, heading over to the mall to grab a bite to eat afterwards, and spending money in the city. So I'm not fully convinced, though. I imagine I hear the argument around robust community engagement, and we're at where we're at. So I don't see us moving far from that, but I just wanted to express that point of view. And then the last comment that I would make is regarding this well. I don't know if there's been much effort in diving in a little bit deeper there on that, but might be something that's worth pursuing as we find a way of moving ahead. So I see your hand up, Dr. Barber.
Yes. So I'm understanding Chrissy is saying that there is parkland purposes was part of the deed restriction. Is that correct, Chrissy?
Correct.
Okay. And so with that, looking at the limited public access piece where it talks about the hiking trails at the $1 million additional because of the budget, right now, in a long-term type of approach with different phases, I think could be plausible. But I think that's the key is because of the budget right now and the additional pieces there's already the infrastructure is needing. I think it would be more feasible to look at it in phases and being able to have the long-term approach. So that's kind of where I am.
Who'd like to go next? All right, Councilmember Smith.
Yeah, the way I read the staff report, it's really talking about the environmentally sensitive areas that can't be disturbed. And those are pretty clear with the analysis that our consultant has prepared in the staff report includes, says out of the 130 plus acres, 135 acres, we have 6% remaining, if I read this right, only about 6% that could be developed into trails. So that's not much space. I used to hike that a lot. I live not far from that, and I've never seen a well in there. And I've walked a lot of it. So even if there is a well in there, there's never been any structure that I've known of that's been there. It was, I think, former Spanish land that was then part of the state of California that was held in preserve for a future capital when Monterey was the capital of California. And nothing was ever done with that site. So I don't know what the gentleman's talking about, a well, because I've never seen a well and I don't know that there's a well on it. And I don't think they ever had structures on that property. It was always vacant property. That being aside, I think it's designed to be a buffer from a lot of areas. And the reason that I went for accepting it from a Pebble Beach was it ensured that we had that buffer that was within the city of Monterey and that we could control basically our backyard and not have to rely on a private company, maintaining property that should really be in the city of Monterey. Now, whether we are talking about budgeting money today for a full development, I'm not there. And I think today we're talking about accepting a master plan of a park that is open space. And we're saying that that's the intent, that its future will be open space. We're going to have to spend a little money on it, maintaining it in partnership with CAL FIRE and whoever else can help us. And at some point in the future, we could start talking about 3 or 4 phases of developing the recreational trails that are for walking. And that's for safety, access, a little area for some parked vehicles. But I don't see this park as being something that we say next year we're ready to spend $12 million on it. We're just not there. It's not on the priority list of all the things we've already talked about previously tonight. So at some point in the future city councils will say that we're ready for it. And I think it's again an incremental opportunity with a phased approach. There's potential grants. I agree that parkland grants are probably pretty relevant in the future to help us phase it in to get it to the point where it could be used by our walking public. But I don't see any other use for this. I think this is the perfect example of it's a designated area for a buffer, not far from homes to be able to go recreation without a lot of trouble. And it's right. I think the assessment of the report is talking about, the presentation talked about all the other opportunities for riding or hiking or walking. And there's a plethora of locations that are close by to service the needs of ones that want to ride a bicycle, whether it's on a hard trail or soft trail or off-road. Off-road riding there's plenty of it in the former Fort Ord. There's plenty of it in Karma Valley. And if you want to ride on a rec trail, you got 18 miles worth of recreational trail. This is just a different habitat, different location. And I think it's appropriate as the recommendation from the Parks Recs Commission is that its outside use is soft trails and recreational for walking and hiking and not bicycles. So I'm satisfied to move ahead and take the report and say that this sets in motion for future that it is a park and plans to be developed in the future when we feel that it's the right time. And I agree with Shannon's answer. Now's not the time to do or even talk about a CEQA. That's down the road. And I think a phased approach would be the appropriate way to look at it.
Thank you. Councilmember Rush.
Yeah. Shannon and Beth, you did a lovely job. It was a great presentation. It's very interesting too. And I especially was impressed that you talked about the regional parks that are available for biking, regional locations, because I think that puts to rest that question of equity and parity. We do have a lot of availability to biking. And I think I agree totally with what you did and how you did it. I think the best use for a sensitive piece of land is hiking. I love the ADA is required, but I love it that disabled people could get out in a very undisrupted as possible with getting people in there. And that's walking and ADA ramps. So I think it's close to perfect as far as I'm concerned. I would ask that the focus before the $12 million is found is on safety and fire. So, fuel, we got the fuel guy right here. Fuel observation. I'm not qualified to say whether that's removing a lot or whatever, but fuel safety and watching fires from encampments, I would put that as the highest priority. So I think it's great. I vote yes.
All right. Is there a motion?
I make a motion that we accept the recommendation of Parks and Rec that we hold this property as a park and open space with some hiking and ADA contributions.
Friendly amendment.
Yes.
Can you use the words that we accept the master plan recommendation
Yes.
from the Parks and Rec?
Master plan.
And yeah, you need to say
Yeah,
exactly
you
what
could
it
just
is.
say staff recommendation.
Staff recommendation.
That we accept the staff recommendations.
Is there a second?
Yes.
All right. It's a moved and seconded. Any other discussion? All right. All those, please, let me pause. Roll call vote, please.
While she's getting ready, thank you very much for the Parks and Rec Commission staff and for our outside consultants and for the neighbors that showed up. This has been a long process to watch what may happen with it. And I know sometimes there's a little fear that gets, because there's unknown and you don't know what's happening. And then all of a sudden, you're asked to come and contribute. But it's been a long process, and thanks for the community to contribute to land. And I think what's the best thing that we can do with park land that's right next to us, and to preserve that for the neighbors and the community at large to be able to go see the woods. Just like folks that live in Salinas very rarely move from ag to the ocean, we have an opportunity for more people to appreciate our forests. So thank you.
Well said. Thank you. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Rush.
Yes.
Councilmember Barber.
Yes.
Councilmember Smith.
Yes.
And Mayor Williamson.
Yes. All right. Council comments.
I'm going to pass.
Pass.
Dr. Barber?
Pass.
I'll just share one quick thing. I am leaving next week to go visit our sister city in Isola. And so really excited about that opportunity, and we'll share more about the outcomes of that when I get back into town. So appreciate the community support on that. And with that, I'll pass it to Hans for city manager report.
Nothing from me.
Nothing from Hans. All right. And with that, I am, as I communicated at the last council meeting, I wanted to close us out in remembrance of a past council member who's passed away. And so I'm going to read his obituary that was posted in the Herald. His name is Alvin Francis Andrus. He was a council member from 1979 to 83. Alvin Francis Andrus, from former Monterey City Councilman, passed away on April 19th, 2025 in Silverdale, Washington. Alvin was born in New York City on July 22nd, 1931, and grew up on Long Island, the last child of 5 raised by Archie and Bertha Nee Hazelhurst Andrus of Roosevelt, New York. Alvin enlisted in the Air Force in 1951 and became a fighter pilot, but served most of his enlisted time working for NSA, Naval Support Activity in Washington, D.C. as a cryptanalyst. It was at NSA that he met his wife-to-be, Eloise Ashby, who shared a desk in projects with him during the summer of 1953. Theirs was a whirlwind courtship. Alvin proposed 6 weeks after they met. 6 weeks later, they married. When Eloise predeceased him in 2019, they had been married for 66 years. With funds from the GI Bill, Alvin earned his BA and MA degrees from the University of Florida, majoring in applied mathematics and philosophy. While on sabbatical from 1966 to 1968, he completed his PhD studies in statistics at Oregon State University. For his entire career as a statistician and mathematician, he worked in some capacity for the the Defense Department. As a professor civilian, he taught mathematics, statistics, and wargaming to officers at the Naval Academy in Annapolis, Maryland from 1957 to 1960, and the Naval Postgraduate School in Monterey, California from 1963 to 1987. As a statistical analytics researcher, he worked in high security clearance jobs at Johns Hopkins Applied Physics Lab from 1960 to 1963, and during his second sabbatical from 1975 to 1977, he worked for the Undersecretary of the Navy, traveling throughout the Pacific, collecting data for the Pentagon at the naval bases and aboard aircraft carriers. His final career move was as a direct hire to SHAPE, NATO's strategic arms think tank facility in the Netherlands, also a high security clearance position from 87 to 96. Upon retiring to Palousebo, Washington, Alvin started his own accounting business and became the treasurer for multiple nonprofit organizations and for a number of successful local and state representatives running for elected office. While living on the Monterey Peninsula, he served as board president of the Big Sur Land Trust, president of the Chamber Music Society, and president of the Fisherman Flats Homeowners Association. He was a Kiwanis member, a deliverer for Meals on Wheels, an appointed member to the Municipal Parks and Recreation Board, and running as an independent and elected member to the Monterey City Council. Throughout his life, Alvin gave himself to his community and his family. He was an avid photographer, winning many blue ribbons at county fairs, a sailor, biker, camper, carpenter, and writer of poetry and prose. He was also a loving husband, a creative chef, a patient and supportive father, and a proud Opa too. He lived a full and vibrant life, residing the last years with his son, who's his primary caregiver. Prior to passing, Alvin was cared for by the staff at Clearbrook Inn Living Facility in Silverdale, Washington, and members of the Kitsap County Multi-Care Hospice team. He is survived by his daughters Jessica Andrus Lindstorm, Tim and Archer Elizabeth Andrus, Leonardo Ray, son Ashby Francis Andrus, Sherry Lane, grandchildren Carl Elliott Ott Lindstrom, Samara Fanti, and Harmony Andrus Lindstrom. Alvin's remains will be interred beside his wife at San Carlos Cemetery in Monterey on June 17th, 2025 at 2 p.m. And a celebration of his life will be held at the UCC Suwakmish Church in Suwakmish, Washington on July 22nd, 2025 at 2 p.m. So I just ask that we end tonight's council meeting with a moment of silence in remembrance of past council member Andrus. All right. Thank you, everybody. Have a good night.